nobody's stopping me now. I'm taking back all of my freedom, 'cause I know there's only one crown. I got the keys to the kingdom. I got the keys to the kingdom. You know I'm living in freedom. I got the keys to the kingdom.
We're just at the second milestone, but as we keep on getting closer to the shorelines, making waves gets even tougher. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the BGIS Round 2. I'm going to be a hosting Castanet Road. Join alongside with me on the panel is going to be iSuper Johnny. Johnny, we started the round 1 off with 1,024 teams, and now they're narrowed down to 480, man. That's crazy.
It is crazy, and you know what's even more crazy? It's the fact that it is a big turning point, this round 2 of BGIS 2024, ladies and gentlemen, for all of these teams. Because for the first time, they get to go up against the teams that have made it through to BGIS from the grind itself, the bottom 32.
The bottom 32, the teams that were not able to perform exceptionally well, but still they had a decent performance. They stand a chance to directly move in forward to the round 2 where we currently are. And once again, we had 256 teams inside of the grind, from which top 64 were supposed to qualify. Now we're finally over here, right? But what are the expectations going to be from the returning names?
Oh, it's going to be quite interesting, because I mean, if you talk about the returning names from the grind, you are definitely going to expect big things from them. But the problem, or the fact of the matter, is that even within the teams that have made it from round 1 to round 2, there are a few names who did take part in the grind. They weren't able to make it, and then they had to make it through the in-game qualifiers. So that is also another story that is going to sort of build up in front of us, and then we have to see what the revenge matchup looks like eventually.
I mean, just like the last year, right? We witnessed a lot of these teams coming back from the in-game qualifiers, and they were actually looking like in quite a new form. And that's something we're going to be expecting from a lot of these teams that are going to be playing inside of these groups today. And one of those is actually Kevin Esports, right?
Yeah, Kevin is going to be a big name, because when we saw them in the grind, the performance was lackluster. Then they showed up in round 1 and all the critiques were shut down. And again, I mean, which Kevin do we get? Do we get the Kevin that we saw in the first week of the grind that performed phenomenally well? Or do we get the Kevin that performed during the last 3 matches of the grind that just it wasn't that great for them? And then during week 1, of course, round 1 of BGIS, they played phenomenally well. That is why they are here. But our journey, it's quite a big one.
Exactly, and BGIS format in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. We kick things off with the grind, of course, but then now we're currently inside of the round 1, and round 2 we're currently inside, from which we're going to be transitioning on forward towards round 3, round 4, wild card, semifinals, and grand finals, where it matters the most.
Of course, and as we talk about the rounds themselves, we all know, Necro, you mentioned round 1 began with 1,024 teams that only got 3 games per team. And with those 3 matches, you have to figure out a way to break into the top 7. Because, I mean, there were 64 groups, but only the top 7 from every single group moved on to round 2. Apart from the top 7, from the overall leaderboard, the 32 teams that were left, the top 32 from the overall leaderboard also got an opportunity to move forward. But round 2, as we said, this is where things get intense, because this is where the teams from the grind itself start getting involved.
Exactly. 480 teams from the round 1, and then the bottom 32 teams from the grind join alongside. That means 512 teams in total, which will be divided into 32 groups. And of course, also, once again, the milestone is going to be to end up inside a top 7 inside of each and every group to move on forward towards the round 3. And then top 16 from the overall standings also have a chance to move in towards the round 3.
Yeah, but that to be in the top 16 in the overall, it's going to be quite tough.
Really tough.
We did see all of that fiasco in round 1 itself, but we'll talk about it another day. Let's move forward to round 3, where we have 256 teams, ladies and gentlemen, 240 from round 2, 16 from the grind, and again, divided into 16 groups. Top 3 from each group will get to move forward to round 4, but this is again another big turning point, round 3 itself, because top 16 from the leaderboard get put in wildcard now. They don't get eliminated, they get put in wildcard.
Exactly. Wildcard is sort of going to be that second chance, the lifeline that will be given to these teams. So luckily enough for them, they're not going to be eliminated. But then 48 teams from the round 3 and 16 teams from the grind itself will be moving on forward towards the round 4. In total, we're going to have 64 teams, which will be divided into 4 groups. And once again, top 4 from each and every single group's overall standings will be moving in forward towards the semifinals week 1. But then the top 48 teams this time, they will be moving in towards the wild card.
Exactly. So everyone in round 4 still survives the tournament, but as we move to wildcard, this is where things get more intense, because why not? It is BGIS. We are going to make you entertainment, ladies and gentlemen. 64 teams divided into 4 groups in wildcard stages. They play matches over 2 days, 3 matches per group, and after the matches are done, the top 16 teams get to move forward to semifinals week 1. But after that, there's again going to be another reshuffle happening, and then we have again the matches taking place between
exactly.
the groups.
3 more matches will be played for the remaining 2 days, and once again the top 16, as we mentioned, they will be moving on forward towards the semifinals week 1. Moving on forward towards the semifinals week 1 itself, we had 16 teams joining in from the round 4 and 16 teams from the wild cards. So that means we have in total of how many teams, Johnny?
32.
32 teams. Quick maths. Good job. But yeah, they will be duking it out against each other in the span of 4 days, from which the top 8 teams directly this time secure a slot inside of the grand finals.
Yeah.
You need to understand how important week 1 is going to be.
Exactly, because if you are in the remaining 24, then you have to play in semifinals week 2, where in the 3 groups this time around, guess what? They play a double round robin format in week 2, and that is where things also get interesting, because the other teams have opportunity to prepare countermeasures to take you down. But from here as well, top 8 teams will get an opportunity to move to the grand finals. And again, it will be very intense how the semifinals go down, which 16 teams eventually make it to the grand finals itself, because the grand finals, it is the stage that everyone wants to end up on, because that is where every exciting stuff that we've been talking about, the prize pool and everything about BGIS, that is where all the dreams turn to reality.
Exactly, and both those 8 teams that we saw qualifying in forward, or the waves of 8, you can't say. 16 teams in total. They will be duking it out against each other in the span of 3 days, and whichever team ends up at the top of the table will be the champions, and also will have a chance to grab this big, luxurious prize pool where we have 60 lakh rupees on the line.
60 lakh for the winner. Whoever finished second, they get 30 lakhs. Whoever finishes third, they walk away with 20 lakh rupees in the bag. So again, everyone has a big probability of walking away with massive amount of cash in the bank. And of course, even if you finish on the 16th position, you still get 2.5 lakh rupees. That is not a small amount at all. And of course, we talk about the individual prize pools as well every single time. There's 2.5 lakhs for MVP, 1 lakh for most finishes, 1 lakh rupees for lone survivor, and 1 lakh rupees for whichever player goes on a rampage. But then again, you have to keep in mind that the prize pool distribution, it is only amongst the top 16 of the entire tournament.
Exactly. We've started things off with 1,024 inside of the round 1, then 256 from the grind. Imagine the amount of teams that have actually tried to get their hands on this prize pool, but at the end, only top 16 will have a chance to secure this. And you guys also saw the format. The journey's not going to be that easy. It's going to be long. It will be tough as hell, but only the finest from India, only the top 16 teams in India will be having a chance to get that luxurious prize pool. Moving on forward towards points distribution. This new points distribution has been able to make a lot of shifts in the playstyle too.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we have seen the shift of where the aggression was brought on the board by a lot of these big teams. Every single one opting for that mid-game aggression from stage 5, stage 6 is where we see majority of the fight take place. But the problem is you start fighting at stage 5, and then by the time you reach stage 7, you're already down to 5 teams. So that is the way sort of the aggression picks up the pace inside of the game. Of course, a big reason for that is now if you secure a chicken dinner, you only get 10 points. So you have to compensate for the lack of points somewhere else. And that is why we see the teams rely on elimination points. But 16 teams that will be playing the first game of the day, or in fact, throughout the entire day today.
Once again, another thing I would like to add today, this group will be playing all the 6 games. So that means more chances for you to prove yourself. 6 games in total will be played by this one single group. And of course, whichever teams manage to place themselves in the top 7 at the end of the day will have a chance to move on forward and advance on forward inside of the journey. Kemen Esports is in front of us. You've also got Bot Army Esports, Carnival Gaming, another returning name, and they will be duking it out on these matches or in these maps in front of you.
Yeah, of course. And I mean, 6 matches, that means, as you mentioned, multiple opportunities for a lot of these teams to make a comeback. But then again, I think this does benefit teams like Kemin and Carnival Gaming in the past. We have seen if they get the flow going, of course, big names in the community. But if these teams develop that momentum early during the day, then we can see them dominate these lobbies till the end of the day as well. A few surprising names that I would look to, that I'm quite excited to see and watch how they perform today. And let's see what the result is going to be like for them. Are going to be Bot Army is one of them, and of course Big Boy Esports.
Big Boy Esports. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely one of those names that really rings a bell in your head. And we actually saw this team as well play in the past, right? Yeah. Once again, returning back inside of the round 2. Pressure's going to be a lot, but Big Boy, they have actually performed pretty well in their offline matches.
That is true. And Big Boy, I think, again, one of those teams that is frag heavy. 27 eliminations were secured by them during their round 1 performance, and that is, I think, something that can keep this team in play for the top 7 as well again in this round. Because again, you bring those finishes in early every single game, then you have that mid-game breathing space available to you. While everyone is fighting, you don't have to worry about your elimination points because you have a few extra eliminations from the start of the game. And I think that sort of playstyle might help them out. But then again, you have what it seems like is going to be an in-form Kemin Esports to go up against. Carnival Gaming is always a big threat with their lineup as well, especially with how they have been playing. I mean, in particular, Goblin was in a phenomenal form during his run in the grind. We saw in the middle Akshat also stepping up quite nicely. Neo also firing on all cylinders, and they have a lot of options on their bench as well. So again, it is a big deal to see how they perform, how they take on Carnival Gaming. But ladies and gentlemen, talking about teams from the grind, well, here are 32 names on our screens.
Exactly. The bottom 32 teams that will be joining us alongside inside of the round 2 are in front of you guys. I mean, of course, 16 teams for now on the screen. You've got Carnival Gaming, you've got DTE, teams that were able to make the big dent inside of the circuit. INS, also Reckoning Esports, a team we had a lot of conversation about. We had a lot of expectations from, but unfortunately, Reckoning Esports were not really able to perform up to the mark. Rivalry is also one of those teams, right? First 3 games, Rivalry, they were just playing phenomenally well, but then I'm not sure what happened on the latter 3 games.
I think a lot of these big names, we had this conversation during our days in the grind itself. When you see these big names pop off in their very first match, you know what's going to happen in the next 2 games, right? You know they're going to take a back seat, And I think that was the case for a lot of these teams. But we move forward to the next 16 teams. We have XNAW, we have IMPT, another big name. Celsius is that one name that we are going to be looking forward to. Another returning name from the previous year, along with 8-Bit, of course, and Claw Expirat. Now, Claw Expirat was one of those names that did bounce back quite nicely during the latter half of the journey in the grind. And if they can figure out what to do in this particular round of BGIS, I think we can see this team move forward to round 2 as well.
And even Game Hub Esports, right? The same conversation over here. First 3 games, Game Hub Esports, they just astonished all of us with the performance they were able to put up. And then later on in the latter 3 games, Game Hub Esports, it just felt like it was not the same team anymore. The performance was completely downhill. Yeah,
and again, as you keep saying, like the bottom 32 of the top 64, let's just add that phrase to it. The bottom 32 of the top 64 is who will be joining us in the round 2 of the grind. And again, majority of these teams are those teams that did well in only 1 week or in only 2 games out of the 6 they played in total during the grind. And I think, again, consistency from these teams was also lacking during the grind itself. So for them, again, it is an opportunity that before you reach the grand finals, if you have the dream of reaching the grand finals, you have to figure out how to be consistent in an entire stage. And I think playing 6 games throughout the day, I think this is going to be good practice before these teams hit the road running for round 3.
As I mentioned, right, this also gives these teams a little bit more chance to prove themselves and just showcase what they're capable of. Because 3 games sometimes can be a little bit too late. You never know. Maybe 2 games can go bad for you. But 6 games, one thing is for sure, not all the 6 games are going to be super bad. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll keep on having the conversation on the other side of this promo. Now, we had a nice little companion promo in front
Yeah.
of us, right? And Spiro is one of those players that has actually got his hands on that companion, right? The tiger.
I
Or
thought
the
that
lion,
was
my
you.
bad, the lion. No, it's Spiro, man. And I'm not going to lie, it just makes me jealous every time when I see him with that lion.
No, I thought you were the lion. Didn't you go by Sher the last time you were here?
It was just a little bit of a meme going on, and I was just rocking with the meme, nothing else. Johnny, I'm not exactly a lion myself. Of course, you guys can see. Okay, enough of jokes. We need to focus on what's going to be happening in front of us soon, right?
Yes.
Now, moving on forward, we had a conversation about Kemen Esports at the start
Yep.
of the day. We mentioned how Kemen Esports was not able to qualify from the grind itself, and now they're back from the in-game qualifiers. And it's not just a normal comeback from them. It's a back with a bang.
Yes, it is indeed. Because Kemen just fell apart after their run in week 1. Well, the first 3 matches, I'm not going to call it week 1, the first 3 matches of the grind itself. Their run during the first 3 matches was quite decent. I think they were able to secure like 18 or 19 points within the first 3 matches, which was a good average to keep. But then they show up in the next 3 matches, and I think it was like 7 points grand total in the 3 games they played, which wasn't enough to keep them in the fight or even in the qualification bracket for BGIS from the grind. They had to play the in-game qualifiers, they qualified for round 1, and then they just dropped an absolute nuke. 75 points in the 3 games they played in round 1 of BGIS. They were second in the overall leaderboard, right behind Enigma, who were able to secure like 79.
That is impressive stat right
Yeah.
there. Another thing I would like to add, they had 50 elimination points.
Yes!
And in total, they had 75 points. That's even crazy.
2 chicken dinners.
Exactly. So, Kemen Esports definitely back with a bang. I would love to see a lot more from this team, and I want to see what they're capable of to pull off inside of round 2, where we've got a lot more returning names. And also teams now, they're also going to be a little bit shaken away from those jitters, right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, you will have a little bit more confidence under your belt, considering you were able to survive the culling that was there of the 1,024 teams, and you have made it to the 512 teams that are there in this round 2, ladies and gentlemen. And it's going to be interesting how these teams perform. Of course, Kemen, they are on a mission and a story of redemption for Kemen. The undergods that are fighting to prove a point in the form of Bot Army Esports, and of course, one of the biggest names in the BGMI circuit in the country. It is right there at the end, Carnival Gaming.
Carnival Gaming and Kemen Esports, there's going to be a lot of fans in the chat spamming their name and hoping that their team's able to drop a massive nuke on the maps, of course, with some insane performance. But then you cannot really forget teams like the Chosen 4, even Bot Army Esports. When we saw these teams for the first time, especially Bot Army Esports, Bot Army was one of those teams that was so aggressive inside of the grind, right? But unfortunately, because of that aggression, it also held them back from the qualification directly towards the main event.
Yeah, I think Bot Army, the aggression is the only thing that's keeping them in play. But the problem for this team is that the aggression is brought on board by just one man. It is Devotee from the side of Bot Army Esports, who was performing game in and game out. And he was the individual who was securing a lot of those frags. Out of the 25 they had, I believe, he is the only player who was able to hit double digits for the team in the 3 games they played. So again, I think the other players need to start stepping up. Otherwise, in round 2, it will be a massive hurdle for this team to cross over. The other teams, we know this happened the last time we were here in BGIS 2023. You go from round 1 to round 2, and all of a sudden the teams that were at the bottom of the leaderboard, that have barely made it to round 2, they just start popping off for some reason. Who knows why? What happens? I mean, it's like they're possessed. So even today, I think, considering, like, all right, one of the weaker teams in this particular group has to be Sacred Eyes, who were there with just like 8 eliminations in 3 matches they played in round 1. But I think for some reason, I have a gut feeling that maybe today Sacred Eyes are going to step up as well.
Sacred Eyes too. That was another one of those teams that I was searching for, right? Even this team can actually make some big waves if you just let them be in the sidelines. But one thing is for sure, Sacred Eyes, even there can be feeling a little bit of jitters. Let's be honest, the performance that we saw from them in the past wasn't too good. They were super inconsistent, right? In one game, they were able to perform really well. The other game, we just saw a complete drop-off. And that inconsistency is something that's always going to catch them lacking, right? Another conversation we should have, once again, is about Bot Army. You mentioned that the aggression is just being bought by one player, and that's Devotee. But I still remember inside of the grind, we also saw Ninju played really well.
Yeah, it was in the grind, but did they qualify from the grind?
Yeah, they didn't. So, I mean, once again, as I mentioned, aggression is their stronger suit, but at the same time, aggression is what's holding them back from actually reaching heights. So they just do not really know the difference between the good fights and the bad fights.
Yeah, it's a gamble. Every single time you run into a fight, it's a gamble if you're not prepared for it. And we have seen that in the case of a lot of these big teams as well. So I think, again, for Bot Army Esports, as long as they can maintain that early game control and composure, protect their numbers till stage 5 or stage 6, I think this team should be good to go. But again, Big Boy Esports, another name we can have a lot to talk about. I mean, decent eliminations. I think they had the 27 eliminations in the 3 matches they played. So this team also can bring the aggression on board. But the question is, when do you start taking those fights? And what does your position actually inside of the map allow you to take those fights aggressively? So that is something that I think will be decided once the games begin.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we've been talking a lot about the expected teams, right, to perform. But usually so far the meta has been a team that you expect less from. They just somehow tend to perform. So we never know. That might just be happening once again. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The plane's going to hit the skies once again for the round 2. As the plane fly path's going to be starting all the way from Quarry towards Milta. And this plane fly path is way too down south. If the teams do want to make it forward towards the northern side, it's going to be a hell of a stretch.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be quite a long distance that you have to glide if you want to play from the northern half of the map. But then again, in a situation like this, if we get a northern circle, it can lead to a lot of early game chaos. In the initial stages, though, I think it's still a big question of, are we going to see those drop clashes in round 2? And I think it's a simple answer to that, Necro. It is a yes. I think there's 3 teams that have chosen to drop for Primosk. SE, they switch things up. They're gliding towards the shoreline compounds on the western edge of the map, but still 2 names heading for the Primosk city.
Interesting. I mean, 2 names, as you mentioned, moving forward towards Primorsk, and it's one of those areas where we rarely see any drop collisions. And I think so the main reason for this drop collision is also because of the plane fly path. Teams now need to adapt on the fly. They've got no other option. And this Primorsk drop clash now, it's looking out to be pretty dicey.
Big
SL,
boy.
yeah, SL in front of us.
Big Boy and Star-Lords. And again, Star-Lords, their run during round 1 wasn't that bad, to be honest. But a decent number of eliminations, decent number of placement points, but they will need to step things up. And of course, if we just talk numbers on paper, Big Boy Esports seem like a better team, but it is a new start, ladies and gentlemen, in round 2 for both of these 2 teams. And again, a new opportunity. But look on the frag board, Necro. We have Devotee kicking things off, and it is a fight in the military base. Kinetic Esports up against Bot Army, and Bot Army, they have a man advantage already in this fight. That knock has been secured, and that was the first finish of the game.
As expected, Bot Army Esports once again going aggressive inside of the lobby. And that's what we like to see. Devotee, the man's already pushed up close and personal. You've also got Outcast at the top. Kinetic Esports, not looking so good after that first blow that they received. The man's ready with the DBS, just went for someone to open the doors, and then he's just going to be blasting him on the face. But yeah, even the players of Bot Army Esports, they're taking this slow and steady approach. Man's got his hands on the shotgun, almost caught him too. Outcast not able to find that initial delivery though. Eventually his teammate closes in from the back and he gets that closure. Gets the first man knocked out. The shotguns are doing a lot of damage. Devotee himself's taken down a bit too low. The man does not have any meds to back him up, but eventually he's looking forward to pick up some of those meds from that death crate.
Well, it is done and dusted. The fight's over, as you mentioned.
What just happened?
Yeah, they just wiped them out. So, again, Outcast, his job was to draw all the attention towards that center door, while all the other players from the side of Bot Army Esports just breached the window, ran up to the first floor, and started finishing off the players of Kinetic Esports before they even realized where the shots were coming from.
I mean, even I didn't realize the fight was over, my friend.
Yeah, they didn't either, and I think that is the speciality of Bot Army. It's quick executes, quick 4v4s.
I mean, I think so even the observer didn't realize the fight was over.
No one did.
Yeah, no one realized that.
You're not a big fan of this, I remember.
Oh, no, I'm not. Absolutely not. It's like a gift package just wrapped up in one single vehicle.
Yeah.
And if there's another team just holding the edge lines or even the surroundings,
this is
a
awkward
chance
now.
the gift package can be delivered instantly. But unfortunately, the man's got his hands on the M16A4 and is tapping away slowly and steadily.
And he's all alone.
Yeah, he's all alone too. Only if he would have had an M4 or a Scar Oil, things could have been a little bit different.
You know what would be better in a situation like this? The M249.
Oh, yeah.
That's the best.
Big magazine.
Big gun.
Yeah, big gun too. I mean, even if you do not really have the extended mag, you still have 75 bullet capacity,
Yeah.
which also fires pretty high.
That's a dream scenario, though. We're talking about a dream scenario. Although, I think we saw on the radar over there, Bot Army Esports, they might have dealt with one team, but there was another squad just circling them like vultures.
Yeah.
And there is a possibility that Bot Army Esports can be blocked on that military bridge. So that is another interesting development that we will be focused on as the game moves forward, ladies and gentlemen. But as far as Kemin is considered, all the way in Yasnaya Poliana, no one to challenge them for this city. It is all theirs.
You know, Johnny, recently I've been developing a thing for AOG. I've been loving that gun.
Wow.
Now, if you try to compare that gun with the M416, then of course M4 is a little bit more stable in my opinion, but still the AOG just feels a little bit faster. For some reason, it feels like the fire rate on that gun is a little bit more quicker. I mean, that's how it feels like, right? Sometimes it's about the feels as well.
I mean, whatever floats your boat, Necro.
Yeah.
That's all I'm going to leave it at. But, I mean, to each their own. Sometimes you just pick up whatever you find on the ground, or sometimes you just play with your comfort pick. Like, I mean, I've had conversations about fixtures because I like to use barrel a lot back in the days, but not anymore.
Barrel.
That was the only weapon I practiced on. That was the thing for me.
Even for that weapon, right, the recoil is a little bit higher, so that's why the players do not really tend to use that gun.
Talking about the players, these four individuals, give them anything and they are good with that. Carnival Gaming, ladies and gentlemen, and I think, again, one of the biggest names in the country. A lot of expectations from this team, from everyone, but what are your expectations, my friend?
Carnival Gaming's always been one of those teams that's not going to be overconfident, and no matter what scenario you put up them against. Right? No matter if you just let them play inside of a silver lobby, still these guys would not really showcase that confidence. They would still just try to play with their normal gameplay strat. That's how they like to play. All I'm saying is that they're not really overconfident no matter what scenario you put them in.
Like, why are you putting them in a silver lobby?
I was just giving an example, right?
Do you get confident in a silver lobby?
Of course.
All right. It's the little things that make you happy, right?
Yeah.
Gotta enjoy the little things in life.
I mean, it's all of us, let's be honest, right?
That
Even
is
you, me, Fixes, be it Maisie, be it Sparrow, all of us would just love to dominate these lower ranked lobbies, right? But yeah, I was just giving an example. Jokes apart, though. Carnival Gaming is a pretty disciplined team, in my opinion.
I mean, yes, the discipline is there, but I think it is whenever they're doing very well on the leaderboard that they fumble up. I think the overconfidence sort of builds up as we go deeper into the tournament. But hey, Bot Army Esports, it seems like they have found a way outside of the military base, and they've secured... Is that a knock? No, it's not a knock. DC is still up and running, although the team has been split up. So a few players have crossed the bridge, and Assassin is just stuck in that village. This man is not going anywhere. If Bot Army spot him out, he is done for, and I believe with how Devotee is charging forward, his position is compromised. Yes, he saw him sitting at the stairs, gets out of the buggy. He's going to try and take the shot, but Devotee falls to the DBS. We have Termi going for the push, secures the knock, and well, Bot Army, they still survive with 3 players. Devotee got finished off. Wow.
That's rough.
Yeah.
Really rough. After getting 2 elimination points, Devotee getting just taken down like that, it's like rubbing salt on top of the wounds. Even though the man got taken down, still he got the laughs.
Yeah, but he's their best player, so...
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, a big worry for Bot Army Esports at this point. Although, I think the backup option is Fury and Outcast. These 2 individuals also do like to step up every now and then. Termi, 2 finishes for him as well, so I think his fingers are definitely getting warmed up. But 5 eliminations secured before Stage 2 begins. And I think this could be the point where Bot Army Esports can switch up pace in game. Just go invisible. Protect yourself for the late game stages, and then I think stage 6 is when you start picking those fights.
Talk about being invisible. TC4, the Chosen 4, even though this name is once again returning back, this name's been invisible for a long time on the main stage.
That is true.
And the Chosen 4, now that they're back in from the round 1 itself, I mean, the overall stats they put up on the board were 18 finish points in the span of 3 games that they had to play.
Which is quite decent, I guess.
Yeah,
I mean,
which is okay.
Every single group we were observing in round 1 itself, I mean, the cutoff was around 21, 22. Sometimes it would drop low to around 16, but we'll talk about that in a bit, ladies and gentlemen. As it turns out, we have a big fiasco. Big Boy Esports up against the players of Sacred Eyes. Sacred Eyes 2 knocked out, but the recovery should not be that difficult. But Big Boy Esports, they do not care. These are big boys now. The push is there. Damage traded out. Zen knocked out as well. It's just one last man left from the side of Sacred Eyes.
Oh, and that's the DBS charging on forward. All it takes is one shot. UMP 45 in the hands, and it's not going to matter. As I mentioned, all it takes is one single blow. And that blow's delivered. Nicely done from the side of Big Boys, once again being aggressive inside of the lobby, and this is what we exactly talked about, right? No change from round 1 to the round 2. This is what we like to see, sticking to the basics.
Yeah, it's sticking to the basics, but also a little bit unorthodox in terms of their rotation, because look at where they are headed. They were on Primorsk, they started off from Primorsk, and now they use the Western Highway, moving up north, just west of Gatka, towards the shoreline as well. They could have actually chosen to head into the circle from Query, but for some reason they still want to be the late ones breaching the zone.
Now, we've seen a lot of these teams using the similar type of playstyle, right?
Yes.
Where they just go all the way from their way towards the other teams and try to wrap up those elimination points in the outskirts, right? So one of the main reasons to do that, and why some of these known teams do that, is because there's like this little bit of a mental thingy where if a team drops a little bit too much in the outskirts, there's a chance the team's running low on confidence, which is understandable.
Yeah,
and that's why these teams do tend to hunt them down. And considering it's also the new point stable, a lot of these teams have been focusing just on the elimination points. So they're just here to farm.
Yeah, I mean, you have to farm those finishes one way or the other. And I think considering Big Boy Esports, they have 4 eliminations secured already. I think their farming for the early stages might be done. Maybe they can take a chill pill, just quiet things down for a bit, and then move on, play for survival. It is only stage 2 for crying out loud, and we have already lost 2 teams in this match. This was never happening in the grind or in round 1 itself.
14 teams in front of us so far. And already seeing a couple of these teams taking those blows early on. This is how, I mean, the players of BB really kick things off.
Yeah, that was a big blunder, though. Stepping out into the open like that, exposed, no cover available.
And that, too, against Sacred Eyes, one of those teams that we sort of did have a little bit of expectations from, right? Yeah. And them getting wrapped up like this early inside of the lobby, that means round 2 is off to a great start. I'm loving it.
Yeah, round 2 is, as you said, I mean, it's off to a great start. And, of course, it will be quite amazing to see how these teams sort of adapt. Because again, instead of just 3 matches that the teams had in grind and in round 1, now you get 6 games. So there is a little bit more room for error from a lot of these teams. There is options where you can recover later during the day, but it won't be as easy as we make it sound. In the meanwhile, though, on our team is Team Galaxy. Now, are we about to see a meteor shower? Because they are rotating from the northern side, and then there's another squad quite close to them. Lethal Warriors, who are still in Severny for some reason.
I'm not sure about the meteor shower, considering the man's only got 2 frag grenades in his pockets.
What about the rest of the squad?
Inventory management, right?
Important, yeah.
Important. And a lot of these T1 teams, they've been carrying at least 5 to 6 nades in their backpack, if you've noticed. Every single player's been doing so.
Yeah.
But these newer teams, we're seeing a little bit of a change inside of that management. Maybe you can't say it's because of the experience that the known teams have, that they know that utilities are a little bit more valued in these type of lobbies. And the newer teams are still trying to adapt and understand how exactly to counter the lobbies that they're playing in.
I think there used to be a rule of thumb earlier on back in the days when you were playing competitive. Every single individual was required to carry like at least 4 nades, like 4 to 5 smokes, and like just a couple of Molotovs as well. And the reason for that was, what if you are stuck in a position where your teammates can't really support you with anything? For them to close in requires them to step into the line of fire, and you have to hold your own. That is where utility comes into action, and every single player having enough utility to be able to buy enough time for himself, for his teammates to rotate, becomes very important in the late game stages.
Yeah, and specifically the shotgun meta sort of allowed a little bit of more backpack space.
Yes.
So all you need is maybe 16 bullets on the remaining as well, on the remainder.
Yeah.
And then you should be good to go, right? 13 or 14 bullets inside of the DBS, and then you've got the remaining 10 or maybe 20 bullets. That's still so much backpack space remaining for you. So In general, that allows a little bit more utilities to be compressed inside of the backpack.
Yeah, but we all know any space in the backpack goes for the ammo.
Yeah.
I mean, for individuals who do like to spray out long distances, and there are quite a few of them inside this lobby as well, wherein 100 meters, not even a single thought. You are just going to empty out clip after clip, trying to see if you can take down that moving vehicle in the distance. But talk about moving vehicles, and Kemini Esports, they are on a roll. And it is going to be Lethal Warrior spotted out. Spray committed from Venom. No shots connect. Finally, damage dished out. Tire blows off. And they find the opening knock.
The vehicle just spins out in the open. Kemini Esports getting 2 finishes wrapped up. The confirmation instantly followed up. And looking at Kemini Esports, they're still at the northern side. They haven't breached inside of the safer lines just yet. They're taking their sweet little time, and considering it is Kemini Esports too, we're not really going to doubt them. But there's a lot of teams around them, that's for sure. LW, they're taking too much damage. Lethal Warriors, not so lethal. Instead, they're taking some lethal damage upon themselves. But the players, they still do manage to escape the wrath of Kemini Esports, or at least somehow they're still trying to.
I mean, they are trying their level best, but Kemin, they do not want to let this slip out of their hands. The chase is on, but Lethal Warriors, they make it towards the other side of the ridge. Fury still on the hunt. And this is quite intense. I've never seen a chase last this long. Fury, he does not want to give up on this frag. Gets out, goes for the spray. But this time, Lethal Warriors finally put enough distance between themselves and Kemin to go out of their vision.
Kemini Esports does not even care about the position itself.
Yeah, they don't.
They're just here to farm. And exactly what I'm talking about. The new point system allows a lot of these teams, the teams that have the confidence on the Cloud9, to go for these elimination points. And once again, Kemini Esports pretty confident in the fact that they're going to be wiping out the players of Lethal Warriors. Man's trying to move across from building to the building. Venom spots the man out. Lethal Warrior, all the 4 players in that same compound. Kemini Esports slowly and steadily, they've already closed on up. And 2 of the players from the side of Lethal Warriors, their positions compromised completely, from which the 1 player's almost on the verge of getting knocked.
But Lethal Warriors, they've done something phenomenal. They've forced 2 of the individuals from the side of Kemin to stick in the blue zone. That extra damage could be beneficial to them, but all they have to do is take down Altu, who's also one of the best performing players from the side of Kemin. But here they come. Here is the entire squad. And I think this man from the side of Lethal Warrior, who has chosen to sacrifice himself for the sake of the greater good of the team, will get wiped out. There it is. That is a beatdown, Necro.
Right, knocked out and dusted. Kemini Esports have already wrapped up decent amount of elimination points. But the players of Lethal Warriors, they still, or at least one of the players, did manage to escape away. Before how long he's going to be safe, that's the real question. The Chosen 4 up against the players of Team DC. And Team DC, they already received that early blow. I'm not sure how well prepared they're going to be for this fight. Especially facing off against one of those teams that have been there in 2023 and now once again returning back over here. So TC4, you can't say this team has also got decent experience to play inside of these type of lobbies. It will be a tough one to retain their spot, but let's see. DC, they're trying their best.
They are trying their best, still haven't found an opening. And of course that loss in the early stages of the game, Assassin getting picked off, not really something they thought would happen or how they would want to start their day, of course. 2v3 situation, and of course look on the radar, there's another squad waiting for both the Chosen 4 and Team DC to settle their differences. And of course to initiate a third party to these compounds as well. All the eyes of the team sitting in the corner, you can see them constantly turning and their focus shifting towards these compounds. Meanwhile though, last man from the side of Lethal Warriors, Necro, apparently he's been hunted down. Lethal Warriors, they take an exit from this game as well on the 14th position.
Unfortunate. This early inside of the game, it's only the stage 3, and we've seen 3 teams take an exit. And then we've got a couple of more teams taking those individual blows, which are down to the 3-man squad. You've got Bot Army, DC, and HO. But yeah, looking at the players that came into esports, this team is definitely quite thirsty for the elimination points.
It seems like they are still looking to gather more information about where to pick up the next fight. Oh, Alt, did he not see the vehicle there? Towards his right. I don't think so.
3 finishes wrapped up so far. But yeah, I mean, Kevin Esports, they're chilling. It's just that this team's confidence at the Cloud9. Hopefully, they don't really step that line where there's a difference between confidence and overconfidence.
That might actually happen.
I think so. It's already happened.
Nah, I think if that had happened right now, we would be seeing them taking a fight against the players of TEG. There's a reason they've stopped on the other side of the ridge. They want to be careful. They want to survive. You win the first game, it sets you up for success in the later stages. And you don't have to worry about a lot about qualifying if you can be consistent enough, even in the middle pack during the rest of the game. But look at this. Shift of the circle, middle of nowhere.
I mean, in 6 games, you need to be inside of the top 7 in the overall standings of this group itself. So it is pretty doable. It is quite easy for a banner like Kevin Esports. No doubts in that. But yeah, looking at the circle, there's not a lot of playing spots inside of the circle too. All the compounds are already occupied by the teams. And you talk about some of the ridges and the high grounds, even they're taken away.
Look at how this fight is developing. Look at the radar.
Yeah. I mean, 2 foes sharing a similar compound. Definitely not a sight to watch. But for Bot Army Esports, they're still getting these knocks somehow. 1 man knocked out for now, signed to Gods, STG. Unfortunate stuff. The man's going to get ran over. The confirmation instantly follows up. And this is what we're talking about, the Bot Army Esports, right? Considering this is also one of those newer teams, still showcasing so much confidence.
Yeah.
This is why they sort of have a little bit of a space in my heart for them.
Yeah, definitely. And again, as you mentioned, I mean, new team showcasing confidence, showcasing aggression, and the fearlessness of the plays they make. I think all of it combined does make you root for them every single time you see them on your screens. But what is up with Carnival Gaming now? Stuck in the middle of nowhere with just a shack for cover. And they've gone for a split as well, which can help them survive, can help them in dealing with some awkward situations wherein Goblin, along with his team, it can be caught off guard. But this is definitely a risky play as well.
And this is what I'm exactly talking about, the Carnival, right? This is what I mentioned. Carnival likes to play defensive. They are never overconfident. Or they never even showcase the confidence that they have. I mean, they definitely do have the heroics to pull off some of the moves that Kevin Esports have been able to pull off so far. But they still do not do so. They instead just try to stick to the basics. They instead just try to stick to what they know and play how they want to play. But this can also be a little bit of a downfall for the side of Carnival Gaming, is that they're revealing their strategies. And if they do the same thing inside of the Grand Finals or in the bigger stages, they will be countered easily.
Necro, I feel Kevin Esports, they're getting frustrated. Not really finding anyone, but do finally spot out the opposition in the form of Team Galaxy. And an incredible knock from Fury from the moving vehicle. Drops the opposition right on the ground and secures the finish for his team as well. 4 points secured by Kemen.
What an impressive knock that was. Man steps out of his buggy, instantly scopes in and gets a knock. Impressive stuff. And now Fury constantly just going for the spams inside of the zone. At this point in time, every single team is just waiting for the next circle to pop up, and it does. It shifts down south, a little bit tilted on the right side. And you talk about the player, yeah, already the majority of the points, or the main points, have been taken away by the teams. But INS is in the prime spot.
INS, of course, as you mentioned, in the prime spot. And along with them, I think it's Hero Gaming who've chosen the shoreline compounds, but they are getting pushed upon by Bot Army. So we will find out what fate holds for both these two squads. There's a lot of open space available in the circle right now. Everyone's going to push forward for those open areas. Lack of cover is something that I think everyone's going to be forced to deal with. So definitely a lot of aggression in Stage 6 and Stage 7. DC, though, they are losing players now. Left, right, and center. Mickey knocked out, and he's going to get finished off. Kevin still looking for a few more frags, but they are on the edge of the blue. Have to move quite a big distance before they find themselves in the safe haven of the circle.
Kevin too good. At this point in time, I'm going to just stop worrying about Kevin Esports.
Yeah, me too.
Let's worry a little bit more about teams like Bot Army, teams like SL, and Bot Army for now, in a bit of a pickly situation against the players of Heroes Gaming.
Another decent name, I have to say, from round 1, Heroes Gaming. 20 eliminations secured in the matches that they played. 27 points in the 3 games that they played. So the aggression can be brought on the board at any time from this team.
Yep.
And especially considering that Pot Army is down to 2 players. If a fight breaks out, I think it's just free points for Heroes Gaming. And this can be the moment that starts or helps them build momentum for the fights late game.
In general, they definitely can spring back to life whenever they want. Before now, just choosing to play a little bit more suppressive, you can't say. Not really unleashing that wrath against the foes. And the same thing can be said for the side of Bot Army Esports too, right? Both these teams just looking forward to find that initial aggression from each other.
Yeah, but for Bot Army, it's not a choice anymore. It's a forced decision. It's a 2v4 if they initiate a fight, so they have to keep their heads down. But Carnival and Kevin just passing them by. What?
Yeah, not a big fan of what's exactly happening on the screen right now. Phantom gets knocked! The man's a little bit rookie when it comes to driving, and that's why Phantom gets caught out in the open. Kemen Esports, what a big blunder that was. We're looking at the screen for now. Outside of Gots, even both these players in a big world of trouble. Smoke's being tossed to try and save the day for them, but once again, Punjab's a little bit too far away from the remaining 2 players. And the man's actually patches himself up, so that's a good news. Somehow the players of STG are keeping themselves alive.
Big blunder from Kemen Esports. That rotation, the move of desperation. It is going to come back to bite them, ladies and gentlemen. Kemen Esports eliminated from this game. No fighting back now. In the meanwhile, though, Big Boy, they are still... We see their name pop up back again and again on the finish period, and it seems like they are racking up those elimination numbers for themselves. But look at this situation develop in front of us. We have Star-Lords, who have barely managed to survive with 2 individuals taking a lot of damage from Heroes Gaming, while the players of Bot Army build up pressure on Robin and Kick. Master is trying his level best to handle the pressure from at least one flank, and he has done a decent job, but he can't hold on any longer. There are a lot of teams closing in for those compounds. Look at that. Carnival Gaming as well. They are making a push of their own. 2 eliminations secured against the side of Team 7, and they are looking for a few more.
Team 70 up against the players of Carnival Gaming. Carnival Gaming, exactly what they were waiting for. Wanted to have all the 4 players up and alive inside of the late game scenario. And Carnival Gaming, they have pulled it off, but the main problem is the zone shifted away from them, and now they need to beat them up inside of the lobby. What a great cover fire that was. Goblin could have almost been knocked out there.
Yeah, that was absolutely phenomenal. Perfectly timed. But Carnival Gaming, look at this. A few moments ago had nothing on the board, and now they have 7 eliminations, and they are in the top 7 as well. Know where the threat is going to be waiting for them on the edge of the circle, but Heroes Gaming kick things off. 1 last player surviving from the side of Bot Army Esports, and I think just a nade would be enough to wrap things up with Fury. In the meanwhile, Neo, no, he gets run over. Revenge served by Omega, finds the finish, but he's the last man standing for the side of Carnival Gaming, and he takes a nade to the face, gets eliminated from the game.
What a chaotic ending this is.
Yeah.
Still 5 teams alive and 12 in total players remaining. And the utility barrage on top of the players of STG, it just keeps on happening. A lot of nades being tossed on top of them. Still the 2 remaining players inside of the shack okay for now. And Punjab's the man in the front lines to try and catch at least one of the players off guard. It's all about finding that initial knockout.
Yeah.
That's going to give you the confidence to make the push-up close and personal against the enemies. And for now, INS, they're playing it pretty calculated. But this nade that's being tossed, it might just catch one. But no, it does not. A little bit barely off from the mark. STG still slowly and steadily looking forward to push-up close and personal. But they're not able to find that initial knock.
Knock might not be there, but they need the circle. One way or the other, they need to close in on these compounds. And Tyson spots out the players from INS running around behind the house. Still lobs the nade indoors. Expects someone to be jumping from the window, but STG, they need to be careful. Otherwise, they're going to be signed off to guard themselves.
Overcooked.
Even the circle favors the players of INS. STG is barely on the edge. The other 2 squads, SL and Heroes Gaming, well, I don't think either of these 2 teams, the other 2 teams, stand a chance of making it to the next, well, the next stage of this game.
This late inside of the game, and the man's got 8 nades.
Yeah, I think he picked up from the crates of Carnival Gaming, but look at this!
Oh my god, catching 2 of the players in midst of that rotation. And INS Yo Dreams, nicely done. INS now, somewhere down line. They know they've pretty much got it in the back, but then still, Heroes Gaming, they're here to create some more problems for them. But eventually now, it's going to be down to these final two teams. INS up against the opponents, SDG, and SDG just down to a two-man squad, while the man advantage is now in the hands of INS.
And this is about to get more and more intense. STG down to 2 players. Although, as you mentioned, they have a lot of utility to work with. And in these final few fights, nades can amount for a lot of the damage inside of these fights, especially when the players are huddled up together. But Tyson needs an angle to approach or line up the nade at least. And of course, from the side of INS, Necro, I am surprised noticing a few big names over there. Legacies performed with these names, specifically In Your Dreams. Of course, back to see, exciting to see him back in action these days. And I guess with this first game, we're going to know what he's made of and what his intentions are in this BGIS.
I mean, he was able to get those 2 clean knocks right in the middle of the rotation. Being able to catch their opponents off guard. That was pretty nice, pretty clean. But SDG, this 2-man squad, so far is also creating some problems for the opponents. The next circle actually is something what everyone's waiting for. I mean, considering it is the stage 8, things are not going to get even tougher.
Oh.
And yeah, a lot of damage dealt against the foe right there.
That's a knock.
Now it is a knock. Nade being tossed. The man gets knocked. It's all down to Tyson, and he's also getting pushed on. It's like a big wave of enemies approaching Tyson, and Tyson does not know where to go. Molotov being tossed, even the shotgun's up close and personal, and Tyson gets wrapped up from the back. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be STG that got eliminated second last.
Yeah.
And of course, the boys, they take a chicken dinner home.
Of course, and if you have to talk about one player from this lineup, it was the man in the end. While Tyson was lobbing out nades and taking shots at his teammates, there was one man who just ran into the blue, jumped out of the window and shot Tyson in the back and just said, "In your dreams, buddy."
I mean, the man instantly just ejected outside of the window. Probably heard Tyson sort of move here and there. Then he knew exactly where Tyson was. Yeah, as well. So in general, Tyson was just done for, and that was the only safest position that was left to be compromised by the opponent. So pretty much just preemptively going there, pre-firing that corner, taking down Tyson, and Tyson not standing a chance against the players of INS. But my question still remains, right? Carnival Gaming, they played it so slow and safe, but still at the end they got eliminated.
I mean, you can't really say a lot about it, right? It wasn't even like it was their fault. It was an uphill battle and just a few nades, of course, towards the initial player where Akshat was knocked out. And I think there was one more man who was taken out by the blue itself. So you start losing players to the blue zone. That is when you know, all right, this is where we might fall. And that is, I think, exactly what happened with the side of Carnival Gaming as well. Who I'm actually worried about is Kevin. What happened to Kevin? They were having such a fun time in the early stages, and all of a sudden, we see those cars go by, but they never reach their destination.
As you mentioned, right, desperate rotation. And I mentioned this too during the cast. It just feels like the Kemen Esports do not really care about their position inside of the zone. They're just here to get the elimination points. And at the end of the day, somewhere down the line, Kemen Esports knows that they're going to be qualifying whatsoever, right? It's just about placing yourself on the top 7. And even if you barely do position yourself on the 7th spot, it's all okay. It's not like placing yourself on the 1st is going to give you an extra bit of prize pool.
Yeah, but it gives you bragging rights, right?
Yeah, I mean, you do get the bragging rights, but still, facing off against some of the newer teams, I would say as a team, it's not really that big of a bragging right.
I mean, it is still a bragging right, right? You are at the top of your group. You move into round 3 as the top contenders from your particular group. But ladies and gentlemen, a little bit of a recap of the winner chicken dinner moment. This nade was the final nade in the coffin, basically. As soon as Kyoto was knocked out, look at where In Your Dreams comes out from. He goes into the blue, inside the house, leaps out the window, and then takes down the final man.
Yep.
I mean, I think in order to perform like that, you need to know a lot of information about what the exact situation is. So why that move was made, if you break it down, it's a 1v3 in your favor. 2 of your teammates know exactly where the last man is standing, and what is Tyson going to do? There is no cover for him to escape. In order to get to the safe area, he has to step out into the open, and his teammates already had that position marked.
Exactly. So in general, Tyson was just screwed because even the zone was closing in, so Tyson had nowhere to go. And yeah, there was, of course, no chance the man was going to clutch out a 1v3 in the final few moments. So moving on forward towards the conversation of Kemen Esports, Carnival Gaming. And generally speaking about Carnival Gaming, right, it's understandable to play defensive in some of the known lobbies where
Yep.
you know exactly how teams are going to be playing. You know the play pattern. And to play defensive, you need to rely on a lot of that analytical stuff.
Yeah.
But when you're facing off against the teams that you've never faced off against in the past and you do not have any information and no analytical data against them, I feel like playing aggressive should be the way to go.
I 100% agree with you on that. Because now if you compare... So, had Carnival Gaming not gotten any eliminations at all, then it would have been a massive point of concern. But I believe they did walk away with 5 to 6 eliminations from this game. And if you still manage to walk away with 5 to 6 eliminations every single match from here on out, I think that will keep them in check or keep them in a position from where they move to round 3. And I think it is viable to go aggressive when you don't know who you're up against. But then again, you have to try and analyze as to what the other teams are doing. And Carnival Gaming is a team that relies on strategies rather than raw firepower. So we saw 2 approaches of trying to understand the lobby. One is Kemen, where you just try and see, alright, how does this team fight? How does this team fight? What are their fighting capabilities? Can we take them in a 4v4? And get the answers to the questions just based on who you can take a fight against and who you have to run away from. Carnival Gaming, they just want to know, how do you guys play? We'll figure our thing out.
And even Big Boy, they had the same mindset, right? Even they were just moving all the way outside of the blue to try and get some of the elimination points against the players of Sacred Eyes. Actually, they did wipe out the players of Sacred Eyes. But yeah, for now, we've got the MVP of the previous game. It's going to be Omega with 5 finishes wrapped up and the finish contribution of 55%. Omega is probably going to be the man to keep Carnival Gaming after that first game inside of the race.
Yeah, of course, the IGL, the Alpha becomes the Omega over here. And 5 eliminations on the board, I think should be enough. As we mentioned, 5 to 6 eliminations. Even if your worst performance brings you 5 to 6 eliminations, I think there is a lot to look out for in the future. But as we move forward to the list of top performers, we have Good Boy from Big Boy Esports. 4 eliminations for him, which is 80% finish contribution for the entire team. In Your Dreams from Inspiration Esports did quite well. 4 eliminations. I believe his team has 5 in total. 5 or 6 eliminations in total. You have STG, Sonoji from Sign to God. And Sign to God, STG also did quite decent for themselves. I think making it into the top 4 of this particular game. And then Hero Gaming as well. Hero Gaming, I have to say, they got quite lucky. They were holding on to that pancake compound for a long time. And I think it was STG who showed up to challenge them, but they did not have enough players to take the spot away.
Yeah, I mean, Hero Gaming getting 20 eliminations in the span of 3 games in round 1. And now not having that good of a start inside of this game, but still getting 10 points in total off the first game. I would say that's a really great start for them, right? INS, of course, with the chicken dinner, they managed to get 17 points in total. Sons to God, them getting 13 points. Carnival Gaming getting 11 points. Hero Gaming getting 10 points. In general, you can't see there's no vacuum. The points are equally divided.
I was just about to say that. These rankings are very closely contested, and in the next game, I think we can see things change a lot. I mean, it all depends on how these heavy hitters now, INS, Inspiration Esports, Carnival, Kemen, the likes of Bot Army, or even Big Boy for that matter, how do these teams decide to play the next matches and in fact the next map? But let's move forward to the next page, see what the situation is like over there, because we see Kemen on that 8th position with just 5 points. On the 9th, we have Big Boy Esports. They also have 5 points to their name. Team 7-11 with 4. So I think up until Big Boy Esports, there is an opportunity to bounce back, take the first position in game number 2 itself.
I mean, they've still got 5 more games, man. Even if you do get 0 points, it's completely fine, right? You still got 5 more games to go. And inside of 5 games, you can pretty much just completely turn the tables.
Because top 7 is the goal.
Exactly, yeah. Even Sacred Eyes, right? Even them finishing things off in 15th spot, it's not really worrying me for now, including Kinetic with only getting 0 points. Team Galaxy 2 is another one of those returning names.
Yeah.
Even them getting 0 points is not really concerning me. But only if they had 3 games to play in one day, then that would have been a concern.
If it was just 3 matches, then I think it would be a lot of pressure going into the next game. But considering 6 matches are there, you can take the first 2 games to just adjust to what the lobby is like, and then in the next 4 games you have to perform. Or you can start off strong, get the qualification done early, and then just relax and just try and dominate the rest of the lobby in the next matches that you play. That is what I was expecting from the likes of Carnival and Kemen, but I think the struggle of the first game might just continue in the next one, although we might see the big names be consistent when we look at the bigger leaderboard for the entire day.
Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue the conversation after this promo. I'm about to break news to you guys, okay? Spiro and Maisie, they've actually got their hands on that X suit.
Oh, wow.
And they're always flexing it on me. Yes, they're always flexing it on me. That Ignis X suit, it looks amazing. Unfortunately, I'm not the one to get my hands on that. But hey, I got the Marmoris.
Oh, aren't you happy with that, though?
Of course I'm really happy with
Why are
that
you
X suit.
complaining now?
But I mean, still, even the Ignis looks really cool, right? It's like once you get something, you want even more.
You're very greedy, Necro.
Oh, every single team that's currently playing inside of this competition is also really greedy, right? They want more points.
That is true.
Because that's how they're going to get the qualification done. Before now, let's move on forward and look at the matchup, the teams that are going to be playing this upcoming match as well.
Of course, and again, it's going to be the same 16 teams that we have in the previous game, ladies and gentlemen. But it is the map itself that will change. In game number 2, we will be heading on to the map of Miramar, but it will be interesting to see now. Do the teams have an opportunity to bounce back? And of course, talking about the teams that we have expectations from. Big Boy Esports expecting big things from them. From the second page that is there on our screen, Sacred Eyes and Kinetic Esports again are also a few of the names that we expect to bounce back. And of course, from the top of the leaderboard, it will be the usual contenders. Kemen expecting them to outperform everyone in Miramar, and Carnival Gaming expecting a big performance from them as well. But ladies and gentlemen, I mean, I understand if we start having a conversation about the teams, we have a lot of questions that need to be answered. And who better to answer those questions than my co-commentator right now for map number 2? It is going to be Fixes. How are you doing? How are you feeling after that game 1? Yeah. Yes, I mean, no one expected it to go towards the pancake area, towards the shoreline, and then, of course, inspiration showing up out of nowhere. First of all, big question: in your dreams, is the legend when you remember? Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, it does. All of it does. And of course, with all of this information, I guess the nostalgia, the memories of the past come flooding in, ladies and gentlemen. But it is about the future of this BGS and, of course, our immediate future as we about to step into map number 2. Considering what we witnessed from the likes of Kemen and Carnival, I want to know your expectations from these big names as well.
That we did see them play, they always love to take the center. Now they made one tiny mistake, and that costed them the entire game, right? After the major curveball going towards those, the 12 packs, that is where you could see, right? They decided to hold on to 2 small little shacks out there. And the moment they tried to kind of inch in closer, and of course the circle had to be their enemy, right? It kept on going towards inspiration, where we really felt like it's going to go out in the open. But you know, these rare occurrences we do not get to see. And sort of was the Achilles heels. But for Kemen Esports, again, you could see they have been enraged, right? Ever since they fell off in grind, you could see coming in round number 1 through the in-game qualifiers, they've been hitting hard, right? And they wanted to do something similar today, and they fell off.
But then again, I mean, Fixes, we have to be honest, the fall off in grind was no one's fault but their own. They did quite well in week 1 in the first 3 games they played. Kemen was set up for success, set up to qualify very easily for BGIS from the grind itself. But then again, I don't know what happened in the last 3 matches they played.
I think, like you said, right, they've been dominating in round number 1. That sort of gave them that sense of security that even in round number 2, we are going to be clobbering down the entire lobby. And you could see those intentions, right? In Gatka, they were chasing down squads. They were going after them. They were out on the hunt. And you need to understand that the pond you're in right now, you also have bigger fishes there. And you have to be very careful. That is something that I think Kemen Esports, they've learned it the hard way. In Miramar, I expect them to deliver.
Alright, I mean, as you mentioned, a lot of big fishes in this pond, and of course you expect Kemen to deliver on Miramar. My expectation is going to be from the side of Carnival Gaming, of course, I mean, because you picked Kemen. But apart from that, I think in terms of the undergods, it's just 5 seconds remaining. Who do you expect to be in the top 3 in this game then?
I really want Inspiration Esports
Inspiration?
to make that comeback, especially you've got in your dreams. We've got a little bit of that memory string going on for ourselves and would love to see somebody new making it to the top.
Yeah, of course, but let's see, ladies and gentlemen, what the story is going to look like as we are about to step into this map of Miramar, game number 2 of round 2, day 1 of BGIS 2024, ladies and gentlemen. And this time again, an interesting start to the flight path itself, fixes we start off from Puerto Paracio, and this time head towards the western edge of El Pozo, well, right next to the highway, in fact, of the map.
All right. I mean, nothing out of ordinary. Teams are heading towards the northern side.
Yeah.
They're going to have a little bit of that trouble. But the first question that comes in my mind, how many teams are going to drop down at Picado? Because we know Carnival Gaming loves that position to themselves.
Yeah.
And majority times we came into round number 1, we saw Picado being contested. And I think they also might be expecting something quite similar. But what's really happening over here is a lot of teams, they're taking the plunge right from the very start.
Yeah, and this can lead to a very intense situation in the early stages, because now the question is, where are you going? Are we going to see a cluster in Los Leones? There is also the option of Partonia added to the map recently, and we have seen that being utilized by the teams in round 1 of BGIS. But interesting development, Team DC, look at them fixes. A split drop where it seems like someone has an interesting idea of challenging Team 7-Eleven in Puerto Paracio, and they just back off as I say that.
I think it's more about dropping down on the split, but look at how stacked up Los Leones looks like. You've got what? I think 3 or 4 teams at the very minimum. And, that's the best thing about Los Leones. Like, one of the biggest cities, not just in Miramar, but in the entirety of the game.
Yeah.
And somehow, teams manage to drop down, get their loot done, and can still escape without a single scratch. But then again, Picado, a little bit of a disappointment over here. Nobody went down challenging. So the next question on our mind, Johnny, would be, where is the circle going to form? And it goes down.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you have 3 teams dropping out in Los Leones, so why not have a Los Leones circle as well? But as you mentioned, you were disappointed by no one drop clashing or hot dropping in Picado. I was looking at Montenuevo. We had a drop situation over there as well, but here it is, ladies and gentlemen. We have Bot Army Esports up against Kinetic, and this is one of those fights that is happening in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, and Termi Bay is fending for himself. This is one of those parts where you kind of drop down, search for vehicles, and instantly realize, all right, you've got enemies around you. And Termi, he needs some backup. His teammates far away. He's astray. And now the cavalry does arrive with Nayak and Escort. Gotta really see how can Bot Army Esports piece it together. In the previous game also, Johnny, if you remember, they were the ones who went in hard, got a couple of those early eliminations, and certainly are going to try to do something similar.
Yeah, of course. And I mean, Bot Army Esports, they were quite confident in their skills during the grind itself as well. Devotee needs to be the man leading the charge. As soon as he falls, that is when the team starts losing momentum. But Termi this time around has bought himself quite a lot of time for his teammates, in fact, to rotate and provide support. But there it is, the first knock secured. Devotee with the damage, and the nade from his teammate Fury secures the opening that Bot Army were looking for. They're going to try and convert this finish as quickly as possible. No hope for recovery. Even Termi finds a frag, and there's the third knock. A perfect nade lined up from Devotee. 1 man left from the side of Kinetic. This is not how you were hoping your game was going to begin.
Yeah, at least for Rambo. He's kind of helpless. His position already compromised and has nowhere to run or hide. Eventually falls down to his misery. That's all she wrote for Kinetic. Another big fall. Erangel did not start well for them. And their story continued with Miramar, and suddenly they're starting to languish down in the very bottom.
Yeah, and it's going to be quite interesting to see if recovery is going to be possible after this game as well, because again, 2 matches done, you have 0 points on the board still. I think the only way they recover is if they win the very next game. It needs to be a chicken with like 10 frags. But I have to say, brilliant move from the side of Bot Army Esports fixtures. I mean, not losing a single player there, 4 eliminations, and it all went down within like a minute, 60 seconds, and you were done.
Yeah, and the best part about that entire fight was how quickly the players of BGMI Esports came for the rescue, right? They had minimal loot. Whatever you have, you know, right? Termi was against the world. And you could see that sense of fear in the players of Kinetic Esports. You could see that pressure really creeping up to them. And some secret positions. And oh my days, where have we come? Now we're going to fight in secret tunnels as well. Both these teams, Afraz leading the charge. Gets the better out of Master. It's a slap on his face. And Team DC, they go on ahead. Now again, coming back to that conversation, Johnny. I loved how quickly the response came in from the players of BGMI Esports. But at the same time, I would be hopeful that they kind of keep this momentum going on. Because in the previous game, they also started with a shebang. Felt like they're going to just breach their way through, brute force their entry inside the circle. But whilst they were trying to do so, they were picked off and eliminated too early.
I think, see, they have 4 eliminations on the board already. If they can get 2 more, then they have equal amount of points that you get for finishing on the second position of the game. So from there on out, it's just bonuses that you're gathering. So 6 eliminations per match, I think, for a team like BOTAMI that has been able to accumulate 4 finishes every time they ran into a fight at the start of the game, even in the previous match. I think getting 2 more should be their goal in this one. Although from the side of DC, I have to say, Afraz, that shot with the DBS, man.
Yeah.
In a 1v1, you barely expect it to work. Plus, it was like a good, I think, 10-meter distance between the 2 individuals, and he still just whacks it. What did you call it? A slap on the face, right?
I mean, I'm more surprised with how teams are resorting to fight in those secret tunnels. Usually, they've been those potential hideouts, and now everybody's thinking alike. This is where I think the pressure is starting to creep up. This is where, you know, you're going full try-hard mode and you do whatever needs to be done, which is understandable. But really did not see this coming. However, there have been other developments throughout the lobby for Carnival Gaming. Usually, this time they've gone on for a little bit of a late rotation because ideally, Carnival Gaming, we know, even in the previous matches, they kind of love to take over the center. Still around the center though. But my biggest complaint around this entire team is, why on earth is Hector not playing, man?
I mean, it's their choice. With a team like this, you know how confusing it is who the playing 4 is going to be. Everyone is so good in this lineup.
You know, this is where I really have to get in the conversation. One of those interviews, I think Amit did come on and said they had some synergy issues with Neo. And I think for Carnival Gaming, if you kind of look at how they've performed in the past, right, it has always been about them kind of messing up those fights.
Yeah, and if you talk about synergy issues, I think this, for a team like Carnival, this is the perfect practice ground to get Neo in play.
I mean, practice ground when you're on the main stage, I don't know. I have other ideas. I really feel like every single time Hector has come in, you kind of see that punch coming in from that play.
Yeah.
And, you know, going out, being so vocal about Neo. And again, that was months ago. Maybe they've worked their differences out. Maybe they've fixed things up. Akshat, even one of those players, right? I always considered him as the backbone of this particular team.
Yes.
But he had a dip in form. But hold on. I think they've got a fight in front of them. And there you have it. Goblin again opens it up.
Oh, kicks things off in a very nice manner. The opening knock secured. And STG, they might be in trouble. It is Neo who secures the frag for his team. And it's the first one on the board for Carnival Gaming. Now, oh, Punjab, he has been spotted out as well. But he's quite far away from Neo. Although Omega is close enough to line up the spray. Goes for the vehicle. Tries to see if he can put that play out of commission. But unfortunately, does not succeed. Omega is going to be forced into a corner as he takes damage on his back from INS. Interesting situation over here. But coming back to what you were saying, Fixes, I actually feel like this would be the perfect opportunity for Carnival Gaming to test out things with Neo and to get that synergy in. Because imagine this, right? 6 games done, you mess up 2, you drop Hector back into the game, be like, yeah, help us qualify. He plays 2 games, the team qualifies, and then the last 2 games, it's Neo back in.
I think for Hector, it's always been about those off maps. It's always been about coming down to play in Sanhok. Yeah, but lately, you know, after the new point structure and with the way the zones have been moving, the damage, yeah, healing battle in Sanhok has been quite far-fetched.
That's the next thing I was about to say. Like, for Hector, I guess we have to wait for Sanhok.
Yeah, I think that's the only realistic expectation.
He's a
But again,
specialist.
coming back to the same conversation around Carnival, you've noticed, right, with Neo, he's always been the last player to survive. We've seen those clutches coming out. But my biggest complaints have always been about why does it have to come down to the clutch itself? And they've worked it out. And right now, you could see Omega. He was the MVP in the previous game. So yeah, one of those things really working out well for Carnival Gaming. But again, when you talk about the other underdogs, not the kind of a start for STG, especially how they came second in the previous matchup.
Yeah. I mean, if they can be consistent in this match, not really a top 2 finish, but secure enough frags for the same amount of points, I think then maybe we can say, like, alright, decent average going in for STG. Even in the previous game, it was Tyson who was putting up big numbers on the board. So, again, expectations are going to be from this particular individual as well, who made it all the way to the top 2 of Erangel. One thing that STG have going for them is the fact they found a good position inside of Los Leones, but they have to be careful now. There are other squads closing in on their spot. In the meanwhile, though, Bot Army Esports, we have Fury kicking things off against the Chosen 4.
Yeah, and Bot Army Esports, one of those teams that is quite stubborn. They spot somebody out and eventually just go after them.
Yeah, more army than bot.
Yeah, for sure. And I love how they work in unison. As a team, as we can see, one of the players of Carnival Gaming already down and out, but for Bot Army Esports, they know they have overextended in the previous matchup. Certainly would not want to replicate, as Ninja caught napping in the middle of nowhere. Had to be punished, surely.
Yeah, perfect spray from Outcast over there. And as you mentioned, a well thought out punish. There's no way Ninja can be brought back into this game. And I think the next man they are going to be targeting, it's going to be Jack.
Oh no.
Chosen 4. He is looking at the corner of the window. And well, just goes down while peeking and looking at the beautiful terrain of Miramar as well. It was a 2v1, easy frag secured, but now Bot Army Esports, they need to be careful. They are in the crosshairs of Carnival Gaming. Spray committed out from Goblin. But the distance does help out Fury to escape. Oh, wait, what? Oh no, it's a different Fury. It's Kemen Esports Fury who's now knocked out.
Yeah, the alarm bells again tolling for Kemen Esports. In the previous matchup, yeah, they had a couple of points for them. But losing out on Fury, one of the biggest hitters for this team, isn't really the kind of a news that Kemen Esports would wake up to. But again, coming back to this, Carnival Gaming again securing that central spot. But sometimes, around these areas, it's quite difficult to defend. Now imagine you're getting shot at by the players of Bot Army Esports. You even have Inspiration Esports around Los Leones. So if Carnival Gaming, they do not have that 360-degree vision, I really feel that they might land up in trouble.
Yeah, information is definitely going to be quite important for them to move forward in this game. And so far, I think they have been doing a brilliant job in gathering a lot of information, as they have been rotating from Picardo to the western edge of Los Leones. But now they need to be careful, because Carnival might be stuck out in the open, and they aren't the only ones. All the teams that are breaching the circle late, Kemen Esports, one of them, will have to survive out into the open. It will be very difficult to find a late entry into the Los Leones city.
And to make matters worse, they've lost out on their prime assaulter. One of those players that has really been delivering in the past, and kind of takes you back to where the pressure really starts hitting you. The good thing, however, in round 2 is that you're going to get to play 6 games instead of 3. And top 7 still qualify, so nothing really lost for Kemen Esports as of now, Johnny. But again, this is something quite similar to what they've been replicating even in game number 1. You could see they were the last ones entering inside the circle, have always been one of those teams that edges through. The scissors approach. Yeah. That is what they love doing.
But you know what true desperation looks like? I mean, towards the southern edge of the map, close to the airdrop, we had the players from Royal Emperor WH. The furthest away from any confrontation of any sort.
Yeah.
And I think if the idea is to play for survival, then you need to finish in the top 3 one way or the other. And even then you will need 5 to 6 eliminations from every single game. But we switch focus, we talk about Big Boy Esports now. The last game wasn't that shabby. They were able to secure 5 points. And as we were talking about the overall leaderboard, the gap wasn't that much. 12 more points and they would have been number one.
Certainly, and if my memory serves me right, I think they went against Sacred Eyes.
Yeah, they did.
And did not even break a sweat over there, trying to get those eliminations. And this is what gets me even more worried about Carnival. Because, you know, you've got so many of those big dogs surrounding them. And Carnival Gaming, the moment you have that curveball hit in, they need to find some means of escape. And it's not going to get easier from here for sure. Look at Goblin. I feel like he's feeling insecure over there. Desperate to find that knock. They need some concrete places to hide. But again, when you're talking about Royal Empress, don't you feel the previous game they could have done much more, considering how well positioned they were inside of the game, and the way Circle shifted, of course, to the 12 packs, we understand that, but they still had the hill control. They could have at least gone for a few more finishes.
100% agree with that. I think there was a big opportunity for them to actually secure a few extra eliminations, but that wasn't really the case. In the meanwhile, though, this shift of the zone now towards the northern half of Los Leones, I think I love this, and especially if you are Kemen Esports, you love this even more. They have the entire northern half of the circle all to themselves. There's a team closing in from the east, but considering there's a lot of cover available for Kemen Esports as well, I don't think they're going to be worried about who charges toward them or where the push is coming from. They will see it approach them miles away, and they are going to be prepared for them. Carnival Gaming as well. They found a decent spot to work with in this circle, finally.
So many of these teams are getting thrown off, Johnny. It's the second time we're witnessing a circle that's kind of enclosing towards those cities. The previous one also centered around those 12 packs. We discussed about that. This one again going towards Los Leones. And last time we saw a circle similar to this was in Grind. Revenant Esports, week number 4.
Yes.
Secured a beautiful chicken out of that one. Inspiration, however, find themselves in the driver's seat. They've gotten control of the Gods compound and could really work their way from here.
Oh, it's not going to be easy though. Strange! Gets pushed over! Gets charged upon! It was Robin Gamer! Oh man, that was a jump scare and a half for a second. My goodness.
And even we did not see that coming.
Yeah.
Felt like his teammates were around.
For a second I thought it was his own teammate.
Yeah, but I think that's where the heroics end for Robin. He gets picked off. Quick revenge from big boys. I like that. I like that. You know, you need to get those instant revenge. At least you need to get the ball rolling. You have a couple of points with you. And the Chosen for... we did talk about them had been fighting, struggling, and eventually will face elimination in this lobby as well. But again, taking a look at this particular circle, Kemen Esports, like you said, they're going to feel very happy about themselves.
Yeah.
But Team INS, they've also been changing their positions and getting away from the God building, going a little towards the center of the circle. They've also have that little thing in their bone that kind of urges them to say that, yeah, the circle is going to come down to the city. And hence, they're being prepared accordingly.
This is not fair at all, Devotee, I have to say. It's not fair. They're not moving themselves, the players from Bot Army, and they're not letting Lethal Warriors move out of their building. No one's going anywhere over here, lads. We all stay together. The only man from the 8 players that were there on these compounds that has been allowed to escape is Outcast, and he's waiting for his team at the northwestern edge of the circle. This is evil, Fixes. This is evil.
Absolutely. Now, the sinister gaze of the players of Bot Army Esports. Look at how they have them surrounded. You know, if we could have the map feed in front of us, surely we could show our viewers of how beautifully Bot Army Esports have got them covered. And look at this, Termi, he's got a different angle, Fury's got a different angle, Outcast, he's waiting inside the circle. But Devotee, he's the man to watch out for, because that is exactly where this team is heading towards. And Devotee, he needs to take down 2 to initiate this fight.
And there's Devotee as well, but...
oh, look at this.
Lethal Warriors, I love this. This is a brilliant rotation. And of course, the shift of the circle. A hard shift towards the western side. And all of a sudden, instead of Kemen, it is Carnival Gaming who find themselves in contestation for the prime spot. But this rotation from the side of Lethal Warriors fixtures, I am amazed with how they are able to find those safe options, avoiding any conflict with the likes of Bot Army Esports, who have been hunting them down all this time, but also Bot Army Esports. It seems like there's a personal grudge they have against Lethal Warriors now. They're just chasing after them.
No, they've got a grudge against the entire lobby. They do not discriminate while they're shooting. And, this is exactly what I was talking about.
Yeah.
For Inspiration to live this spot and for Carnival Gaming to take this over, this could really set them up for success. And for Kemin Esports, I think the approach has to be a little defensive, especially with Fury out of the picture. And for Bot Army Esports, right, coming back to that particular conversation, I think it's still stage number 4. Now, this is where the damage starts hitting you. That is where it hurts. So, of course, the idea is to get inside the circle first and then deal with the players of Lethal Warriors. But Neo certainly shows that why he deserves a spot inside this team. Gets a knock out of nowhere. But it's all about just trying to kind of, just destroy your opponent's armors, try to force their heals, and do all of that. A push right now, I think that would be a really fool call.
Yeah, I don't think a push is going to happen right now. You're surrounded from every single direction. Plus, position is compromised as well. So the moment you step out from your cover, you are going to be exposed, and the opposition already has its crosshair aimed for your head. Carnival Gaming, I think the way this team has been positioning themselves, the idea is clear. Play for survival until you know for a fact that only 6 or 7 teams remain. But Team DC, they find themselves a decent spot to work with. Neighbors alongside with the players from Team Galaxy.
In these urban circles, smoke grenades become really important sometimes. In fact, the majority of the times. But would love to see some stun grenades also in action. We haven't seen that happening in the BGIS. There have been a couple of those moments. Yeah, a few of the players do resort. But again, when you're trying to go in for a push, Molotovs are fine. You flush them out. But especially if you've got that DBS on your hands, I want to commit in. That is where it really gets important. Now, this next circle shift, that is going to dictate how the pace of the lobby is going to be. Who's going to be thrown off? But Afraz, somehow that man is barely surviving. He's living good cover fire from his teammates. But he's not out of the woods yet.
Oh man, that's just a pixel of HP and he's still standing on his feet. That is a miracle if he managed to find some cover and bring his HP back up. And he's still there. Pixels, just a few pixels on him. In the meanwhile, though, Kemin Esports, they realize that now they might have to deal with that mid-game pressure they have been avoiding in the early stages at least. And you have Royal Emperor WH now closing in. This is the first time Fixers they are entering the circle, and they kick things off in a nice manner. It is Eggsy who finds the first knock as Venom hits the floor. Phantom is going to look for a trade. Nade lobbed out and finds a trade as well. Spidey from Royal Emperor WH is going to be traded out. Kemin, they need to be careful now. Numbers equalized, but there's pressure from other directions as well.
And Alto, he seems to be all over the place. Having spotted Summer out, he's just going to blow his vehicle up. As now Kemin Esports, they find themselves in a good spot inside the circle. Venom, he's going to get the revive there. No issues whatsoever, but Alto is going to get that confirmation. And Senior also being dealt with. T7E, they've been making those mistakes. And 7-11, certainly not a daily store anymore for them. Cannot be a punching bag. Need to realize it's the second game. They haven't gotten the ball rolling yet.
Yeah.
And losing out on 2 players already is not a good news. Whilst Kemin Esports, they're on a roll.
Yeah, Kemin is having a ball in this game at this point. And Royal Emperor, though, not really in the same mood. They are getting pushed upon by the players of Sacred Eyes. And it is going to be a 4v3 situation. And the added pressure from the players of Kemin as well. But the nades, they go anywhere they please. And if the nades connect on the players of Sacred Eyes, the nades from Kemin, that it can prove beneficial to the players of Royal Emperor WH as well. 3-way standoff over here. Working out in the favor of no one.
In fact, Sacred Eyes, they found some success. Look at Royal Emperors, the numbers have started dwindling. Just 2 more players alive. As the light fades in front of their eyes, look at how scared they are. You could feel their heartbeat. As Sacred Eyes, they want to inch in, get a little bit closer. But look at this, Kevin Esports in mood for some monkey business out there. With a couple of more grenades being flung over. Need to find all those knocks and indeed would succeed. But it's going to be Eagle and suddenly in the blink of an eye, wait a second. It was Kevin Esports. They wiped the entirety of Sacred Eyes.
Yeah, they might have gotten a few players, but the most impressive play from that entire fight was a nade from Eagle. From Royal Emperor WH. Bounced it off a wall and it just hit right on top of one of the individuals from Sacred Eyes who was hiding in the corner of the broken building. That was the off angle that needed to be dealt with, and he dealt with a perfect 3-pointer over there. Absolute precision on display, but breathing room for Kevin Esports, and they utilize it to make a push for control of the circle. If they can take this compound away from Team 7-11, this could be the option that they needed to work for the late game scenarios.
You know, now it's going to pay off in dividends, especially what Altu did previously, taking down Senior and Summer both, and could certainly contest this compound. They know the numbers aren't there really with Kevin Esports. Need to watch their backlines, and just when we were talking about it, losing out on Venom, this changes everything, Johnny.
Yeah.
Now Kevin Esports, yes, they're 7 finishes strong already, but they cannot be as aggressive anymore. They've lost their teeth. They need to fight it out for positions. From the backlines, you've got Royal Emperors pushing in. Kevin Esports certainly aware.
Yeah, they are aware of this push, and of course, just
no way.
2 seconds remaining, but what just happened over there? A few seconds, they were there, and the next they just vanished. Finishes racked up by Neo now. And he spots out the players from Royal Emperor as well. Sees them hiding behind the tower. Spray committed. Damage dished out. Not enough for the knock though. And he's running out of ammunition now on this AUG fixes. Neo needs to be careful with how many fights he takes, how many bullets he fires. But as we were talking about the teams and the matches itself, Kevin, they are doing quite decent. 9 eliminations on the board already. Looking for a few more, but the problem is they just have 2 players left in this match.
Yeah, but still, they're not playing on the back foot. They really want to give it to their enemies, aren't they? At this point, 7-11 really do understand how difficult it is going to be. But for Kevin Esports, if they had Venom over there, surely could have pushed in for that fight. But I'm really impressed with Sign to Gods. Again, back-to-back consistent games, and with Hero Gaming.
Oh, nice.
It's going to get a little bit difficult for DC. Their lives being made hell over there. Max God needs to trigger that revive. It's getting so difficult to breathe down there.
Yeah, and I think they are going to suffocate in a few minutes. Stage 7, 30 seconds left before the blue zone starts to move, and we are down to 7 teams, 17 players still alive. Carnival Gaming looking to recover after the fiasco in match number 1, ladies and gentlemen, hoping for the chicken. Kemen as well, one of the biggest names in this lobby. Also looking for a win next to their name, but the player is spotted out by Omega, and the nade looks good, but it bounces off the window pane and just blows off outside the house. No damage dished out. Carnival Gaming still 4-man strong, so the probability is quite solid for this team to walk away with the chicken.
It indeed is. But look at Phantom. If Goblin did not manage to get his nades connected, things could go really south, but he indeed has. With all 2 getting picked off, I'm pretty sure the next one did fall, and Goblin, he's on fire. Left, right and center, getting finishes all across the map. Seems like does not want to stop at all. 7-11, they've laden down that smoky path, but how are they going to cross? Few more finishes already racked up for Goblin, and 5 already for this lad, and 9 altogether for Carnival Gaming, and increasing their tally with every passing second.
Yeah, now STG could be one of those names that stands in their way from the previous game as well. STG finishing top 2 this game. Oh, a big nade, and Tyson falls. It is Goblin who is destroying the opposition right now, and 3 eliminations racked up from the nades over there. Last man left standing. It's going to be Smokey from the side of Team 7-Eleven, and I think considering it is a 1v4, there is not a lot this man can do. Doesn't even have a proper cover. He's hiding next to the curbside, for crying out loud.
Oh,
Goblin.
No. Oh no.
There's the frag. He gets up, gets painted, and he falls. Carnival Gaming, ladies and gentlemen. It is a carnival filled with a lot of exciting rides, and all of them lead to your inevitable demise. And an incredible chicken for the side of Carnival Gaming. 14 eliminations racked up.
Certainly going to be happy as they are getting back into the groove. Really good read of the circle nonetheless. And imagine a couple of moments ago, we were just having this conversation. Inspiration Esports were exactly positioned to the spot that Carnival Gaming took for themselves. And the best part was the split they played, right? It was a 2-2 split they pulled off. And yeah, some very bold moves had to be taken. But once they kind of had the king of the hill situation, had that higher altitude, I think for Goblin, he was just all over the place.
I think reaching that high ground, and of course when we shifted from 6 to the 7 zone, it was Carnival that was on the edge of the circle. There was just one team behind them and everyone else was closing in from one direction. So that one zone shift just guaranteed the win to them. And of course, it was all of the hard work done in the early stages to protect all 4 players. Because imagine if in that last position it was just Goblin and Omega who were playing that high ground, and it was just these 2 individuals left. Then the problem would be, how do you come down back to the ground floor? You can't. As either you take the leap from the outer sides, that way the opposition has a free shooting opportunity at you. If you're running down the stairs, then you're just wasting too much time. But because they had all 4 players, they were able to maintain the pressure on the ground level as well. And I think towards the ending stages, when it was down to 3 or 4 teams remaining in this game, it was guaranteed win for Carnival Gaming.
Yeah, I think the best part about Carnival Gaming was especially how they positioned themselves, right? They had a little bit of a distance. They had kind of that cover fire going in for each other. If a squad decides to push on the other half, right? They had people who were there to instantly stop them on their tracks. And again, I don't know whatever you might call it. It was the fear of the lobby. It was the fear of Carnival Gaming themselves. Nobody decided to push in. There was not even a single moment where a team actually challenged Carnival Gaming. It was as if, you know, Carnival Gaming, they came down, they had to execute their strategies, and they did exactly that.
Yeah, but let's have a look at the winning moment of this game, because there's one more important thing I would like to draw your attention to, and that is the players from the side of Sign to God. Yes, Carnival Gaming, they have won this game. Brilliant win for them. But STG, now you have to give props to this team. Fixtures. They're top 3 in the previous 2 matches they played. And look at this. In the first week, or in fact in round 1, when we saw them in round 1, they barely had 14 placement points, right? They've done quite decent in the first 2 games itself. With 4 more left, I would love to see what STG can bring to the table. And of course, when will we get to see their aggressive stance? How do they like to fight? That is what I want to witness.
You know, especially with 6 matches to play, I would still say it's too soon for STG right now. 12 points already secured just by the virtue of the position points. But, you know, they need to go and dig in a little bit more, get those punches going on. Certainly going to feel a little bit more confident. But the MVP this game has to be Neo. Again, a new addition to the roster. He's been there now for a very long time. He's been a part of the playing for. And finally, justifies 6 finishes for this lad. It was so confusing to pick between Neo and Goblin. Both of them were so amazing.
I mean, I think it's the same problem for the IGL and the management. Like, who do you put in the playing for? Is it Neo or Hector, or maybe someone else sits out? But this is a luxury. No, I don't think it is a problem. This is a luxury that teams struggle with. Like, you have so much power within your team that even your bench is better than half team's lineup.
Yeah, and that's kind of concerning for me, especially when you're a player in the prime of your career on the bench. Really,
then it stings.
Yeah, when you look at the bigger picture. But talking about the top 5 performers, we do have those usual suspects. Now, Kemin Esports, you've got Venom, you've got Altu, Fury being taken down early on. Now, that was quite gutting for them.
Yeah.
But for Bot Army Esports, let me tell you, they really need to stop doing this. They started off really well. I'll tell you, they started off really well. They were going after teams, which in turn hindered their own time of rotation inside the circle. And then I could see on the map, you know what they were doing?
Yeah.
They went towards the southern side. Then from the south, they went towards the eastern side. And guess what? They never could make it inside the circle.
Yeah, I think they were looking for lethal warriors.
Overthinking.
And that is where you need to correct yourself, Fixtures. It wasn't teams they were hunting. It was one team. They were just focused on one team. I don't know what Lethal Warriors have done to Bot Army Esports, but whatever it is, guys, you need to apologize right now.
You certainly need to. But yeah, I think Bot Army Esports is still keeping the board afloat, right? Carnival Gaming, this 24 points. I think heading on into Sanhok, that is their strongest suit.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they're going to have a really good time. But Kemin Esports getting that 11 points. Certainly a nice recovery after that fallout in game number 1.
Of course, and I think if we draw comparisons to, or in fact, start observing for the teams that have been consistent, I think on the first page we see Carnival, Kemin, Bot Army Esports, and Sign to Gods doing quite well for themselves. 7-11s for them. It is a bounce back for Starlord and Hero Gaming as well. This game was about bouncing back, and I think these teams do bring themselves into that middle pack now. But heading into that match 3, this is where the differences, in fact, on the leaderboard will start to arise. I think if things go the same way, we might see Carnival and Kemin at the top, and then the rest of the lobby fighting for, well, basically the top 7 to move to round 3.
I think Carnival Gaming needed one big game, and they found that. Certainly, now they've got the momentum rolling, could do much better, but for Inspiration Esports, despite jumping off in Los Leones, despite having such a good position, I think they took that gamble. And it did not pay off well.
Yeah.
I think that's the only conclusion for Inspiration. Because had they not moved a little bit towards the eastern side, they kind of felt like they were having the same mindset that Kemin Esports and Inspiration, they were thinking alike. They felt like the circle would shift towards the northern side. In fact, it was a southern shift and it went directly towards Carnival Gaming, which sort of became difficult for Inspiration then onwards. But still, nothing lost for them. Sign to Gods definitely has been one of those teams to watch out for.
Yeah.
I'm going to look and see if they can get a chicken dinner by the end of today's
Exactly.
evening.
That is what I'm hoping for as well. Because initially when the day began, we were more looking forward to seeing what Bot Army and Big Boy Esports were going to do. Because these two teams did quite well during round 1 of BGIS. But I mean, STG now, this is phenomenal. Positional play is, I think it is perfected considering they have been in the top 2, in the top 3 in the previous 2 matches. But now I think finishes are what I would like to see from them. But we still have to wait, I guess.
We certainly do have to wait, but there's something that you do not want to wait for is that Royal Pass promo. If you haven't really gotten it for yourselves, the boys from Crafted, they have a video lined up for you just about now.
Make sure they know. With a new Royal Pass, get epic skins, catch unique emotes, collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default, wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
I love the colors that are there in this Royal Pass fixtures. And I mean, if you're like me and Necro, you aren't lucky enough to grab that X suit for yourself or it opening up for you. I mean, Royal Pass is a good way to go, right?
Certainly, and you do not lose anything because the moment you get the Royal Pass, you're also going to get that UC rebated as you keep progressing. So when the next Royal Pass comes in, you have enough credits to get another Royal Pass. So sort of really helps you getting those added skins and all that benefits. And again, the next Royal Pass is also going to be in your pocket.
Why don't you be a good big brother and gift me and Necro
I've already
Royal
done
Pass?
that for him.
Why not me, Fixes?
I mean, you already earn enough.
I don't like that answer, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to move to the next matchup now. The 16 teams that will perform on our screens. And here they are.
They definitely are in front of us. We've got Carnival Gaming finally finding that little bit of a groove as Johnny is a way to get his Royal Pass and crib a little bit as my big man Necro is on the desk once again. Now Miramar was a completely different tale-to-tale story, Necro, because now we're seeing the big dogs finally, starting to hit, right? With Carnival Gaming playing so well, getting the chicken dinner, with Kemin Esports also playing really well in terms of those finishes. Now that leaves us with 14 other teams, and that has me confused, man.
Listen, all that is fine, but did you just say you gave me a Royal Pass?
Yeah, of course.
No, you didn't.
I
That
mean, if you
never
keep
happened,
changing
guys.
your ID, that's not my mistake.
Hey, you never gifted me a Royal Pass, guys.
I
This
did.
man is lying. But okay, yeah, once again, returning back to the conversation, all right? Going back towards the conversation, Lost the Honest ending, one of my favorite endings, honestly. And the only reason why Carnival was able to win that game, too, is because of that city ending. Once again, city endings really do sort of help a team that likes to play things a little bit more defensive, considering you've got hard cover all across you.
I mean, again, this is one of those circles we did see in even grind. I think the final week, Revenant won this game. It went a little towards the northern side.
Yeah.
But for Carnival Gaming, we did talk about it again and again. It was that they played on a hunch and it paid off.
Yep, exactly.
One of those things we're really noticing, Necro, is in fact in round number 2, we've seen those circles kind of coming down to the cities itself, like to the compounds. In the first game of Erangel, we thought it would go away from the 12 packs, but that did not happen. It stuck to that first 12 pack, and even this time around, inside those cities. So, again, heading on into Sanhok, I mean, this is again something that you kind of tend to anticipate. It's all about taking the center control, all about having those safe compounds. But I think Carnival Gaming, they should be having another chicken in the bag.
Maybe. I mean, once again, it's going to be the map of Sanhok, right?
Yeah.
And as I keep on mentioning, it is a zone-oriented map, and Carnival Gaming is one of those defensive teams. So one thing is for sure, they were instantly just trying to book for that zone. So somewhere down the line, they will have that initial advantage, but teams like Kemen Esports can also play a massive spoiler if they really do want. For Kemen Esports, they're really just focusing on the elimination points, which is, of course, understandable. Bot Army Esports, too, off the rip, just eliminating Kinetic Esports. And as soon as I saw that, I just had my mouth wide open.
I mean, for Bot Army, they've been such an exciting and interesting prospect. But hey, man, they need to know where to draw the line, where to kind of focus on getting a good position inside the circle. But I think this is one of those maps, Necro, which absolutely favors teams like Bot Army Esports, who love engaging in all those fights. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, fasten up your seatbelts as we're going to be taking a cruise through the rainforest. It is going to be a flight path trajectory all the way from Tatmok towards Camp Charlie. Now, again, this is a circle we're really looking out for.
Yeah.
We've seen those hybrid circles. We've seen those Camp Alpha circles. We've also seen circles going down south. But if you had to make a choice, where would you want to cast the circle next?
I want to see a boot camp circle.
All right.
Right in that U building. I would love to see that circle. I mean, it's been a while since I've casted that circle, and trust me when I say this, it's an absolute chaotic ending. You do not even know what exactly is happening on the screen, but at the same time, it's super hype. And for now, you've got the players of Bot Army Esports off the rip once again taking a fight against someone else this time. And Bot Army Esports, they already kicked things off on a great note as Assassin's been knocked out for now. Royal Empire, not that great of a start for this team.
Certainly isn't. Even in the previous game, they had such a nice position, again messing it up. But for Team Bot Army Esports, they're one who do not know how to apply the brakes, when to apply the brakes. They're the last team you wanted to go against, as the trades have been there. Certainly XE being picked off after Devotee gets knocked by him.
I mean, Bot Army Esports is one of those maniac teams.
Oh yeah.
They just do not really care about the outcome. They're just here to get the elimination point secured. Devotee getting knocked out. That's not that good of a news, but the nade's being placed to perfection. Outcast, what a perfect timing that was.
Oh, that certainly was.
Catching the man in that perfect timing. Also, sort of getting that a little bit of a time to get the fallen player back up on his feet. So the revive's going to be there on the board. And Turn Bay. I mean, the man... He's the only one who's managed to get any sort of elimination point so far. Devotee also gets his hands on the first aid. Lucky man.
A little bit of a reset going on whatsoever. With Emperor getting a couple of their players back alive. It's Carnival Gaming. They have a fight of their own happening already. But for now, it is going to be Bot Army. They want to commit in for the push. They know they've already got a player. Completely surrounded. It's all about me just coming out in the open, getting the shots. Oh my god, he whips! And he whips again!
Oh my god!
And he gets away with murder! As Termy, what on earth is he up to? Finally gets a knock on Spidey.
Termy, what a big blunder that was, and because of that, he just loses out on Devotee completely. Things could have been so much better if you would have gotten that knockout in the first shot itself. But now it's just way too scrappy. The fight was already quite scrappy, now it just got even scrappier. And yeah, I mean, You talk about for the side of Emperors, they're doing okay, you can't say. Considering at least they managed to get one elimination point out of a fight from which they were not supposed to get any.
Yeah, still in trouble in paradise, though.
Yeah.
Undoubtedly, especially when you talk about how they've performed in the previous 2 games. This had to be a game where they managed to redeem themselves. But just that one finish point, I'm pretty sure the moment the players of Borami Esports, they're back on their foot, they would want to commit in for the push. They know exactly where XA is. In fact, he's walking on eggshells. The amount of noise he's been making, pretty sure he's been spotted out by now.
Position should be compromised, but once again, even the players of Bot Army Esports, they've learned their lesson, right? But if you've noticed, right, Bot Army, they're getting the consistent point flow around 5 to 6 points per game. In the previous game, they had 7 points, if I'm not wrong. Somewhere around that.
Yeah.
So you can't say they're still decently consistent on the board.
I mean, of course, there's no contesting that statement of yours. But again, for Bot Army Esports, now the biggest problem in this lobby has been something else. We'll talk about that because we've got another fight. Has to be the Chosen 4. Suddenly in a whole world of trouble. They're up against the big boys. As Gale, one of the lonesome members surviving out there. Still hidden, his position finally given out as Osiris goes charging in at his direction. And the big boys have to say an adieu to the lobby. But again, coming back to that conversation, we were having Necro. Oh my god, so many things are happening. As now Bot Army, they're going to go for the push.
This is what you love on the map of Sanhok, right? Early game action. But this time it's early game chaos! And yeah, XC, I mean, the initial shot was missed from Turnme once again, but luckily enough, this time he connects the second. Thank God it was not the same scrappy moment that we witnessed in the past.
Oh yeah.
LW taking shots against the players of STG. And STG, another one of those teams that has been super consistent so far. And yeah, I also want to go back to the conversation of the map of Sanhok, right? So there's 2 ways to succession of Sanhok. If you're one of those teams that likes to play in the outskirts, or if you're one of those teams that likes to go for late game rotation inside of the circle, then you need to be one of the most confident teams in your firepower. Because the only way you can get a decent spot inside of the zone is by asserting dominance on a team that's already holding a prime position. But the other way to win is by being just proactive and capitalizing on the zone as quick as possible, which is Carnival Gaming.
Especially in this circle, Necro, I kind of beg to differ. It's one of those situations that has been created, right? This is not one of those circles where you could just fight yourself inside the circle.
Yeah, I mean, it's 50-50.
You really need to have a center position, especially the position that the Chosen 4 do. And a couple of days ago, I think it was round number 1, Team X Park, a similar circle, and they wreaked havoc inside the entire lobby. Now, coming back again, now with due respect to what Bot Army Esports have been trying to do, one other thing that even you and Johnny were having this conversation about was every single team is performing. It's not about just a couple of teams. So everybody is getting those 7-8 points on the board. And now Bot Army, they need to find some concrete position to hold on to.
That's what I said, right? We're off to a great start inside of the round.
Oh, yeah.
We want to see all the teams play on an equal level. We want to see that tougher competition. We don't just want to see one single team dominating the entire thing, just like how Revenue Esports did inside of the grind, Enigma did, and then Kemen Esports did in their offline games. But for now, we've got the players of SC on the screen. And SC, they've at least spotted out a couple of those teams at the top. Somewhere down the line, even the players of TG, which are going to be Team Galaxy, even this team's been struggling. And Galaxy's one of those teams that is returning back inside of the competition. So the struggle was something that I did not expect from this team, but still somehow it is there.
Look at how scared they are. Really do not want to take the fight. Quite understandable how the pressure has really opened up those cracks in their armor. And now they're far from home. They need to find a means of escape. And for Sacred Eyes, I think they're going to be out on a hunt. At least for now, still searching for bodies. And that one smoke, just out there to distract them. Always have their attention, but I don't know. I think somewhere down the line, Necro, even you have to agree, somebody needs to back off. They need to make their entry inside the circle.
Somebody needs to do it. But who is that going to be?
They found a knock.
Yeah. I mean, Team Galaxy, I'm not sure what's going on with them. The man was out in the open. The players of SC instantly capitalized. Got that opener. And now they're also looking pretty confident. I'm not even sure at this point what this team's supposed to do, but one thing is for sure, just be a little bit more quick because you guys are all the way inside of the wall of death. You're taking that constant damage too. And it's just a stalemate situation that's being created considering the zone as well is completely on the top left.
No.
And what just happened? All the 4 players in that same vehicle, and that's why I say it's not a good move at all. It's like a gift package just waiting to be delivered to the opponents. And 4 points within an instant being claimed by the players of TC4.
Certainly a cardinal sin. Certainly something that 7-11, they're not going to forget for a long, long time. And for the folks watching this broadcast, that has to be rule 103. Never travel in a single vehicle, especially when you're climbing the hills.
And not just that. That is one of the most common hills in that circle. They should have known that position is taken by someone.
Look at this.
So I'm just going to call that a rookie mistake at that point.
For sure. No way you could defend that. The idea was certainly lacking. Nobody out there to even check. Should have sent someone. And then could have gotten ahead. But Sacred Eyes getting ahead of themselves. Venom inflicting that hurt. Injecting that venom into the veins of his opponents as Sacred Eyes. Their eyes being torn off as now. You know, we did talk about this, Necro. Somebody needed to retreat. Yeah, they started off with a knock and a finish. But look at what has happened.
The outcome's going to be negative no matter what the outcome of this fight's going to be.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, you still need to move inside of the safer zones, and already all the edge lines of the zone's going to be covered by the other teams. And you do not even have enough meds to patch yourself up over and over again, because the wall of death is going to be cranking up that damage by a notch. And looking at what's happening on the screen so far, Sacred Eye is one of those teams we had expectations from. Not just the English desk, even the Hindi desk, they had a conversation about this. But I'm not sure what exactly is going on from the players of Sacred Eyes.
They did manage to edge out though. In fact, edge inside of round number 2. It was a saving grace for them, but seems like they're flustering up on the moment. Look at the pressure starting to build off. Max 333. Oh my god.
Wow.
That's
what a
aim for
nade
the
that
stars.
was.
For sure. But in fact has given his position away. And now, you know, Max, you could see that reluctancy really come in, and Venom is the reason behind that. The moment he oversteps, he's going to get caught between the crosshairs. But this approach, I like it.
It wasn't even a frag grenade at that point. It was just a firecracker in the air.
For sure.
I'm not even sure what exactly is going on inside of the fight anymore. Max now trying to be a little bit more resilient. But his position's compromised. At this point in time, Max just wants to be that silent assassin. But soon enough, his position's going to be compromised. But this stalemate has elongated for too long.
Wow.
Jump shots one. First man's knocked out. Max on the verge of taking down the second one too. But eventually he gets capitalized. And that's going to be the end for Sacred Eyes inside of this game of Sanhok. And now the room for error is next to none in the upcoming 3 games for Sacred Eyes.
Oh yeah, it just gets worse from here. 3 games. They've been messing things up. Even in the fight before it even begun. They did manage to get that first finish. They should have really managed to take that retreat there. Go inside the circle now. Even for the likes of BG, where do they go from here? Barely got any vehicles to work around with. And look at how the circle has shifted. Kevin Esports having the central position are already set for success. But we've seen in places like this, around those Tatmok areas, if you're not too careful, you might get pushed up at. And look at how the circle has shifted from the western island all the way towards the northern side. Now this is something that nobody really saw coming.
The circle's playing a lot of mind games today, that's for sure, my friend. I mean, first 3 games, I would say the main MVP has been the circle. And now look at what's happening. TC4 colliding against the players of INS. INS, the team that was able to win the first game. Chico has got his hands on 2 frag grenades so far. Misplaces the first one, but INS, they're getting shot at from somewhere else. A complete third party. It's going to be the squad of LW to get the knockout. And now once again, back on neutral grounds this fight is. INS not looking too good. Chico knocked out, getting confirmed slowly and steadily, bleeding to his death. While the opponents, they might just be able to get a quick reset inside of the fight. Aryan looking forward to toss the utility. He does so as well. I'm not sure if it's going to be finding any type of damage. But INS definitely being forced back a little bit because of that third party.
And they really need to get themselves back out here for INS. Especially after the first win, like you said, right? Miramar did not go well for them. But still, have a little bit of an upper edge. But look at this, Heroes Gaming. What on earth are they up to? A sign to gods. They've managed to come in. They've got a really advantageous position. And one low toss grenade might get the job done. It's going to be a Molotov flung inside the waters. And let's not question the laws of physics here.
Oh my god, the molly inside of the water. The man's taking a lot of damage too. Eventually he gets confirmed. I'm not sure what's happening with the players of Heroes. But yeah, Heroes, I mean, slowly and steadily they are suffocating to their death because they're trying to stay underwater, trying to stay undetected. Before how long, that's the question. Eventually you're going to suffocate to your death.
Oh.
And look at STG from the top. Almost getting knocked out on one of the players. But Kyoto has taken damage upon himself in return too, so he needs to be a little bit more careful about the surroundings. And STG, considering this team is one of the most consistent teams inside of the lobby, yeah, I mean, they're chilling for now.
2 games. First they get a second spot, second they get a third spot. Feeling quite confident. And in terms of finishes also, they've been getting those 4 to 5 points. I think really those good averages coming out. And now also decent position inside the circle. But I've been really enjoying what Lethal Warriors have been doing. And look at this shift. Of course, Bot Army Esports, they must be feeling quite gutted. Especially if they had a couple more extra numbers. But look at Goblin. Surely has a teammate along with him. But Carnival Gaming did face those early losses there. Gemin Esports, they're going to have that certain control of the entire map. And I'm pretty sure it could be a frag fiesta for them. If all they do is play their cards right. Carnival Gaming still really not out of the game. Do not have any finishes, but still 3 players. Not too shabby.
Yeah. And all the 3 players inside of one single boat.
I see where you're getting at.
Another package, potentially waiting to be delivered. But considering it's Carnival Gaming, they should know where exactly to park that boat and how to step their foot on the land. We've got a fight erupting in front of us once again. It minimizes, actually. TC4 up against the players of INS this time, and there's no third party. Jack is doing a lot of damage single-handedly, and he's striking down the player slowly and steadily. INS, I don't think so they're going to stand a chance here. It's a flawless squad wipe.
You know, I'm still not able to process what really happened in that particular fight. But the Chosen 4, when did they amass so many finishes? 12 already.
Honestly speaking, it is something that I expected from this team. TC4, even in 2023, they were able to make some stark statements for the other teams. And now, once again, returning back in 2024 over here. TC4 is also doing pretty good, so you can't say they have got that decent amount of experience inside of these lobbies.
I mean, again, you know, we did see them initially into the game. They didn't manage to get a squad wipe, but from there onwards...
they also managed to get 7-11, right?
Yeah.
So that's 8 points in total, and then another 4 points over here.
Wow. Now this is some good stuff. For the Chosen 4, this is one of those teams we really did not see coming. This is exactly why we have this tournament here for. But Carnival Gaming, they've made it to the shorelines. And a pretty decent spot because they've got a couple of ridges, a little bit on the lower grounds. But can still kind of produce a big game out of this. But the Chosen 4, it's a fight against the circle. They have to enter in. The big question, however, how many meds do they have on them?
Ninja might just have the striking advantage. Does he have the clear line of sight on the foe? That's my question. Oh no, this man is taking too much damage. He does not even have the meds to patch himself up. And he gets knocked out in the end by the opponent. Gets spotted in the last moment. TC4 so screwed up. I mean, they got so many elimination points, but still lacking on the meds.
And that just kind of makes things worse, right? Adding insult to their injuries, they need to get inside the circle, and now Lethal Warriors, they're aware of that intervention out there. But for Team DC, they've got a team in front of them, Kinetic, who haven't been doing quite well the previous TU games, getting eliminated in the early stages. This time they need to redeem themselves. Certainly the confidence lacking an assassin.
Nice.
He manages to capitalize on it.
That's what you call the opener. Even the opponents are trying to deliver the same thing, but with that opener that Assassin found, it really brings things back on the equal grounds, right? Nayak now trying to close on up towards the knocked out man, and he wants to get the resurrection back up onto the fallen player. But Nayak, he's got no other option than to go for the fight as well, but he's still going for that revive.
Jadeja just knocked himself out.
There we go. As you mentioned, even Jadeja knocking himself out. In these moments of pressure, the players of KNE, they're just falling apart slowly and steadily. But they still somehow do manage to hold on to things. But as I say that, even the last man vanishes into thin air.
It just gets worse from around here. For Kinetic Esports, even Sign to Gods, this time eliminated. It was a tough and a long journey inside the circle. And Kevin Esports, now is the time where they start lighting up. Just 3 finishes. Certainly eyes on the chicken, eyes on the big prize. As Fury, he's already managed to get one down. And this is exactly the ridge I was talking about. Carnival Gaming, out of harm's way, would let the other teams fight. But look at Lethal Warriors. Sneaking it from the backlines. This could be hurting for Carnival Gaming if they're not watchful.
LW, like the crocodiles in the water. Once again, I don't think so. They're going to have a chance to step their foot on the land. Considering it's CG just ruling the edge lines. And it is CG's game to lose, in my opinion. I mean, still, it might just be an uphill battle against the players of Kemen Esports. And even Kemen Esports, they've got the high ground advantage. So, yeah, okay, it's still a 50-50, I guess. Either it can be the players of CG taking it home, or can be the players of Kemen Esports. And for Kemen Esports, this will be the first chicken dinner that they're going to be eyeing out for. And if Kemen Esports, they do get this chicken dinner, they're instantly going to swing themselves back on the first spot in the overall standings.
No, I really want to see what Army Esports have to say about this, don't you think?
Yeah.
Because it's Kemen Esports and Carnival Gaming for the top 2. But imagine somebody from Army manages to take a couple of players out for a Fraz. Yeah, he was healing from the backlines, gets picked off. But this is what we were concerned about. Army Esports from the backlines, they were trying to instill that herd, but Kemen Esports, they saw that coming from miles afar.
Termi.
Oh no.
Man's got the opportunity to play the spoiler, but even the wall of death now is going to engulf him. He's got his hands only on 2 first aids fixes. I'm not sure for how long he can't sustain that damage from the blue. But if he wants, he can level the playing field by taking down one of the players from the side of Kemen Esports. And if that does happen, Kemen Esports will be upset, that's for sure. Look at Goblin. Spots that Altu. Just waiting for the right moment to strike eventually. Even Kemen Esports, they drop down one player. Phantom's knocked out for now, and as I mentioned, Termi, he's trying to level the playing field. He also gets the confirmation on the fallen player. Kemen Esports, the game's being spoiled.
Oh, certainly it has begun. They fall down in this map of Sanhok. As now Termi, he's going to look at Venom next. As his teeth are bedding off over there. As Fury is already on his knees. Carnival Gaming, so well prepared. They know what's coming their way. All they need to do is just sit and watch. As now it is going to be just those 2 players, Venom and Altu from Kemen Esports, have to deal with 3 from Carnival and 1 from Army. But this just makes things even worse.
Yeah, a 2-piece with that single nade. 1 confirmation, another knock. And look at Termi. This man is just waiting it out. He just wants to place his team on the 2nd spot, and Bot Army once again looking forward to keep that consistency rolling in their favor. Venom getting charged up, but then there's a chance he can also get shot in the back lines. And all Termi needs to do is just wait it out for that 2nd finish. And that's what he does. His team managed to secure the 2nd positioning. Bot Army Esports, brilliant place. Termi indeed just redeeming himself after that scrappy play that we saw.
Oh, he certainly did, but it is again Carnival Gaming, a back-to-back chicken, and they're starting to fly high right now. You know, they went in for a really bold rotation. They took, in fact, you call it rotation. They took that northern path, and ever since they got in, I think they held on to themselves. But this is again one of those conversations we did have, right? Where Kemin Esports, they felt like they were in the driver's position, had that false sense of security. Yeah, this game is ours. Then out of nowhere, Termi comes in. But you know what, Necro? Which team impressed me the most has to be Chosen 4. Because despite 3 of their players being taken down, trying to get inside the circle, it was Jax who managed to patch himself up and did get the 3rd position inside the game.
Yeah, he was somewhere in top 5. I'm not exactly
top 3,
sure.
bro.
He was in top 3. Then that's really impressive. They had 12 elimination points in total, and then on the 3rd spot, you're also going to be getting 5 points.
Yeah.
So that's how much? 17 points, right?
Yep.
17 points in total. In my opinion, that's a solid ending right there. And considering your team was also doing decent in the first 2 games, not doing too bad, I would say, once again, in the first 3 games, they have managed to do quite good. Talking about Carnival Gaming, of course, outstanding performance. Kemin Esports, consistent performance once again on the 2nd spot. And Bot Army Esports, I would say another consistent performance from that team. But STG this time, they fell off.
Yeah, even the same goes for Team INS.
Yeah.
I think the teams that kind of played well in Erangel. Now, the question comes down here. Was that a fluke? Was it just because of the circle they managed to win? Because for STG, I think a little bit of a leeway can be given to them because Miramar game was also good for them. But for Team Inspire, I think they really need to come back stronger.
They indeed need to, especially that push that they're trying to make against the players of TC4, right? Inspire, I do understand the thought process, considering they knew they do not really want to extend this overall stalemate that's going to be happening. That's why they made that push happen, but then that's where the defending team sort of had the advantage, and the defending team was TC4, right? One single man did so much damage with that DBS where it was just jump-shotting the players over and over again, and all the players of INS could do was just watch him take him down slowly and steadily. Now, once again, TC4 overall at the hilltop, even 7-11, all the 4 players in that same vehicle. I don't understand what was going through their head, but they should have known inside of these type of circles, there's a high chance that hill is definitely occupied.
Yeah, and the Chosen 4 benefited massively from that.
Yeah.
But you know what? Let's take a quick look once again at that winner-winner chicken dinner moment, because again, it was one of those games where Kemin Esports should have ideally won that. But again, Bot Army Esports, they had other ideas in mind, absolutely just crippling them up. And yeah, it was then Carnival Gaming. That one grenade comes in, 2 players being taken down, and nothing really remained. But still, Termi, even before his final breath, managed to steal 1 finish away.
That is true. I mean, Termi, in general, just playing that big spoiler, sort of springing the players of Carnival Gaming back to life, considering Kemin Esports, they had the advantage. You also saw Carnival Gaming getting one of the knock. Termi in the back lines getting a knock on to Phantom right then and there. It was sort of like the nail in the coffin. We knew Carnival Gaming's probably going to be the one to sort of come out on top, considering the man advantage now this time was in the hands of Carnival Gaming. And then we also saw that nade being tossed where the man managed to get 2-piece, and in the end it was just one last man alive from the players of Kemin Esports, and not a lot could be done right there. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, soon enough, even the MVP of the previous game is going to be in front of us. Who do you think it's going to be? I think so. It should be someone from TC4.
Osiris. Hands down, has to be him. And there we have it. 7 finishes. He has delivered for his team. I think the Chosen 4, this time I think they were chosen by the gods of BGMI, especially with the way they dropped down. They won an initial drop clash, and right after we saw 7-11. They just gifted away those 4 finishes. And even after that, they managed to take another fight. So, goes on to show that the Chosen 4 are back into the game.
Exactly. 7 finishes with 58% finish contribution. This man was able to put up with a lot. Termi Bay from the side of Bot Army Esports, definitely the MVP for that team. 6 eliminations wrapped up with a finished contribution of 75%. And then you've also got Soham from LW with 4 finishes. You've got Venom as well from TG with 4. And then you've also got Ninja from TC with 3 eliminations wrapped up. In general, we're seeing the elimination points being equally distributed on the board. Yeah, of course, it's Osiris who managed to get the most amount of points there. But in general, you can still say there's not going to be that major vacuum that we're talking about.
I think still the discussion has to calm down here. I think the Galaxy going up against Sacred Eyes, and
Sacred
how
Eyes.
both these teams. Of course, Venom did manage to take down the entire squad, did have the assistance from his teammates though. But for Sacred Eyes, it's just getting worse because that gets reflected on the point standings. What could they conjure out of that game? I think barely any points, not even in the first half, right? And the Chosen 4, despite not having the best of the position points, still they will be the ones stopping. 16 points for this team. Carnival Gaming, they kind of kept things mellow over here. 15 for them. Bot Army finding themselves back, but Kemin Esports, I really felt from that certain side they could have really racked up a lot of finishes, but somehow they failed to.
So TC4 managed to place themselves on the 4th spot. And that's why they managed to get 4 positioning points with 12 finishes wrapped up. And total points 16. And considering they're still at the top of the charts, that is just impressive. Latter half of the board in front of us, Team Galaxy, a big blunder that was there. 4 points in total, even from them. STG this time, the inconsistency hits them hard, but it's completely fine, right? You cannot really be the best in all the games.
For Big Boy Esports, especially how they started off in Erangel and even in Miramar, really felt like they packed a punch. And to see them fall like this in Sanhok, I mean, again, it is Sanhok, right?
Yeah.
But for Starlords, I think, I don't know which galaxy they are in right now. They really need to come back to their senses, because it's been 3 games and this is one of those teams. I mean, you barely even feel their presence inside the lobby. Suddenly they're there and the next moment they aren't. And even for 7-11, now what they did was criminal, was preposterous. That kind of violates the very rules of when you decide to push on a particular team. And seems like they've ran out of time to, you know, kind of practice or maybe try things around. They've got 3 more games to go and they really need to start hitting now.
One thing is for sure, these teams really do need to understand on how exactly to make some of these pushes happen. It's not the first time we've seen this same mistake being repeated. It's been multiple times, not just inside of round 1, even in the grind itself.
Indeed.
So this is one of the most common mistakes a team can make, and we're still seeing these same mistakes being repeated. Then it's a big problem, right? It just really makes this question that, are these guys even watching the games? Are these guys even practicing? Are these guys even noting down and just getting their homework done? But ladies and gentlemen, we'll have the conversation continuing after this promo.
ये है बदनसीब लाल, इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
अरे यार, कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। इनका आज का दिन कुछ टफ सा लग रहा है। Just like every other day. गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे। तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा।
अरे मिल गया।
तुझे भी नसीब चमकाना है, बस स्पिन करता जा और फ्लेक्स कर गोल्ड स्पिन का ऑल न्यू लुमिनस म्यूज सूट, अपग्रेडेबल वेपन्स एंड एपिक सेट्स। पहली स्पिन कर 10 यूसी में और बस स्पिन करता जा। लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग।
We've been mentioning this, right? Everyone's got 10 UC lying around in their accounts, other than you, of course, considering you said you've only got 1 UC. Did you manage to buy some more?
Yeah, I did. Of course. I mean, I did get the barrel from the Luminous Muse set. And that reminds me, I did gift you those UC. And did you spend it on some spins here and there?
You never
You
gifted me
did
anything,
have a
Fixes.
Marmoris.
I do have Marmoris, but it's not being gifted by you. It's being gifted by Crafton India Esports. Thank you so much, of course, the guys working in the back lines. But no, even you got something, right?
I don't get anything. I just have to be happy with the brill that I have. But you know what gets me excited? Is the next match.
Oh, yeah. The next matchup's going to be even more exciting, considering we just saw Sanhok, and now once again we're going to be back towards one of the most classic maps the game has to offer, Erangel. And once again, all these teams will have another chance to prove themselves and prove their worth. My eyes are going to be locked up on STG Signed to Gods, considering this team was super consistent on 2 of the most classical maps, Erangel and Miramar. Kemin Esports, as usual, once again, expectations are going to be to go completely aggressive inside of the lobby, but then you move on forward towards Big Boys Esports. I'm not sure what to expect from them, Johnny, after such a big bomb inside of the game of Sanhok.
Yeah, and it's not just one game, right? It's the previous two as well. We were expecting big things from Big Boy Esports, but turns out the big boys have been sitting in a corner for a long time. Although, there's another team that we had expectations from. Not talking about Sacred Eyes, don't worry. I'm talking about Bot Army, Necro. Bot Army have been doing quite decent.
Bot Army's doing consistent.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it too good. I wouldn't say it too bad. They've been doing really consistent. Termi securing that second spot for his team. That was massive. And Bot Army, once again, it is Bot Army. We know they're one of the most aggressive teams inside of the lobby. So finish points is never going to be lacking from them. They would always be there on the table when it comes to the elimination points. And that's why it's also going to keep them somewhere in the top 4 or top 5 in the overall standings at the end of the day.
Exactly, and I think even after the 3 games are done and dusted, I think Bot Army is in contestation for the podium as well. But again, 3 more matches left, so they have to start stepping things up. From now on, it won't just only be about the frags or only be about the placement points. You have to bring in a combination of both till the end of the game.
Now, something that really tells me what's going to be happening is that Kemen Esports, there's a chance they might just end up at the top.
At the end of the day?
At the end of the day. They're probably going to be at the top. Now, Carnival Gaming, they managed to get 2 back-to-back chicken dinners. So, of course, they're feeling at the top of their game, hands down. But this is what we've been seeing from the side of Carnival Gaming, too, right? When they just play exceptionally well, when we see that peak in the performance, instantly we see that downfall, too.
Yeah, that is true. And again, we had the same discussion at the start of game number 1 as well. Carnival Gaming, whenever the momentum is going the strongest, that is when they sort of the line between confidence and overconfidence for them, it gets very blurry and they just step over quite easily. So again, going into the next 3 games, I think a little bit more control is definitely going to be welcomed. In this game, it was very risky. The rotation they pulled off through the water lines. I never thought they were going to be able to set their feet on land again. But luckily for them, the zone shift sort of allowed them to breach in. And then again, they were able to hold the center for themselves. Although, as you mentioned, about hitting the peak of performances, right?
Yeah.
TC4, man. That was a brilliant game.
It was indeed brilliant, and once again, you go back to the conversation of Carnival Gaming, right? I mentioned this, I had a conversation with Fixes as well, and I said this to Fixes. Carnival Gaming is one of those defensive teams. No matter how, they will find their way inside of the zone. Talking about Kemen Esports, though, it is one of those aggressive teams, and they would try to assert their dominance on the lobby. So it's a complete 2 opposite sides of the spectrums meeting each other at the last end, and still in the end, considering Kemen Esports, their backs wasn't really that cleared out for the side of Carnival Gaming. They knew it was just water all across the floor. So it was quite easy for them to just trust what's going to be in the front. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, there's so much to talk about the previous game, but let's focus on the future for now. Let's move on towards the map of Miramar, as the plane flat pat's going to be starting all the way from El Pozo towards Los Leones, or the southern side of Los Leones.
Yeah, and of course, I think one big possibility is Carnival Gaming getting that 3 in a row. If they can pull it off, I think it is a big opportunity for the team. And again, considering even the previous Miramar we witnessed from them earlier on in the day, they made it look quite comfortable for them. Is that going to happen again in this Miramar as well? And if they pull it off, I think they might as well just secure their qualification to round 3 already, and then relax in the last 2 games of the day. But let's see. All right, an interesting start. Due to the flight path in this match, Necro, we see 2 teams taking a drop towards that northwestern edge of the map. It is SE along with the players of TG who have chosen to go for Trailer Park and Ruins out of all places to start their game of Miramar.
Interesting. In the complete outskirts, right? Sacred Eye is one of those teams that is now desperate for the point. So, as I mentioned, the team, if they do like to drop all the way in the outskirts, it is completely a showcase of lack of confidence. And that's what's happening once again. Sacred Eyes, first 3 games, performance not there. Now they're starting to self-doubt.
I would put it in a different way. I would say it showcases desperation, not lack of confidence.
I mean, if it is desperation, then we would have seen them sort of go for a drop collision against one of those teams,
Drop collision is too risky, though. What if you lose out on all 4 players?
Well, you know what? The future will speak for itself, right?
Is true.
Let's just let the team show what they're really going to be doing. If they're going to go super aggressive inside of the lobby, then we know it's desperation. If they try to play super passive, then we sort of know it's low confidence.
Again, avoiding fights does not showcase lack of confidence. Sometimes it is needed that you avoid fight. And I do get your point as well. There are moments when you are required to hot drop on teams, and you will hot drop on the teams that you are trying to kick out of the qualification marker, right? So at this point, I think for them to hot drop on teams that are there barely on the 7th or 8th position and getting those frags early in the game, it clears their path. for the qualification. So I think that is the strategy that they might employ in the last 2 games, but at least for this Miramar, you need to go for that top 4 finish.
Now, let's agree on this fact, right? For a team like Sacred Eyes, if they do want to have a chance to end up inside of the top 7, they need one chicken dinner to swing back to life.
Yeah, they need a big chicken with like 10 eliminations.
Exactly. And to do so, they need to go aggressive.
Not in the initial stages of the match.
Interesting, okay.
So it's the same thing that Carnival did in the first Miramar, by the way.
Oh, yeah?
We saw them pick fights from stage 5, stage 6 onwards. And they were able to rack up a lot of eliminations. So it is the timing of things. But talking about timings, a few moments ago we did see Kevin secure the opening knock of this game. And they are just headed to secure the first finish as well. And it is against STG. Oh, no. I like STG.
Yeah, I mean, one of the most consistent teams this time, getting dominated early off like that. And that, too, against the players of Kemen Esports. Then, yeah, I mean, if you're STG, it's better to just avoid that fight because Kemen Esports are complete maniacs in the lobby. DC facing off against the opponents for now. And Assassin's able to find the initial knockout, so the advantage is there. And then even the cover fire from the teammates going to be perfect. What a big blunder that was.
Amazing kiting done by Assassin. He just forced the opposition to step into the line of fire of his own teammates. And of course, they weren't really aware, Team Kinetic, as to where, or in fact how, the players from DC had positioned themselves. They just assumed that Assassin was alone.
Now, if I'm not wrong, Kinetic, they got finished off the first in the previous Miramar.
Yes.
And now, once again, the same thing is happening with them.
Yeah.
Miramar is like the kryptonite.
They got 0 points on Erangel as well, by the way.
The classic maps are kryptonite. How many points did they get on Sanhok? I think so. Even they got less points on Sanhok too.
Yeah.
So the game of BGMI is a kryptonite.
No, I think if that was the case, we would not be seeing them in round 2. Maybe round... Hey, you started the day off by saying, like, things are going to get difficult, right? And not everyone is able to beat every single challenge.
It's about adaptability.
Yes.
And the teams are not able to adapt. But hey, you never lose, you learn. And that's what the players of Kinetic need to understand. It's fine, even if they are not able to qualify in the future stages. Just go back to the drawing boards and understand what exactly just happened. And for Kinetic, to figure out what exactly just happened should be easy too.
All right. I mean... Yeah, we're just going to see God just bleed out
It was
in the
a
middle
bait.
of nowhere.
It was a bait, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, they were trying to force the other players to show up for a revival, but it was a failed bait, by the way. I don't know why they were waiting so much. You have already revealed the fact that 3 players are hiding in the buildings in the backlines.
Yeah.
So there is no way no one shows up and goes for that revive.
Still that little bit of a hope, right? Maybe you can get the fallen comrade back up on the feet.
You and I both know none of us is going for a revive in a position like that. You got knocked out, it's your fault.
I mean, I don't even go for revive generally.
Wow. What a bad teammate, Necro.
Yeah.
You're not a good boy, just like Good Boy from Big Boys.
Well, he's a big and a good boy. Let's see, though, this time, are we going to see that big performance? Because in the previous 2 games, the performance has been downhill. In the game of Sanhok, Big Boys was the first team to get eliminated. Even on Miramar, the performance wasn't looking too good. Nice shots, though. And it's being chipped up, good boy. But still, that chip is really not going to matter, considering the man was able to get back to safety. It's all about handing out the critical blows to the opponent, and if you're not able to do so in the first instant itself, then you've pretty much missed out on the chance.
Or just mats. Damage rate always needs to be in your favor. If it goes in the negative, then, well, you are getting beaten down. TC4, though, the momentum from the previous game, I think they will definitely hope to build upon that in this map of Miramar as well. Again, another name that had a decent run during their round 1 performance. The Chosen 4, 18 frags secured in the 3 matches they played. And total of 27 points. So the performance wasn't that shabby. Although today, I have to be honest, the start to the day wasn't that great. The Sanhok has helped them recover, but I wonder how far will they be able to take this.
I mean, it's all about the room for error, right? If you've got 6 games to play, as a professional team, you need to understand, or pretty much just sort of have a general overview of 2 games being messed up.
Yeah.
And then just consider yourself in the 4 games remaining. So you can sort of give yourself that leeway off the 2 games.
True.
And focus on the remaining 4 games where you need to be super consistent.
With that logic, TC4 is out of...
Yeah.
Well, the margin for error is basically 0 now.
Exactly what I meant to say, right? So the room for error is going to be even less.
Awkward.
Look at this. Emperors. There we go. Knocking on the doors of the heroes this time. Emperor's going to be the one to stand true, and heroes, they fall down for now.
Not really how Hero Gaming thought this game was going to turn out, or in fact start for them. First frag given out with no trades coming in. And Royal Emperor WH, I have to say, quite a brilliant turnaround. First few matches not really going their way. The struggles were enormous. And they weren't really able to deal with the pressure now. Spotting out Goblin from Carnival Gaming. Could be an easy knock, but Eggsy, no. He messes up. Shot Swift.
That's fine. The party bus lives.
Yeah. Man, so turning that bus around a complete 180 and still escaping, that is a big deal. It's the slowest vehicle in the game. Apart from the bicycle, of course.
It's the party bus buff.
It's the party buff?
Yep.
So you just scream in the faces of the opposition as you leave? Woohoo! Is that what you do?
Well, considering this vehicle is not going to be too good for the terrains of Miramar. When I saw this vehicle for the first time, like whenever I'm talking about all the OG days, right?
Oh, yeah.
When this game first came out, and when I saw this vehicle on this particular map where we know there's going to be so many uphill moments, I questioned. I was like, why is this vehicle even inside of this map in the first place? Because for it to climb, it's going to be really tough.
Yes, but in open spaces, that is the best cover you can work with. So if you blow up that party bus, get rid of all the tires, like blow up the tires as well, the height drops, and then you have cover if you are working in an open field circle in the endgame.
But then how often have we really seen players utilizing the party bus as cover?
It happens. It happens. But it's a very situational specific vehicle, just like the truck.
Monster truck.
Yeah.
Monster truck's got big tires. And yeah, I mean, it's a whole nother conversation to have.
So the problem with a monster truck is the fact, because of the big tires, there's a lot of gap. Ground clearance is quite high, so you're quite easy to shoot from underneath.
And it's also quite good for these type of terrains, right? You're not really going to be feeling a lot of bumps.
So every single time you pick up something in the game, whether it's a weapon, whether it is, well, it's not valid to armors and utility. It's only valid to weapons and vehicles. You make a trade-off. Everything is good at one thing and bad at the other. It goes for both the weapons inside of the game, the ammunition, the scopes, and of course the vehicles as well.
Well, the M416 though, it's
just
not really
perfect.
a trade-off. Yeah,
It's
it's
just
a
perfect.
It's really perfect. The stability on that gun's really good. Long-range sprays, check. I mean, that gun's received a decent amount of nerfs in the past, and still, it's the most preferred weapon.
Look at that.
amongst
There's like
the pros,
4
too.
players with M4.
Yep. I mean, pretty much, it's like 90% of the lobby just prefers to play with the M4. And then maybe you'll see the rest with the ladder, which is going to be the SCAR-L. And that, too, the only reason why they're playing with the SCAR-L is because they did not really find the M4.
There was a time when the decision that was supposed to be made was M4 or AKM. That was an era.
Is like one of the most OG days, right? When the meta wasn't really defined properly.
I think it was last year BGIS, where we saw a lot of action from the AKM.
I think so. The AKM was sort of used for the close ranges, right? Where
Yes.
you know, even if you do just manage to land the first bullet on the head.
Initial headshot needs to connect. Yeah.
Exactly. If you do manage to land, not even initial, if you manage to land a headshot in the entire span of the up close and personal battle, you instantly just swing back to life.
True. I mean, the raw damage output was a little bit favorable in close quarters, but
So from what I know, you talk about the numbers damage. I mean, these are like some of the old stats, right? And from what I know, the AKM hasn't really received any type of nerfs. So the damage is still probably going to be the same. It was 47.9 per bullet,
shot, yeah.
per shot.
Yeah.
But with the armors, considering the armors, they hand out a little bit of a damage reduction. So the damage can definitely go down wearing on the armor level that you've got.
Yes.
But just on the normal body, it's going to be 47.9 per bullet. And that's a lot.
yeah. And again, even with the rate of fire of the weapon is quite significant. So, I mean, it just works out. But again, if we start breaking down weapons and their functionalities, every single...
we're just being nerds.
Yeah, it's like a 10-hour discussion, man.
We're just being nerds at this point. We're sorry,
Yeah.
the English audience. We did not really mean to bore you guys, but you know, these are some of the stats you guys can note down, and knowing the stats can also help you play a lot better inside of the games and choose the weapon that you want to play with.
So I think this discussion is about why certain things are preferred inside of the game, why the meta is what it is. And again, why the meta sort of swung towards the DBS, because per shot damage was quite a lot, and then you add the number of pellets that are shot from the weapon, the reload time, the fact that it's a shotgun that just destroys opposition in close ranges, but we'll come back to that in a bit. Termi, though, the MVP for his team from the previous game, looking to terminate oppositions from the side of Big Boys.
Fury. Still just patching himself up. Oh, it's the players of Bay. Do not face off against them. These guys are absolute psychopaths. They would not care what the outcome would be for the fight, and they would still make that push happen. All it takes is the first knock, or sometimes not even that. The players will push up against you for the first knock itself.
Yeah.
And that's what is sort of happening too.
They're still waiting for the other two lads from the side of Bot Army Esports to show up. So right now it's a 2v4. The other two players went for a split, and as long as the entire team is not together, they won't commit to a fight. So I think that is that one thing that helps them out. But look on the radar. Here comes Outcast, and all of a sudden these two individuals from the side of Big Boy Esports are pinned down in these houses, Necro. There will be no escape for them. Outcast, he's just sizing them up, lining things up, and the back lines are compromised as well. So escape options, they're down to 0.
Outcast Bay at the top. Oh, look at the player walking out. Termi Bay. Another utility being tossed inside of the house. But unfortunately, for the side of Bot Army Esports, they're taking damage from somewhere else. It is another player from that same squad, which is a little bit separated out in the open at the top, sort of having that general drone view of the fight and providing that support fire. One man getting knocked out instantly. The players of PB, now they fall apart. Two players, they hit the floor. And somehow the players of Bot Army Esports, they spring back to life.
Yeah. Devotee kicking things off and Fury following up. There was initial counter pressure from the side of Big Boy, but that has been relieved as well. One more knock secured. This time it is Team DC who chime in. The third party, a successful one. Although the last man from the side of Big Boy, who was also a good boy, has been a good boy, and he moves along his merry way, playing for survival. But that allows Team DC to collide up against the players of Bot Army Esports. But Bot Army Esports, they do not want to re-engage in any action anymore. The zone shifts towards La Benedita and Impala, middle of nowhere. STG, though, I love this team so much. They lost a player early in the game, but phenomenal positioning yet again, Necro. Center of the circle.
Center of the circle, and look at the left side of the zone.
Oh, boy.
A big wave of vehicles just moving inside. And this is when the real chaos begins. But for CG, somehow, they always just find themselves in the advantage shoes. You can't sort of say they've got the prime positioning, too, right next to the players of STG.
Yeah.
So yeah, for Carnival Gaming, off to a great start once again. And I'm not really surprised this time. And luckily enough for the side of Carnival Gaming, they're not being overly confident so far. They're just holding down to the grounds, playing pretty defensive, pretty...
Unlike Emin.
Yeah.
As you mentioned, I mean, Carnival, they are being defensive, and that is the one thing that has worked out for them quite nicely in the first two games. Well, match number 2 and match number 3, technically, but Kemen on the other side, just out on the move. They are on the prowl. Fury even finds a frag off of that, but still, it is a risky play. A few moments ago, we did see them take a few shots from the players of STG, and now they are rotating out into the open. Another opening found by Phantom. Position secured, the hilltop. And Altu, he goes for a push, but Fury has been traded out. So there is trouble in paradise for the side of Kemen as well. And they lose out on Fury. This will just make things worse.
It will. Venom's on a move. And for Kemen Esports in general, even if they do not really have that good of a position, it is Kemen Esports. They will just assert the dominance, get that good spot in the hand instantly. Yeah, so at the end of the day, this team will overpower the other teams. That's what I'm trying to say. But we've got the map feed in front of us, and I was looking at Bot Army Esports' rotation. They're rotating all the way from the Los Leones city. And they're trying to breach in from the southern point.
It's going to be interesting to see if they do actually manage to push through. Akshat. There's no one there. See, this has happened in the past, ladies and gentlemen. There have been people hiding inside vehicles, inside of smokes. And they're just being careful, Carnival Gaming. You can't really blame them. Do not want a jump scare out of nowhere.
I mean, it is funny, but at the same time, it is nice.
This is a precautionary move.
Yep, I like that. And I'm loving this, right? You can't say sort of putting the leashes upon themselves.
Yes.
Knowing not to overextend inside of the fights. Not being too careless. Just disciplined approach is what we like to see from a team like CG, and that's what they're doing so far. And look at this. They've also found themselves that garage where they're just parking the vehicles inside of the dip.
Yeah. Ain't no way anyone's taking those vehicles out of commission unless someone gains on high ground, and if they do, then they have to take the fight against Carnival first.
And even if they do manage to get themselves the barrel control then there's going to be a lot of nades being swung in that direction.
Yeah, it's a death sentence then.
Yeah. So in general, advantage is just
What?
stacked up for them.
Did you see the car flying in the back lines? Who was that? It was one of the players from the side of Team DC.
I missed out on that.
I think it was just a buggy he was riding in, and he just flung it off the cliff.
Oh! That's what I like to see, right? Some stunts on the deserty lanes.
Yeah. I think even Outcast was confused, like, what is that?
It's a bird? No, it's a buggy.
Oh, STG though, this is just brilliant from this team. They haven't had to move for at least a good 5-6 minutes now. Kemen though, now that is also a position from where they can dominate in this game.
They indeed can. STG, they might just have another good game on the hands here.
Yeah.
They're inside of the compound. Also in a prime spot, in my opinion, considering that is the only hard cover that's currently available inside of the zone. STG, all they need to do is just stop gifting out those silly knockouts to the opponents. Sacred Eyes now looking forward to capitalize up against the players of Kemen Esports. I'm not sure how well this is going to pan out. Kemen Esports is one of the most known teams inside of the community, and so far they have been dominating inside of this entire game. The man with the DBS is in the front. Altu's getting shot at from somewhere else too. Now finally, man, he manages to escape towards the safer lines, but slowly and steadily, Kemen Esports is devouring the players of Sacred Eyes. And now it's just down to that one last man alive in the back lines, and even he does not stand a chance.
They commit everything for those finishes. Venom did not care that there was a line of fire available to the players of STG. They just wanted those finishes. They wanted to take the fight. And well, it pays off. 4 eliminations secured from that fiasco from Sacred Eyes. And of course, as you mentioned, the desperation from them not paying off. Even INS chime in. Big boy forced outside the game, inside the lobby. But INS, no time to reset. It is kicked from the side of Hero Gaming right next to them. He gets finished off from the backlines. The finish has been stolen.
INS.
This is such an awkward position. Look at the radar. STG taking shots inside the shack.
Man, INS, I'm not sure what they're doing, though. It's a risky angle to peek.
Yeah!
I'm not sure why he's even going for that peek, considering all the opponents need to do is just scope down on that same spot. But look at CG. That was some nice tracing, but a little bit too far away. Shot's been taken once again. I guess the players have got a lot of bullets to burn. It just sounds like firecrackers now. But Neo should not be taking shots anymore. He's only got 80 bullets, and you've still got 11 teams in total life.
Yeah. It's going to be such a big hurdle if they run out of ammunition while trying to breach the circle. Although Carnival Gaming, I think, focus has been switched up. They are going to try and get up close and personal with the opposition. Oh, well, looking forward to breaching the zone from La Benedita. They're taking control of that eastern edge. And they found the entry inside the circle. On the other side, Lethal Warriors, though, they've taken a nasty hit. It's just one last man surviving. And he is forced outside into the blue.
CG. Considering all 4 of the players is alive, that's really the icing on top of the cake. The players are looking for And look at this awkward circumstance in front of us. Team DC up against the players of Bot Army and Termi this time, being eliminated from the game completely. Bot Army Esports not really being able to reunite against each other. And that's a big problem for now. Devotee's still knocked out. The confirmation's going to flow up easily. SL, they did get the confirmation rolled up for themselves. And yeah, when Furia drops dead, that's going to be it for the side of Bot Army Esports. This time the consistency drops down.
Yeah. No top 5 for Bot Army Esports in this game, although they do end up securing 5 eliminations. Switching things up, Star-Lords, they show up. 3 eliminations secured from the early stages, and it is by Spraymax. Finds himself up against the team DC. Looks to fall back since he was the isolated player. That is the most optimal call in that particular situation. But STG now, all of a sudden from being at the center of the circle, they find themselves on the northwestern edge. And it won't be easy to move in with Carnival Gaming blocking their way as well.
CG, all the 4 players playing in that dip. The fact that they managed to get the control of that area is quite impressive in my opinion. STG's there around them. But look at Kevin Esports. They've got so many elimination points in front of them. Just going for that rotation. And it's just complete desperation from the opponents too. Alto able to blow one of the vehicles up. And even Phantom is just continuing to spray down the other one. The knockout's not going to be found just yet. But a lot of damage has been output.
Well, the damage output was definitely quite significant. 8 eliminations on the board for Kevin Esports. And especially with 3 players still left standing, they can rack up those double digits in this game already. But Team DC, it seems like they have started to turn their fate. Nades being lobbed towards Venom, and they are going to fall a bit short as he tries to escape with his life. Hides behind that Jeep, but closes in on the ridge. A lot of utility exchange between these two teams. An assassin knocked out. This opens the floodgates for Kevin Esports to just push forward to finish off the players of DC. They've evened out the numbers. It is a 3v3 between these teams now.
As you mentioned, a 3v3 between these players. And Kevin Esports now, considering they've got the confidence inside of the fight, are really looking forward to press up on the charges. Nade being tossed in the front. I'm not sure how much value that Nade's going to find. But the wall of death now closes up, and this time it's going to do a lot of damage. Kevin Esports, they might just swing back to life considering a lot of damage is being done against the players of DC. And yeah, for DC, this might just be it. It might just be a wrap. The last man is still trying to move inside of the zone, but he's also taking too much damage, and Kevin Esports, they know the players are still in the outskirts, and they're probably going to be the gatekeepers, the Guardian Angels. The man in the front line's got his hands on the shotgun, and that's why Venom instantly backs away as soon as he fans that out.
Oh, but the finish wasn't secured. Necro Venom ran up, took damage from the blue, and without a trade, just fell back. What an awkward move coming in from Kevin, but I guess the call from the IGL was made. A safer option was to go for the Molotov. Mikey somehow still managed to survive, but as the vehicle blows up, Mikey blows up with him. What an unfortunate position to be in over there, but Kevin Esports, as we said, double digits achieved. With 7 teams, 20 players still alive, Kevin have 10 finishes on the board already. How many more can they secure by the end of this match? I think that is a big question, but we will find that the answer to that soon.
Kevin is chilling for now.
Yeah.
They've got a decent amount of finish points. Not in that good of a position, but still considering they're really confident in asserting the dominance against the opponents. So I would say they're chilling. BT knocked out. STG being placed outside of the game for now. CG, I mean, of course, dominating once again. Carnival Gaming are being super consistent. And look at the players of Kevin Esports. This is what I'm talking about. Asserting dominance on the foes easily without even breaking a sweat. Phantom in the back lines is taking too much damage. CJ from the top, it's just raining down death and destruction. It's hellfire.
This is Carnival Gaming's Carnival. And it is about how many people they allow to enter. Kevin, in the meanwhile, a big fight against T711. And they fall as well. Carnival Gaming now up to 7 eliminations in this match. And they know exactly where the opposition is coming from in the front lines. They have the players from INS spotted out. Inspiration Esports, but even they are falling left, right, and center. 2 players picked off, 2 left standing on the edge of the circle. As Carnival Gaming, they move out in the open for the center, for the circle. Now this shows how much confidence this team has right now.
Oh my god, that nade!
Big one!
Incredible placement! You talk about precision with the utilities, and this man, he's got that. Another one sails in, chips up a lot of damage, but even the players of CG, they're taking some damage upon themselves. Akshat knocked out for now. The return from the side of Team 7-Eleven has been incredible, and we had a conversation about 7-Eleven, how they were not able to perform throughout the day, but finally,
oh
they're
no,
able to
Goblin!
do something. Look at this nade. It was right next to Goblin, but unfortunately it was not cooked to perfection.
Yeah, he was allowed the opportunity to fall back, but this is very risky with how Goblin has approached this. Lined up a 1v2, but if there is a man that he would want to handle a situation like this, it is Goblin himself. He's made sure that Starboy is extremely low, almost drops out in your Dreams, but Dreams puts Goblin to sleep. Team 7-Eleven Smokey still on his feet, someone knocked out. And look at how smart they are about this, using the TPP to get information of the field on the other side. Smoke laid out as well. The circle belongs to no one, but with the man advantage that they have, Carnival should be good enough, in a good enough position to secure the win of this game.
Wall of Death, slowly and steadily engulfing them. T7E can definitely now start to feel that hurt and that pressure. Even INS now trying to move inside of the zone. You mentioned, was it just a fluke? I guess it wasn't. Miramar and Erangel, the classic maps really do tend to favor the players of INS. Might just be some of the favorite maps they like to play on. Goblin being confirmed instantly. CG, 3 players still up and alive. Team 7E, they're done for. INS is just fighting for the second spot inside of the game. For a little bit of that top off, that icing on top of the cake.
Oh,
and look at this. Oh, the resurrection might just come through. Hold on with this. The team can actually swing back to life.
and Omega is looking in the wrong direction. They have no idea where INS is. And as soon as he exposes himself, Omega falls in your Dreams. He's not going to say no to that frag. And out of nowhere, Necro, we are down to a 2v2. Molotov lobbed out as well. But Starboy, does he have heals on him? That is a big question. Smokey, in the meanwhile, can ruin the game for both of these teams. Either one of these teams at any given time. All he has to do is just take a few shots on whoever he chooses. 3 more first aids left in the bag, and he sees the players of Carnival Gaming. Akshat has been spotted out. I think that is the man who goes down next.
Yeah, the revive was really crucial, but as you mentioned, T7E, Smokey, the man's got a chance to spoil the game for the side of CG, but unfortunately, he waits out for too long. But yeah, going back towards INS, that revive that they got was incredible. In your Dreams and his teammate now looking for to strike together. And look at what Starboy's done. Just creating that little bit of a distance. And I think so the zone is on top of the players of INS too. So yeah, this might just be a game for them. And INS now slowly and steadily trying to close on up to the players of CG. One man's all the way in the blue. And somewhere down line, it feels like the players of INS, they might just snatch this chick and get away. Neo is in the back. He provides that perfect cover fire. But he's all the way in the blue. And they still somehow clutch it out.
What a bait! What a bait and switch from the side of Carnival Gaming. Akshat coming to the center to take that 1v1 with the DVS, and of course in your Dreams falling over there. A big play, but even bigger than that was the fact they left Neo inside of the blue and just told him, like, you wait, as soon as you see that final play, take him out. They were so confident that either Akshat or Neo was going to get those frags.
Johnny, that was a hat trick.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Wow.
Games back to back from Carnival Gaming. What is happening?
Are we surprised?
I mean, I am definitely surprised. I knew that Carnival Gaming might just be the table toppers or somewhere in the top 2 next to Kemin. But man, this sort of a performance, being able to win 3 games back to back is not something I expected. Maybe 2 games win? Yes, I expected.
Yeah.
But 3? Man. Now, this is a shocker for me.
And hey, also the first hat trick of BGIS 2024.
Yeah, pretty much the first hat trick, as you mentioned. Finally, Carnival Gaming is the one to sort of break that ice over there. But yeah, now, talking about Kemin Esports, right? You can't still say consistent outing from them. And I think Kemin Esports, they're really not here for the chicken dinner. Instead, they're just here to qualify for the upcoming round. They're just here to take it slow.
Yeah.
They do not really want to make a statement.
More than the chicken, I think they like the wood that you get from the crates of the players. That is what they would be interested in. And again, I mean, a lot of frags for the side of Kemin. So, as you mentioned, no no point of concern for Kemin Esports. They're doing quite decent for themselves with 2 more matches remaining. I think what their average has been like 7 eliminations per game.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's it. That is good. That is very good.
That is really good.
Yeah.
Yep, that is really good. The same thing can be said for the side of Bot Army too.
Yes.
I think so they had 5 or 6 elimination point at the end. So once again, even Bot Army getting those constant finishes on the board. As long as you're going to be inside of top 7, even if you do barely manage to squeeze yourself in the top 7, it's okay. No one's really going to be judging you, right? And considering it is one of those lobbies where we haven't really been able to see the vacuum so far, but now that Carnival Gaming is being able to get 3 games back-to-back, there's definitely going to be a vacuum at the top.
Yes, there is going to be a vacuum. I mean, after the first game came to an end, you and I were expecting to be, we were expecting both Carnival and Kemin to be sitting at the top, but I think the ruler of the throne is just one team at this point, unless Kemin turn things around in the next 2 matches. Yeah, so they have 2 more matches to turn things around, but here's the winner chicken dinner moment, and this was the big play after Omega went down, and after, I think it was Smokey from the team on the 3rd position who went down. It was Neo who was in the blue, and Starboy extremely low behind that pyramid. Had Starboy just stayed hidden, they would have won the game.
No, even Starboy was taking the damage from the blue, Johnny.
He had a few pixels available to him. That is how he was able to survive.
Man, Neo, one more tick from the zone and he was dead.
Yeah.
And just during that one tick, he managed to get that elimination.
Moral of the story, if you know you are in a safer position with your head down, just keep your head down.
And I guess that's what CG's been doing so far, right?
Yeah.
They haven't really been going completely aggressive. Instead, they're just playing in quite a defensive approach or a disciplined approach. And we had to talk about CG just running out of bullets, right? They did not really have a lot of loot or ammunition available. But still, this is what you call the inventory management, right?
That's the best part about how the game came to an end. It wasn't the entirety of CG, it was Neo. The man who ended the game, who we were worried about, like, yeah, he's going to be out of ammo on that AUG, but apparently not, I guess.
This was brilliant, right? The man in the front sort of grabbing the attention, Neo from the back. The fact that the man in the front was able to trust on Neo to save the day was also incredible. I mean, it's all about the trust. And the only way you can gain this type of trust is by playing with each other for years and years.
Yeah.
And that's what these players have been doing, right? Neo is, of course, like the recent addition. Not exactly the recent, but you can say comparatively a newer addition to the players like Omega, Akshat, Goblin. These guys have been playing with each other for a really long time.
Yes, I mean, and for Neo as well, I think it's been a good more than 5-6 months now at this point, so it is not a new entry inside of this match, but I think it is time to talk numbers, and of course the first thing we look at is the MVP, and it is Neo from the side of Carnival Gaming. 7 eliminations secured, 54% contribution, and a map impact of 12%. Yeah, no wonder he's always running out of ammunition.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been firing all across the board, right?
Yeah.
The man's just trying to get some damage on the board. I mean, if we had the damage numbers done by specific players, then that's where things would have been a little bit more cleared up. But yeah, the finished contribution of 54%, Neo is definitely able to fire on all the cylinders. Now, moving on forward towards the top 5 performers of the previous game. This is where we're going to see maybe some more players from CG, but now it's dead. It's the players of C. Yes, Venom is there, Phantom is there, Alto is there too, almost the entire squad.
Kemin is built different, this team. As you mentioned, no worries about the chicken. They don't even care about the chicken. They are here to, I guess, practice their team fights. And that is what they've been doing. They've been charging into 4v4s. Unfortunately, though, if they keep playing like this, we are going to wait for a Kemin chicken. Because we saw them even in this game. They were fighting close to the blue zone, not really worried about the safe haven as well. And of course, Devotee from Bot Army, as we mentioned before our day began, he was one of the big reasons that Bot Army are here. And even now, in round 2, we see as soon as Devotee is out, the team starts to struggle.
Now, I just want to see either Kemin Esports or Bot Army get a chicken dinner.
Yes,
it's been a while. It's understandable. You guys are going really aggressive, but at least get one chicken dinner. You know, it's good to end things on a great note.
Yeah.
And I guess if Kemin Esports and even Bot Army are able to do so, that would be really impressive. Imagine them getting almost around 20 finishes and then the chicken dinner at the top. That will be a mega performance. But yeah, point standings in front of us, and Carnival Gaming with 13 finishes wrapped up, 23 total points. I wish we could just see the overall standings right now.
You know that's not going to happen, right?
Yeah,
we're going to have to wait, Necro. But anyways, I mean, we talk about the things we can see, which is Kemin Esports as well. 12 elimination points secured from this match. 15 is the total tally. Inspiration Esports. Now, this team is turning out to be an inspiration for a lot of these undergods that are stepping up. The big win to kick things off, and of course, a big performance in this map of Miramar as well. 14 points secured by INS. 7-11 now, and the Chosen 4. These teams have started to step up after the misstep in game number 1. I'm quite happy seeing them recover.
I mean, the Chosen 4, they have been good on Miramar and even Sanhok.
Yeah.
So you can't say they have been in the race. But the real surprise for me is 7-11 and Star-Lords.
Oh yeah, Star-Lords.
Yeah, even they're sort of waking up little by little. 6 points is not enough, of course, to wake up, but it's definitely something that you need to understand, that you sort of need to get back up on the top, because if you're really not going to do so, then you're pretty much done for. These 6 points can be a little bit of that glimmer of hope.
Yeah, but I think if the team gets their calculations about the rankings right, I think one big win with like 6-7 eliminations does get them into a play for the top 7. And that should be the goal right now. So let's see how things are going to turn out. Although, let's talk about fall-offs in this game, Necro. One of them has to be STG. Expected STG to actually do quite well, but unfortunately that wasn't the case. They held on to the center of the circle for so long, and yet got absolutely annihilated when Carnival Gaming came knocking at their door. And along with them, Big Boy Esports. All of the momentum built from the early games of the day, it's faded away now.
Yeah, I even Sacred Eyes, look at that. Kinetic Esports too.
Sacred Eyes and Kinetic Esports, they haven't been performing throughout the day.
It's like a story of woes just continuing for these two teams, and they're just not able to find anything.
Yeah.
And if the same thing keeps on repeating, the last 2 games are going to be super miserable. Maybe they might just not have a good night's sleep tonight.
I don't think they're going to have a good night's sleep unless they win both those matches.
Yeah, or at least have a solid chicken dinner in the first one, a 30-pointer, and then consistent finish on the second one. Then that can still sort of keep you in the top 7. Still, in my opinion, breaching inside of the top 7 is not tough. If you're one of those teams on the latter half of the board, and if you've at least gotten 10 points in total, you still have a solid chance of moving it forward, right?
Exactly. But one thing is very difficult, and that is, ladies and gentlemen, to get yourself that X suit. Necro has been trying for a while, and he is not lucky enough. Are you lucky enough to get that X suit? Well, we're going to check it out. Here it is.
First spin of the day at just 10 UC, and everyone's got that UC lying around. Now even Fixes has got 10 UC lying around.
I made a mistake. I let Fixes do my role today, and I did not get anything. Just a spray can.
I mean, maybe you should have asked Maisie to do it for you.
Yeah. You should have told me earlier.
Yeah, I mean, I just missed out on that. But it's completely fine. But maybe you guys can be on the lucky side of things, and you can get your hands on that X-Suit, or at least some of the parts of the X-Suit. But yeah, getting back to the conversation, Johnny, once again. Now we saw what exactly happened in the previous game of Miramar. Now we're going to move on forward towards the game of Sanhok, and just hope that the history does not repeat itself.
In terms of the circle, I hope it does, Necro, because I missed out on that amazing Northern Zone towards Cow. That was entertaining. I saw how much fun you and Fixes were having. But ladies and gentlemen, we are about to witness how much fun these teams have in their second last game of the day. Again, a big shift in momentum for Carnival Gaming, as they have taken the top spot after the hat-trick of chicken dinners upon them. INS as well making a bounce back on the overall leaderboard. And of course, Kemen, I think they are just going to be right behind Carnival in the top 2. Although, if we talk about teams that are having a shaky performance, STG is one of those names, Big Boy is one of those names, and of course another name to the list has to be Bot Army Esports. So my new friend Fixes on the panel right now. We know 7 teams are pushing through. Out of 7, 3 names I think have done very well for themselves: Carnival, Kemen, and INS. Bot Army, they've been decent, Big Boy have been decent, and STG have been decent. Which other names do you put in the list of contestation, as we are about to step into the second last game, of course?
Can't really sign in for Big Boy Esports. They definitely started off well,
All right.
I'm pretty sure, but haven't really kept the ball rolling. But then again, you know, we've almost in fact, we've crossed that halfway mark.
Yeah.
Carnival Gaming, surely they're flying through.
Yeah.
You've got Kemini Sports, no trouble whatsoever. Even for Board Army, one good thing about them is, despite not getting a chicken dinner, despite not having good position points, they've been racking up those nice numbers in terms of those fights, right? So that is one thing that I absolutely love and adore about Border Army. They should not have any difficulties whatsoever. But now I'm a little concerned about the Chosen 4, because after the fall off in those first few games, they're slowly but surely starting to pick up pace. So Chosen 4 definitely in contention. Now we had others, even Starlords did step up after the halfway marker. So now things are getting ever so exciting.
Thank you so much for bringing Starlords into this conversation, because they did not have a good start to this day at all, and even they completely slipped my mind as well, because I mean, early games is where we see the momentum build up. But yes, the previous two matches, they've started to walk the right path, I guess, as Necro was mentioning. In a day where you're playing 6 matches, if we are supposed to give out room for error for teams, it is going to be 2 games. You either mess up the first 2, the last 2, one in the middle, one here, there, anywhere you please. But for Starlords, those first 2 matches was where they bombed. And then they started to pick up the pace. But going into these last 2 matches, and you know what's going to happen in these last 2 matches, right? The teams at the top, they start to build up the pressure, because they do not want a lot of competition moving forward. I mean, eventually you are going to move forward with 7 teams. But this is when they start, when they know they have qualified, they just go berserk. Do you think, if they are unfortunate enough, they might get drop clashed by Kevin or Carnival, or maybe the likes of Board Army Esports, who do not know how to back off?
So this time we're having a repetition of those maps, right?
Yeah.
So the other teams, they are kind of wary about where the others are kind of dropping down.
Yes.
Surely 7-11, this is where I really want them to come back into the conversation, because in the previous game, it was a fight for the King of the Hill situation at Camp Alpha. And they decided to just charge in with one single vehicle. So surely they're not going to repeat that mistake. But again, you know, 7-11, previous game, it was a really good show. And now they would be hoping in Sanhok to find a few more points, because for top 3, that's confirmed. We have them. Inspiration, I think they're also in the mix. I think 4 slots already out there. But for 3 slots, we're still fighting it out.
Yeah, exactly. I think of 3 slots is the correct number of what is available. And of course, it is the middle pack that is going to be struggling. But the struggles of the middle pack means there is opportunities for a comeback from anyone in that middle pack as well. And this is going to be, of course, I wouldn't even say 5th, but I would say 6th till all the way to the 13th or the 4th, or not 14th, well, 13th or the 12th position in terms of what my calculations say the overall rankings are going to be like in terms of points on the board. And of course, I think an important game of Sanhok, ladies and gentlemen. And again, it is the penultimate game of the day for this group, and penultimate game of their journey in round 2. If they move on to round 3, we'll find that out today itself.
Oh, for sure. And that is going to be one hell of a journey. Again, for one last time, inside the rainforest, we do come in, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be from Camp Bravo towards Tambang. And Johnny, you also have to agree. The circle has been playing not just with our hearts, even with the players.
I don't think it's playing with my heart. I enjoy it, Fixes. I enjoy chaos. Have you forgotten who I am?
Yeah.
I am darkness.
You know, but for me, as a competitive player myself, I really feel. Because even in the previous game of Sanhok, we thought this entire circle was kind of centered around Camp Alpha. Then that shift towards the 4th zone, completely going towards Tatmok. And there have been multiple instances where we could say, right, Kemini Esports, they should have won a chicken, and they still missed by a margin.
Well, let's see how things are going to turn out for them in this particular map of Sanhok. An awkward drop clash early in the game towards Camp Charlie, though. And it is Starlords. We're getting challenged, but they switch up. Look at them. Instantly, instead of going towards Camp Charlie, they just switch position, switch their glide, and start heading towards Cave. Or maybe it was just one man from the side of Starlord who went Cave. Everyone else is still going to fight it out for that Camp Charlie control in your dreams. Orion S, in fact, along with his team, has taken control of Paradise Resort. But here it is. Royal Emperors against 3 players from Starlord.
A very important fight for Starlord. Because Royal Emperors, I feel like they've made peace with their fate.
Yeah.
You know, considering how the first 4 games went for them. Really, the dreams of qualification slowly but surely vanishing in front of their eyes. But hey, we've seen in this new point structure, Johnny, 2 big games and you might make the cut.
Yes.
For Board Army, oh my god. Fury this time being caught off guard and Seems like he's fallen down, or no, he's still alive though, but on real low HP.
Yeah, no revives though. Everyone else from the side of bot army is all the way in. Cow and Fury is caught here all alone. And Team DC, they are hungry for blood as well. But here comes the backup, and maybe it's going to be a backup for Team DC. Afraz, he's cornered. Assassin getting assassinated. Devotee, devoted to his teammates. They run in, they sweep up, and Fury, he is going to be so grateful for having these teammates, man. You and I both know no one else would have showed up when you were cornered in a 1v4.
Surely, my dear friend Maisie could take a page or two from Borami Esports' books, considering he's a baiter himself. But for now, you know, this is the biggest ongoing problem with Borami, right? They do not know when to apply those breaks. Yeah, the backup is there, the camaraderie is there between the players, and I don't know how was Fury even still alive. But look at Devotee. He just does not seem to care. Does manage to take down a Fraz, and Team DC on the cusp of getting wiped out.
Wait, let me inform the race engineer that the front left has blood on it now. But Star-Lord Supermax, oh no, can't do anything. It was 3 against 1, gets taken out.
Oh no.
And Star-Lord, I think, yeah, not the start we wanted. We were so hopeful for this team, at least in this game. But turns out, Fixtures, I think we might have to wait for a big win for them in Erangel if they hope, or at least want to qualify for the next stage. But done with one, stuck in another. Talking about fights and Borami Esports. Although a revive is there, Devotee, the favor has been repaid by Fury for the rescue.
I still cannot process what's going on. And of course, Borami, they start off with a bang, but now Lethal Warriors are into play. Considering this was the second Sanhok of the day, I really felt like teams should have taken it a little mellow, a little slow, should have let the circle play out. But Radiant, he's got enough bullets on him though. But for Borami, they do not have enough meds on them. Clearly visible because they've been taking fights left, right and center. And it could be just one small mistake, one golden window. If Lethal Warriors play it perfectly, I think could get the better out of them.
Yeah, Lethal Warriors, their day has not been that great. I mean, off to a shabby start. No consistency in performances as well. But maybe eliminating one of the most aggressive teams inside this particular lobby can boost their confidence, help them with some momentum. Although they just completely abandon that fight and go for a safer play, breach the northern edge of the circle. But oh no, Crazy Jord. And it's Kinetic out of all teams that show up. Maybe you can pick off like 2 individuals from their side. Kinetic, they've not played well at all today. Are they?
Alright.
Oh, I thought they were distracted by someone else, but no, they know where Crazy Jord is. Finally, shots from the DBS, and well, it is Jadeja who finds that frag.
Yeah, even Kinetic, they have grown some wings on them. And especially realizing that qualification is far from their reach. I think this is where they switch up their alter egos, right? They go all out. Get that kinetic energy pouring through their veins. And try and destroy, dismantle every single team they can find in their course, right? Because from here, what do you have to lose? The only way is up, but sometimes always scared about all these interventions, because in a map like Sanhok, you can never feel safe, can you?
Yeah, never. Never ever. This is the map that makes people paranoid about going into tropical islands as well. Everyone getting shot in the back by each other, and Nayak looking for revenge for his fallen comrades. Again, another man who's shot in the back. Now, last player left standing. And he's completely aware where the players of Royal Emperors wrap in from. Good on Emperor's part, actually. Easy frags.
Yeah, I was just about to come to this, because Royal Empress seem like they are the chosen for in Sanhok. In the previous Sanhok, however, the chosen for did amass a lot of finishes to their names. And now, they seem like they're surrounded. Especially when they are up against Team Galaxy, who haven't really shown up, Johnny.
Yeah.
But for Chosen 4, they need to find another angle. Somebody needs to be on the flank, and they do have one of their players. But a fight around Hatin, it's going to be quite contested. Jack, he needs to find the first blow.
And an eerie silence between the two teams, both engulfed in the blue. As you mentioned, Jackie needs to find that first blow, but he's not even moving. The moment he does, TG, they're going to be aware about that backline flank. And Osiris, of course, the big man for the side of TC4, needs to make a big move. Shift of the circle, still split between the Ruins Island and the Query Island. Where do you want this endgame to be, Fixes?
I think still going to where Carnival Gaming are. But I really love this movement from Robin Gamer coming through. I think he's gone unchecked and could really get in some value. You kind of get the idea, right? What the players are doing, the others trying to drive some attention, and he's gotten that perfect flank angle.
But who was that on the map? Who was
There
in the
you go.
water? Right.
It was Robin.
No, not talking about Robin or TC4. TC4, they are in the fight against TG right now. And I think Team Galaxy, yeah, they're about to eat dirt in this one.
Oh, yeah.
Last man left standing. It is Jack again with the DBS, looking for an opportunity to take him down. And they are flushing them out in the open. There it is. TG, Team Galaxy, sent back outside the Galaxy, but again, so on the map, there was a team rotating through the water lines.
It's
I believe
Team
it was one of the squads. Alright, now there's two teams in the water.
Yeah.
One is Sacred Eyes, who are all the way down south of the map, and the other one is DC, who are...
Alright.
Well, Sacred Eyes is on the swim. DC still has a boat, by the way.
It's still summers. And with all that scorching heat around us, and could be a good time to take a dip, especially if you're Sacred Eyes. And to make things worse, their boat ran out of fuel.
Oh, man.
But again, coming back to the previous fight, right?
I mean, of course, do you know where they moved in from, right? They were all the way from Cap Alpha.
That's why, ladies and gentlemen, you should be keeping a gas can on you. And especially with how these players really approach, right?
True.
Always on that turbo mode. Does take in a lot of fuel. But for Team DC, yeah, you got a picture on your mind?
No, I was about to have a bet with you. Do you think they suffer the same fate when their boat runs out of the gas as well?
I mean, I hope they do not. You know, as much as I hate wagering around. But Johnny, I think we should come back to the previous fight, right?
Alright, yeah.
It was so well put by the players of Chosen 4.
Yeah.
I think they bought enough time. They had Jack on a different angle altogether. And what I loved is how Robin Gamer, he just went in. He was the one who kind of threaded the needle, found that opening. And just when that panic hit, I think it was Jax from the backlines, took down two along with him. So, quite a clean finish. And this is what we want from the Chosen 4. Especially after playing so well in Sanhok. I think Osiris was one of the MVPs. Now heading on, Miramar wasn't a game that was worth remembering for them.
Yeah.
But this Sanhok, if they could get in some more points, I'm pretty sure they could also see themselves through to round 3.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. But the only problem is that in this game itself, TC4, they've kind of delayed their rotation, and
it's fine. It's still fine.
It can be fine, but Sanhok is the map where I feel like gatekeeping is the easiest.
I think the approach from TC4 has always been, I think they did this in fact in the previous game as well. Just playing around the edges, had Jack left off to go for a heal battle.
Yeah.
He was still doing that. They managed to secure a top 4. So for Chosen 4, I think we know what they're up to. This time also, they might take that Camp Alpha bridge, go all the way down south, maybe could sneak in from behinds of Big Boys Esports. But again, we need to talk about these boys, right? Heading on, round number 1, I think they were the third best team inside the lobby.
Yes.
And haven't really reciprocated with that kind of a performance, right? It was just game number 1, racked up a couple of limbs to their names, but that was just it.
I think Big Boy is that team. They are going to try and get those frags on the board. And even in round 1, I think that was the one big reason why they qualified. But look at the shift of the circle. And as you mentioned, Carnival Gaming.
Look at Carnival.
They still hold a decent spot along with STG. The split is what I'm worried about, because now you have INS, who will have a line of fire, and of course, big threat from across the river as well. But Kemin, they make a push. And if they get to the top of this hill, then Carnival, they are done for Fixes.
I think I like it from Carnival Gaming. They're backing off. They're letting the players of Kemin Esports come up. And surely Omega has his own troubles. As now Goblin, he has to be the spearhead. Akshat from the backlines. Look at that, Goblin being dealt with. It is a reckoning force of Kemin Esports that's come through. But Akshat, he still manages to get one.
Big.
But no, he gets another as well.
Big knock secured by Akshat, gets the third on the board, and left, right and center it is Kemin Esports who are just falling apart. But Carnival Gaming, they need to be careful because look on the radar, there's a third team looking for a third party, and it is the Empress who have taken care of Omega as well. It's down to a 1v1 with the DBS in his hands. Akshat makes a move, but it amounts to nothing as Kemin bring themselves on top in this fight. Although, let's be careful here. No time to reset. In the backlines, we saw the players of SC as well. They will have a line of fire available from the top of the hill. And of course, as soon as Kemin crosses the ridge, there is Royal Emperor waiting for them on the other side. This is what I was talking about. A brilliant spray from Naveen and Kemin Esports. Well, this might be their time to bid us adieu in this game.
Those rookie mistakes, man. No smokes being tossed over. Kind of oblivious of the fact that they could be watched. And Sacred Eyes this time making no mistakes. They connect those shots. And Kemin Esports, I really felt like they passed by like a whisker. They barely managed to survive. And they could have gotten so much more in this game. But now just reduced to that one man. For Carnival Gaming, surely Akshat had to be the hero.
Yeah.
But a little too much on their plate. You had the players of Royal Emperors also there. INS also from the backlines. And another team we need to talk about was Signed to Gods. First two games, really consistent. But after that, they've also been languishing.
Yeah, I mean, one position or one aspect of the game where S2G have been lacking is those finishes.
Yeah.
Their positional play has been phenomenal, man. I mean, they always seem to find the center of the circle. Their zone control is quite nice, but late game rotations is where they struggle when the zone is like at its 6th stage, 7th stage. So S2G, I think I'm hopeful. I want to see this team move forward to round 2 just so they have round 3, sorry, just so they have an opportunity to work upon their mid games and improve. That's the first time I've seen someone use a mannequin as a cover. He's like, yeah, it's just a mannequin, it's not me.
Alright. Grenades being exchanged over here. Strange wants to get the better out of the players of 7-11. We're on a little bit of a momentum over here.
Oh!
But no, this has to hurt.
Yeah, of course, Hitachi lobs a nade right in his face and Strange can't do anything about it. E70, they have a man advantage in this fight. And of course, at this point, considering it is the western edge of the circle, they would be quite welcome for these compound control as well. In fact, the control of the entirety of Painan City. And if you can get towards that eastern side of the city across the river, that's even better. That way you get to gatekeep everyone pouring in from the west, from the east.
Well, you certainly do. And this is where INS, I think, this has to be their game to lose.
Yeah.
And again, one of those circles we haven't really witnessed in the past, but look at Itachi. He's got his Sharingan activated, and this time it's just not any Sharingan. It's the Mangekyu Sharingan. And he's got nice vision. Wants to go in for the push. Smokey, however, being taken down already. Needs to get that res back up, but look at the big boys coming out of nowhere.
What?
And now suddenly they get the ball rolling.
My god, good boy! It is a 1v4 fixes! He just destroys the entirety of T7S armed with nothing but a DBS. Who said being good doesn't pay off?
Oh my god. This is harrowing, especially when you are playing so well. 7-11, they were doing so good. I mean, Itachi, for God's sake, did manage to get those couple of finishes, but from the backlines, just getting stabbed. Oh my god, look at this. Sacred Eyes, they do have the players of Chosen 4 right in front of them. They've already gotten 2 finishes out of the players of Kemin, and certainly could be eyeing out for a few more.
And Naveen again, the playmaker for SC as they went up against the players of Carnival Gaming. But this time around, the nade lob does not really connect. No damage dished out. Although they are aware of the team moving in from the rear as well. And it is going to be Royal Emperor. Naveen gets up, takes the shots, but the spray whiffs. The final few shots, in fact, of the spray whiffed. He almost had that knock in the bag, but he knows where the rest of the squad from the side of Emperor is going to be. They are just making sure they do not allow anyone to slip in past his position. But here it is, ladies and gentlemen. T7E against the players of Big Brother, and Stranger as he got finished off, as you mentioned. Itachi, brilliant way to kick things off. But look at that. Good boy. He was able to isolate every single fight. And of course, this is a big mistake from T7E. No communication. He runs right in the middle, starts swinging left and right, and all of them just give him peaks one by one by one.
Final pick. Oh my god. That was criminal. And yeah, Good Boy must be feeling really happy about himself, the way he performed. Especially when they were kind of on the disadvantage. Really did manage to get those numbers up there. But for Royal Emperors, look at them cook. All of their players alive. 7 finishes already racked up. Certainly eyeing out for a couple more. But this time, it gets really difficult because now they have to get inside the circle. Provided you already have 2 teams. Caught in a rock and a hard place situation for them. Alto is still alive though.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. Like, how is Alto still alive? And of course, what is he doing in the blue? Probably looking for first aids. I mean, at this point also you can go for a heal battle. So, and it's nothing taken away from Kevin if they decide to do so as well. They've gotten enough finishes for the entire day in the matches that they've played so far. But SE, as you mentioned, it won't be an easy zone entry for them, and they will have to fight for it. But they have to be worried about their flanks as well, because that is where the line of fire is available to Royal Emperor WH. And they get their revenge. Max knocked out. There is Zeus knocked out in the back lines. 2 players left standing from the side of SE. And I think they might be falling into the crosshairs of Royal Emperor. All of them go out the window. 9 eliminations for Royal Emperor WH. This team has stepped up quite nicely, Fixes.
Yes, certainly they've gone berserk. And good getting all these eliminations. Well instilled. That confidence inside of them. Now the blood coursing in their veins. Now this is where you start to make those mistakes, right? Suddenly you feel that adrenaline gushing. And for Royal Emperor, it's all about staying calm, staying composed, staying stoic in that situation. As Alto is being dealt with, and even the same can be said for Termi as Bot Army Esports. I mean, what else do you expect them to do? They just ram in out of the middle of nowhere, and it's going to be INS and Royal Emperors both equally bashing them. No discrimination whatsoever.
Yeah, absolutely nowhere left to go. As you mentioned, it was a push that came out of desperation, and well, we all know how those turn out. Starboy in the front lines, utilities lobbed at Devotee. He gets spotted out as well. Should be an easy frag for the players of INS. Oh no, though, big blunder. Everyone is forgetting about Royal Emperor. What is going on with this team? Why is no one paying any attention to them? They have racked up 12 to 13 eliminations from that.
They certainly have, and they seem to not stop at anything at all. But finally, they've been dealt with by the players of Big Boys. But for Team INS, it is also going to be a really troublesome moment because Devotee, he does not want to let them pass. But look at how things have changed for Heroic Gamers. Still inside the circle, Devotee finally done and dusted. But for INS, they've taken so much of casualty. I mean, with Aryan, the last player surviving, he goes all out.
Yeah, before Devotee left, he took their best player with him. In your dreams, there's out of the game. And as you mentioned, it's just Aryan. Last man left standing, sees the car in the distance, wants to take out Robin Gamer. The damage dished out is actually quite good. Just a few more shots connecting, and that should be his finish, but it goes to Good Boy, who is at 6 eliminations by 1 man. And he has made sure his teammates stayed alive after that fiasco in Painan as well. Top 3 teams remaining, ladies and gentlemen, down to 7 players. And this will be a game where we might have a comeback from one of these names. INS finally put out of their misery. It is between Hero Gaming and the players from Big Boy Esports.
The next circle shift, that is going to decide who gets the chicken. With Hero Gaming having that high ground advantage. Yeah, for the boys, it's going to be a difficult task. The ask is too high over here.
Yeah.
They need to lay down all those smokes, but with that kind of a spread that Heroic Gamers have for themselves, it's going to be really tough to carve their way inside the zone.
The problem is, in 20 seconds, Both the teams are going to be under immense pressure from the blue, but Big Boy, they make the first move. Out in the open end is Good Boy leading the charge now. Takes a lot of damage. Hero Gaming now, this is a blunder, allowing the opposition to reach that far close to the edge of the circle. As soon as they step out into the open, Hero Gaming, they will be on the floor, on the slope of the hill, completely exposed, and the players that have held on to the edge of the city will be able to line up the shots. Look at this, immense pressure on the players of Hero Gaming, but this is a big move, a big frag coming in for them. Good Boy put out of his misery. Gil, his position is exposed, numbers compromised, but the trade does come in for the side of Big Boy Esports. It is down to a 1 versus 2. Devil, he's trying to close in on. It's a 1v1. It's Robin against the Devil himself. The revive is good though. It is a 1v2 again. And again with the DBS, they kick things off. The last man falls. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, a win in the bag for Hero Gaming.
Oh, certainly a win in the bag secured, and what a way and what a time to stage this comeback, especially if you're Heroes Gaming, if you are even the big boys, because the questions were being asked. What happened to how good they were in round number 1? And finally some signs of it, and at the right moment, because now we know the first 4 positions are already secured. The next 3 still up for grabs, and with all these teams who were kind of down in the bottom, them getting so many of those points, especially in a map like Sanhok, now this flips the tables, because now Sign to Gods, they must be wondering now what they do, because at this point, you know, they had a really good start, but they have flustered up, and with all these other teams really stepping it up, putting it up notch above, I think it just gets worse for the teams that performed really well in the previous
I would
games.
just like to make one change in what you said. It's not teams making moves. It is individuals from teams. Because, I mean, there are a lot of teams that are stuck in those desperate position, being on the latter half, being in the middle pack, whether you are still wondering going into the last game if you've made it or not. And it is individuals from those lineups that are starting to kick things off brilliantly. Good Boy has to be one of them. I mean, we were talking about big boys, right? They might be on the 5th, 6th, 7th position. Who knows? Maybe inside, even outside the top 8. After this game, they had 11 eliminations on just 2 players. So I think now they've taken a leap inside of the top 4, of course.
I mean, yeah, that could be the case, but still, you know, it's very fast for me to come into that conclusion, because for big boys, yeah, they had a couple of finishes here and there, but is it going to be enough? Because when you're talking about the top 4, you've got some really big names out there. But again, if you take a look at the WWCD moment over here, I think it was all set up for Heroic Gamers, right? Not have a lot to worry about. It was all about big boys. They had to throw their hat into the ring, and they did that. And again, they were on the lower grounds, but not too much, as a result of which this match just went against them. It's still good points, though.
It was a series of unfortunate events, one after the other. And in situations like this, you can't really do much as well. So we can't really blame them. One team we can blame, though. What do you think it's going to be?
I mean, at this point, in that particular fight,
Carnival Gaming, of course. Holding on to the center, and all of a sudden the game slips.
They've been doing that for quite some time, but you know, not just with Carnival Gaming. Imagine what happened to Kevin Esports, because they recovered from the fight. They make a rookie mistake. They do not drop a smoke, and Altu, he's just the final player surviving.
Kevin has been doing weird things since the start of the day. This was the first. All right, okay, fair enough. Carnival has a hat trick.
Yeah, they do, right? And they're still going to be on top. I think nothing really changes that. Would have loved to see them get another chicken dinner in the back. They could have definitely done that. But the MVP certainly has to be Good Boy, don't you think?
I agree with that. He was definitely the goodest boy in game. And of course, 6 eliminations for the team, 55% finish contribution, and map impact of 10%. And again, it wasn't just him. It was another player from his team who was Gil, who was firing on all cylinders. And I wonder what would have happened had they not lost that player, the 4th player, in the Painan fight.
Yeah, I mean, again, it was a lot to deal with. They had a lot on their table, but still they fought their way through, dealing with Sacred Eyes, dealing with so many of those teams. They did everything they could have done at their disposal. But for Heroic Gamers, now this is where things are really starting to get interesting, because with few of the teams that started off well in those initial matches, they're starting to fall off, and these teams really bringing in that heat. Now again, for Bora Army, you are gonna find some or the other player. Again, Devotee there.
Yeah, majority of the times it is Devotee. Even during round 1, it was him.
Yeah.
Even if you go back all the way towards grind, it was still him. So I wonder what the other players are doing. I think it's the entire lineup needs to start firing on all cylinders because Bot Army Esports, with how they play, they are committing into those fights. But you can't rely on just the same individual to find the opening frag or to be in a clutching position every single time. Everyone needs to pull their own weight.
Oh, they do. They have to. And as you know, this kind of gets reflected on the point standings as well, right?
Yeah.
And with Heroes Gaming, they've gotten 18 points out of this one. And even for Big Boy, 17 points. I think this is where things are starting to get really, really exciting. And let's not forget Royal Emperor. They also packed in some punch. Now getting 15 over here, I'm pretty sure the cutoff is going to go skyrocketing through.
Has Kevin secured placement points in the last 3 games, Fixes?
Yeah, they did.
Alright. Because all I've been seeing is just eliminations and eliminations again and again. That is what this team has been working towards, and I think with how many eliminations they've been walking up with, I think it should be enough to keep them in a good spot for the top 4, I guess. But Bot Army Esports now, just 6 points from this matchup. The average has been maintained. They have been securing those 5 to 6 points, either for frags or a combination of frag plus placement every single game. And I think it should help them move forward, but just to guarantee qualification heading into the last game, I think a win is definitely required. And same goes for Sign to Gods.
For Sign to Gods, surely. It has to be inevitable for them. The win condition said out, just that one game remaining. But we've been really loving what Royal Emperors put on the table this time around. The Chosen 4, I think consistency in Sanhok has been maintained through and throughout. This time also 8-9 points to themselves. So they're going to be feeling very confident. For Carnival Gaming, nothing to really worry about. They know the work has been done.
Yeah.
The heavy lifting done and dusted. All they can do is just polish themselves up a little further. 7-11 though, especially with how good they were in Miramar, and the transition into Sanhok has been pretty rough.
Yeah, it has been quite rough, but you know what's been rough? It's been the journey for Lethal Warriors and Kinetic Esports throughout the entire day, man. I mean,
And
the
for
struggles.
Starlords also.
Yeah, Starlords as well. At least Starlords, I think they were able to survive till the mid-game of one match, the first of Erangel.
No, even in Miramar, they played quite decent. So I think that's the only takeaway for Starlords. But to qualify, they have to do more than this. I guess anything less than a 30-pointer would mean that they're pretty much out of the competition, because this time, you know, from round 1 to round number 2, we were hoping like you get extra 3 games to play. Surely, even if you make those mistakes, you can work on it. And in fact, in those early rounds where you've been given 6 games and are still making those mistakes, I think they'll have to work a little bit more harder.
I think it is quite fair, as you mentioned, with 3 extra games added, and even Necro mentioned this, that you have room for error. Make those mistakes, but make sure you're fixing them in the next matches and then bringing yourself back inside the action as well. But ladies and gentlemen, there is one thing we'll bring on your screens right now, and it is the new beautiful Royal Pass, ladies and gentlemen, that is out for you guys. Here it is.
Make sure they know with a new Royal Pass. Get epic skins, catch unique emotes, collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default, wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
Wear your cred, ladies and gentlemen, inside of the game and outside as well, like Fixes does.
Yeah, of course. You always have to be dapper in front of the screen. And again, like we have already discussed, with the Royal Pass, you're going to be getting all that UC rebated. All you have to do is just grind your way through, complete all those simple tasks and missions. And, you know, you might have those extra UC lying in for the next Royal Pass.
Exactly. But with the last game to go, let's see which one of these teams gets that royal finish inside of the game as well, ladies and gentlemen. And with that being said, let's have a look at the 16 names that have been playing throughout the day for one last time.
All right. I mean, for one last time is the call, and that has to be the case over here, especially with so much happening in round number 2. The way we started off, there have been few teams that have been quite consistent. But finally, when the halfway marker was done and dusted, there were a couple others that really amped it up a notch. Now, we're talking about Heroic Gaming, we're talking about even Starlords also making their mark, even Royal Emperors coming out of nowhere, and my man Necro has also come out of nowhere, and he's also surprised for all that movements that have been made by these teams from the very brink. and now they're stepping up. Necro, what do you have to say about that?
I mean, Hero Gaming getting a chicken dinner is definitely something that I did not expect, and now it just makes me question.
Yeah.
What is the top 7 qualifications going to look like? Because all these other teams as well, they're rising up to the occasion and starting to make waves now. But the real question over here is that Bot Army, yes, they're getting the consistent points on the board. Still, these teams do need that chicken dinner to sort of have that solidification inside of the top 7, in my opinion, because all the other teams are also doing quite decent.
Yeah, I mean, of course, now with all these teams starting to play and perform quite decently, I'm pretty sure, right, the final game, I think we have a match on our hands and anything could possibly happen. Now let's crack in some numbers over here. For sure, Carnival Gaming, they've qualified.
Of course.
Not really worried about Kimin either. Even for Inspiration Esports, they've also done their job.
Yep.
I think Board Army Esports should find their way in through. But when you're talking about Sign to Gods, now this is one of those teams that I keep bringing them back. And with Royal Empress playing so well, Big Boys also consistent games, it just gets even more difficult. Like, you've got any other names to point out?
I mean, I just want to focus on BB a little bit more, considering Big Boys, the first time that we saw this team perform was all the way back in the first game, right? And now finally they wake up in the game of Sanhok once again. That just makes me question, are these performances really fluke from them? Because from the first game directly to the game of Sanhok, where it is sort of like the zone-centric map, and luckily enough for the players of BB, even they had a really good positioning inside of the circle. Now moving on forward towards the map of Erangel, it just makes me question, can we really put our trust on this team?
You know, I have to agree with you.
Yeah.
We are having some trust issues over here. And again, when you're talking about big boys, right, have to get in the Chosen 4 also.
Yeah,
I think,
TC4.
Yeah, the back-to-back good games in Sanhok, and now heading on into Erangel, they will have to deliver because there's no other way. Miramar, I think, was a little bit of a mediocre game, still managed to rack up a couple of points, but I think Erangel is where they have to conjure something, do whatever needs to be done. Surely we would want to see this team in the next round.
TC4 is one of those returning teams, right, inside of 2024, and I really expected this team to dominate the playing field as well, but unfortunately TC4, the consistency is not being there on the board so far, but hopefully inside of the last game of the day, TC4, they wrap things up in a good fashion. Once again, we've got the Erangel to close things off, and this time the plane fly path replicates the similar one to the game one itself, where the plane fly path is completely tilted to the southern side, but just the starting, you can't say, is a little bit on the opposite side.
Exactly a flight path trajectory you would need to throw somebody off.
This is going to be fun. I can already tell. We're going to see a lot of these drop collisions once again.
Oh yeah, that's going to happen for sure. And just gets me excited right now like a baby because that is inevitable. That has to be there. Now the big question is who is going to end up with the chicken? The final chicken dinner. Because we know the favorites. We know Carnival Gaming, one of those teams. Are they going to be getting their 4th? Or is it going to be Kemin Esports breaking that curse? Or could it be Board Army with all that monkey business they've been trying to do around? If they can somehow get a chicken dinner, I think that would be like their last laugh.
I mean, you asked me too many questions at the same time. Now, going back towards Carnival Gaming, I think so they're done. They're really out of their fuel inside of the tank, and they're pretty much chilling as well. Yeah, they're pretty much gassed out, I think so. And it's complete fine, too, right? Considering they're chilling, it's fine. The performance up to the mark. And somewhere down the line, we know Carnival Gaming's, of course, going to end things on the first note in the overall standings. But hold on to that conversation for now. You've got Bot Army Esports up against the players of Kinetic, and already things are off to a bad start for Kinetic once again. This team's been getting eliminated the first in the lobby every time. Something needs to be figured out. There's a lot of things that needs to be learned by this team, that's for sure. And Devotee as well is able to kick things off. Jareja knocked out and confirmed, and now things are just down to a 2-man squad for this entire team. But a good return knock, though. Nike able to shut down Fury, but that's all he's going to find considering Devotee's there. Just press it up.
Oh my god. This just gets worse for Kinetic Esports.
Oh my god.
You could see the lights out of his eyes. As this is not for the first time, Necro. Even in the first game of Erangel, this was a drop collision, and Bot Army, without suffering a single casualty, they still managed to swing through, and this time as well. And Kinetic Esports, I think, yeah, these were their final moments in the BGIS for sure. As the boys from Starlords, Spraymax, he's also been dealt with. Carnival Gaming, surely gonna rack up a couple of more finishes. But look at the circle. It's kind of around Quarry this time. And for Sign 2 Gods, they need a chicken dinner to qualify.
There's a lot of teams that need a chicken dinner.
Oh, yeah.
In my opinion, even BB need a chicken dinner. Another one. To sort of sustain the spot on the board for themselves. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of pressure on a lot of these teams that are still having the hope. But talk about having the hope. Kevin Esports losing out on Venom in return as well. Good return fire from the foes themselves, which is going to be Team Galaxy. And he's somewhere down line, you know, for Team Galaxy, the journey might just come to an end over here. Today's day has been a big bummer for them.
It certainly has been. And, you know, for this particular team, you could have expected a little bit more because, you know, we've seen them in the past also. It's not like it's their first time playing the big leagues, and sometimes you just don't wake up in the right side of the bed. And could have been the case with Team Galaxy to the point where now they're really scared of engaging in those fights. And this just doesn't get better from here. Even a chicken dinner, I don't think, would be enough to secure them qualification for round number 3. But for Royal Empress, considering how they played in the previous matchup, surely they also have a fighting chance.
Assuming the cutoff is going to be high inside of this lobby, maybe a 30-pointer can actually give them a little bit of a chance. I'm still not sure. I'm not too good with maths, but still maybe a little bit of a chance to qualify. But still, looking at the past stats, a 30-pointer seems next to impossible from that team.
You know what? We noticed one thing. We never did talk about the cutoff for the evening today.
Yeah.
I think I'm still banking upon somewhere around the 26 to 30 range, considering you've got 6 games to play. I mean, top 7 still make the cut, right? So that could be the case, and especially with Exy opening it up against the players of Sacred Eyes like that, surely he's a dead man walking.
I'm an Emperor. This team out of nowhere just sprung back to life, right?
Oh, yeah.
Is one of those teams that we did not even have a conversation about, but now slowly and steadily they're making a mark for themselves. Util, tossed to perfection. Spidey almost could have been knocked out there, but it's taking damage from somewhere else. Prone's back instantly, so it's going to be safe for now. Sacred Eyes, another one of those teams that is desperate to get anything done on the board. Sacred Eyes, from being one of the known teams, now not being able to perform completely is definitely a big red flag. But what is Naveen doing? Not checking the surroundings and then paying the price for that instantly. Emperor, they get the advantage with that knockout and the confirmation. So far, being able to wrap up 2 finishes. Sacred Eyes on the verge of getting completely extinguished from the lobby. And the last man just trying his best to stay alive, but Assassin assassinates him.
Oh my god. This just gets worse from around here. For Sacred Eyes. As again, look at how the final player gets spotted out. And for Royal Empress, exactly the kind of a start that they wanted.
Is it just me, or does Sacred Eyes does not feel the same team anymore?
Even in the first round, they've just barely managed to inch in. Right? And this was, again, another big chance, a big opportunity. And seems like they really weren't set up for the task. I would say that did not really enjoy them today. Because the only good game where you could say that Sacred Eyes were actually performing was the previous game of Sanhok. And that was just that one game we saw them do something, get a few points here and there. The other times, in fact, the first game of Sanhok, you remember how much they overextended. And eventually they had to pay the price. But seems like this time, for sure, Sacred Eyes, they might have already bid their dues.
They're done for.
Yeah.
No, it might. It's confirmed. They're not going to be moving up from here. T70, you can't say the same storyline might just repeat for them as well. There's still a decent amount of teams with that final glimmer of hope, but to latch onto that might just be too much of an hope for yourself, because somewhere down the line we know those hopes are going to be shattered inside of this game. And the fights that we've been witnessing so far, right? It's Kinetic Esports getting eliminated off the rip. It's one of those teams that has been getting eliminated throughout the entire game. Sacred Eyes, another one of those teams that's not able to do good. And I think so the main reason for these teams not being able to perform is the confidence issue.
Oh, yeah. The confidence has to be there, right? Really, it's all about how you're reacting into that moment.
Yep.
And if you have prepared yourselves, because again, you know, this is where even the mightiest also crumble. For now, we've got some movements happening. Team Galaxy, they haven't really played well, but for 7-11, they still stand a chance. With Venom already down and out. Here comes the push pouring in. Galaxy, are they prepared for this? Because 7-11, they're unleashing themselves.
I'm not even sure what the players of Galaxy are doing. They do not even have that sustainable loot. The loadout that they have is just something that they got off the bat, and they're still sitting down with the same one. But it's not too bad, right? They've got some DBSs to work with, up close and personal. The other man in the opposite building's got his hands on the PP Bison. Once again, it is another one of those SMGs that can have a good hip fire if used properly. T70 right underneath. And now Mio as well closes on up slowly and steadily. The man's trying to mop down the ground floor. I'm not sure how easy that's going to be, but Mio reunites with his teammates. So all good for now. The players of T70 just trying to toss in some nades. Did he just use that flashbang in his own hands?
A little overcooking there. It tends to happen. But for now, 7-11, they really want to commit in for the push. Look at that. They're getting those numbers up, but for the Galaxy, they're scared to death over here. Somehow have to make peace with their fate. Only a miracle somehow could really rescue them from this situation. For 7-11, I'm still not able to process why on earth are they not lobbing those grenades?
Exactly my point. Why are we not seeing the utilities being tossed? Maybe this is where you can't see the difference between the experienced and the inexperienced teams.
It's the pressure.
Right. Not being able to think fluidly is one of the main reasons too. That's why they're not really taking the right measures. But Fix is looking at the circle. It feels like it's giving me the flashbacks off the ground itself, where I think it was the players at DOD who got the chicken dinner.
In fact, yeah. Dead or alive, taking that Eastern Bridge rotation. It was again one of those games where we did see Revenant coming in to play.
All the
get
way
the
from
second
the north
position,
side.
though. Yeah. And Dead or alive, they did manage to get that through, but this could go anywhere. This could even land on the laps of Team DC. There's still chances though, but feels like for Board Army Esports, they're going to take their chances. They're still going to anticipate that this circle goes down south.
And considering how mischievous the BGMI gods have been so far,
Yeah.
there's a high chance the circle can actually pan down south. Bot Army Esports, all the 4 players, they're just going to stay on that same island. Oh man, Bot Army will be up for a great ending if the circle does move down south. But focusing on the screen for now, you've got the players of SL at the top, BB still outside of the zone. I'm not sure why they're not capitalizing yet. The later the rotation, the problems are just going to keep on increasing. And look at CG trying something new, right? For the first time, you do not really see the players of CG instantly moving inside of the zone. Instead, they're taking their time. And once again, you can't say CG knows. They have already made the cut. They know they're going to be at the top. So it's just that they're trying to experiment some new things. But what is this stalemate? It's one of the most awkward moments.
It's been going on since quite some time. Make it really a 5-minute marker. It's been a standstill throughout. And somebody has to break the door. Somebody needs to break the ice over here. Look at Venom. What is he up to? Is he going to just throw the dagger? Or what? I really cannot process what we are watching just now.
The funny part is that both the teams are also not in that good of a position.
Uh-huh.
And they're still opting to stay in that same position. And my question still is, why? Just move. At least one of the teams should disengage from that.
Quite reluctant though. I think that's the only conclusion we can make. Being really stubborn, overthinking, and maybe they haven't really thought it through. The next course of action, because when this fight did begin, they were both inside the circle. But now the circle has shifted away from them. And I don't know what the idea is over here, because now you also have the players of Hero Gaming. The moment either of them tries to make an entry inside the circle, I think Hero Gaming could be in for a little bit of a beating there. But for Carnival, like you said, pretty chill, just cruising through the lands, the greener pastures, enjoying the breeze. They've made it through. No caps.
CG trying out some new stuff this time, playing around the edges. It's definitely something that I'm not used to seeing. But hey, I'm down for this, right? This is the moment where you need to try out new stuff. And CG, for them, the lobby has been looking pretty easy. Transitioning on forward towards Kemen Esports, the team that is going for that late game rotation, but there's a chance they might just collide against another one of these teams outside of the zone. And Venom's already initiated the fight against the players of Star-Lords. And Star-Lords is another one of those desperate teams that needs a chicken dinner, but then they're getting pieced up by the players of Kemen Esports slowly and steadily. One of the men's knocked out already. SL, what can they even do?
You know, at this point, tuck their tails and run, because there's no other way. Seriously, for Star-Lords, the only good performance we remember is coming in from that second Miramar. And haven't really gotten that momentum, haven't really gotten that pace. And we're talking about a fight against Kemen Esports. They also know, they've got that feeling in their bones that I've said them, you've already qualified. Surely they're just going to go all out in this one. But whilst all of this commotion is happening, boys and girls, there's still that standstill going on. And let me tell this to you. Nobody has moved a muscle over there in that fight. I would love to see what has happened. Have there been any progressions? Because seems like both these teams have disconnected.
I mean, I don't even know what to say. I'm just speechless.
Look at that. Oh, finally.
Oh, the next circle shift in front of us, right? Bot Army Esports 2 having a decent amount of spot for themselves, but this fight escalates finally. TG, they take it up close and personal against T7E, and it's TG to come out on top eventually, but the players just do not have any meds left over. All thanks to that stalemate. Just burning through the time, which they could have utilized the same time to loot up a better and also position themselves in a better spot inside of the zone, and considering the zone's so weird, this team is done for. I don't think so they can't breach in anymore.
This is what I was worried about, Necro. Oh my god, Master,
what a nade
surely
that was.
You cannot mess up those grenades, but his teammate Kick, he does not repeat those mistakes. Now down to just their final player surviving. I mean, for 7-11, I don't know if they've really made the cut, because this was one of those teams that could have made it to round number 3. But with all that's going on, Mio, look at him. Just guarding the door. This is preposterous.
But my question still remains, what is HG doing as well?
They're in here for the finishes.
They should not be here in the first place. And yeah, I mean, there was an 8 in the back line, so he did not really have a chance then to just expose himself like that towards the staircase. But yeah, it's one of the most crappy fights that I've witnessed so far inside of the BGIS 2024. And I hope we're not really going to be seeing the repetition of the same thing ever again in the future.
Oh my god. Look at the circle, Necro. Gets me excited already. Look at that northern cluster. Big boys right at the center of it. You've even got Lethal Warriors under the bridge. And whilst we're all having this conversation, the fights have already broken down there. So many teams. It's going to be swatted down like flies. Carnival Gaming from the backlines. They might be in here for some really, really good thrashing to the others in the lobby. But let's not forget, Kemen Esports, they're also kind of sneaking through.
Too many teams in that small circle. Fairy Pier is now looking like Fiery Pier.
Oh yeah.
There's going to be too many shots taken there. INS, Chico. Repositioning is important. You know what fixes? Considering there's nothing happening on the screen, I really wanted to talk about what exactly happened outside of the zone, that stalemate. But then, I just do not feel like talking about it anymore. It's not going to make me feel good.
I mean, pretty sure even our viewers would exceed with what you just said, because that was really weird, to be honest. And for 7-11, you could see that, you could feel that tension. They knew if even one thing goes wrong, they're out of this tournament, and they were fighting for survival. And with that fight going against them, surely I think that's the end of them. But for now, focusing on things in front of us, like you said, it's a cluster around the fairy pair, as the circle still has chances where it could take a certain shift. And if that happens, Necro, I think Board Army Esports, they might get the chicken that they have been yearning for.
Still, it's a big might, though. I'm really hoping for the circle to shift down south, though. It's just going to spice things up so much. Oh, man. I can't wait to taste all that spice and salt.
When you talk about all the spices and salt, sometimes can really be bad for your digestive system, but at least for now, we're going to enjoy that. I really feel that seat is cursed, because even Johnny, he's got those sinister thoughts, but look at this. Hero Gamers, they've been out on the hunt, but this time, they're going to engage against the big dogs.
Oh, what's going on, Ines? Uh-oh. Kevin Esports able to kick things off on a great note. As the opponent slowly and steadily, they're just dropping dead. What's going on? I'm not even sure how the opponents are trying to play this one. Heroes Gaming, it is understandable they went for the late breach inside of the zone, but then still challenging a fight like this is something that's going to keep you on the disadvantageous side of things. And that's what is happening exactly with the players of HG.
And you know what, to make matters worse, this is one of those teams that was on the rise, especially after the second half. We could see them racking some points up on the board, but Carnival Gaming, they find themselves in a little bit of a pickle against Team DC, who haven't really performed today. Goblin surely taking his chances there, as Max got right in front of him. Another nade being flung over. Still does not fight anything though. But Mickey from the backlines, if Goblin does overstep, I think he could be in for a beating.
Oh, look at the utilities. Just keep on raining down on the player. Another nade being tossed. Yeah, at this point in time, the players just do not really want to go for the open peaks. Instead, they're just tossing everything they've got in the pockets. And none of them is actually able to do any sort of damage onto each other. But look at Omega with that flank. Omega trying to do something out of the box. But the backlines are not that clear. Kemen Esports is slowly and steadily crawling up there as well. But with that util, Kemen Esports, they do give that position away. So Omega's now going to be well aware of that. There's someone there in the backlines. And Kemen Esports now finally starting to scout out the grounds, considering they do not have a clue where Omega is. Kemen Esports, they need to be a little bit careful. They need to watch their next step.
Well, they will have to. I mean, for Kemen Esports, like you said, right? They've got a vicious split going on for themselves. And now, Kemen Esports, they're kind of banking on the fact that Carnival, they're in a fight, so might as well just capitalize on that situation. And those sparks that were still left fuming in Sanhok, they want to complete it over here. Look at how they're surrounding Omega, and he's barely even breathing. Altu finally gets that knock. He gets the ball rolling as Kemen Esports already getting that one knock. They certainly are eyeing out for a lot more.
Such an easy pick. Omega isolated. A third party from Kemen Esports just completely throwing the players of CG off guard. But Carnival, even they're doing a lot of damage against the players of Kemen Esports. But not able to give that lethal blow. And that's why CES, all the four players are up and alive. All good for Omega to get the revive back up on that player. It's going to be tough. But he's trying his best to crawl back to safety. And actually, they can get the revive. Omega, there's a chance the man's going to be back up on his feet. But Kemen Esports, I like the fact that even they're not being too confident inside of the fight. Instead, letting the fight breathe out.
This is a three-way fight. Look at this, right? Two players of DC already being taken down. It has to be Goblin. He acts as the Grim Reaper as he slowly but surely pushes in through. Mickey, the last player surviving over there. Akshat, he's also providing some aid, and he's done a lot. And there you have it. DC being dealt with as Omega back up to life. And suddenly, Carnival Gaming, they will have their attention spanned out on the players of Kemin Esports. Now let's keep that in mind. Both these teams have to make it inside the circle, as now Royal Emperors, they're going to be guarding it with their entire lives.
Exactly my point. I mean, Kemin Esports fighting off against the players of CG, understandable. It is going to be a hyped up fight, but still it's all about winning the game, right? And for Kemin Esports too, their eyes are going to be at the prize this time. For CG, they're completely down for this fight. No issues for them. But the next circle shift's going to be out in the open. Not a lot of teams are inside of the circle, and considering there's also going to be a massive wave of teams moving in from Fairy Pier, the circle will be contested soon enough if these teams are not quick on their feet.
For inspiration though, very close yet so far. Because the moment they try and enter inside the zone, they're going to be left out in the open. And now they've even got Lethal Warriors to deal with. And now Radiant, he somehow has managed to survive. But look at this, from the backline, sign to gods. They're finally showing some signs, especially in those games of Erangel. They managed to keep themselves in the top 8. Now they're going to be earning those points for position. But Kemin Esports, this is where Venom opens it up against Goblin. And no rescue this time at least. Carnival Gaming losing out on the numbers, but Kemin Esports do understand the gravity of the situation. They have to get inside the circle ASAP.
Solid stuff from Kemin indeed. They start off with a great note in that fight. Carnival Gaming taken down with 3-man squad. And CG now, they're taking a longer rotation all the way from Fairy Pier itself. The breaching point's not going to be clear for them. But for CG right now, even they're in a big world of trouble. Surrounding line's not that cleared. One of the men getting knocked out as well for Kemin Esports as well. It's a big world of hurt. Instantly just collapsing on top of them. AG right now is going to be the biggest thorn in the way for the side of Kemin Esports to sort of have that flawless streak of rotation inside of the zones. And AG can be a team that can put the spanner in the works. INS Chico lets the man pass by. And he's not able to do anything. He's not able to capitalize on top of that. Look at the next circle shift. It actually favors the players of Kemin Esports.
Oh my god. But certainly they do not have the numbers to bank upon. But Altu, he's got other ideas on mind. And there you have it. Heroic Gamers, they've been dealt with by the virtue of all those grenades just flashing in front of their eyes. As blown into smithereens as Carnival Gaming, they find themselves in a whole world of trouble. A desperate push. It's also starting to lose out on numbers to the point where they could get extinct. But it's not going to be a matter of concern. They've still qualified. But for Kemin Esports, this game is all about making a statement. Look at them spreading all across the circle.
It is Kemin Esports' game to lose. Shots taken on the phone, the front INS. The man was out in the open too, but he still somehow returns back to the safer grounds. Kemin Esports, all the 4 players up and alive. That's really good news for them. And look at that 2-2 split as well, right? 2 players on the sidelines holding off INS, making sure that INS is not going to be flanking them from the sidelines itself. So I like the game plan so far. I like the stance that Kemin Esports have taken in these final few moments. But you talk about the stance from the side of CG, as CG's been taken down with a 2-man squad. CG, they've still got another team to worry, and that's going to be the players of INS. But CG, they have managed to find the initial knock against the players of INS. So I guess things are now back on the neutral grounds in that fight.
Whilst all of that is happening, look at Royal Emperors. They still have some concrete cover. They still have all their players alive. And let's not forget, they're in the race for qualification. With so many teams out in the open, this could be one of their games where they really need to punch in through. But Starboy from the backlines, getting the better out of the players of Carnival, as now Royal Emperors, they come in, they swing hard, start racking up all those finishes. But Kemin Esports, they're still breathing, which means that they're not out of the woods yet. Royal Emperors need to watch out.
Fixes, you missed out on a villain though. There's one man from the side of Bot Army Esports, Turby in the back lines, who can play a big spoiler for the side of the players of Emperors. But eventually he gets knocked out. No, he could have been the main piece of the puzzle if he would have played that position right. But things messed up, and now we're down to the final 2 teams, ladies and gentlemen. Kemin Esports versus Emperors. And somewhere down line, the Emperors, of course, have the man advantage, or not exactly the advantage, but I would like to say the playing field advantage, considering they've got a lot of that breathing space. They're utilizing the vehicles, too, to sort of know exactly where the opponents are positioned. But Kemin Esports having the zone advantage can actually keep them in the swing of things as well. 11 eliminations popped up so far, and Kemen Esports are definitely feeling at the top of the game.
Well, they certainly are. Look at Altu. Just sneaking his way through the smoke. Wants to thread the needle, wants to find that golden window of opportunity, but Fury, he's got it from the backlines. Gets that knock onto it, Eggsy, but from the backlines again for Royal Emperors. You've got Assassin providing that cover fire. So Kemen Esports, they have to be very careful with how they proceed. They need to do that with caution.
2 players drop down. Kemen Esports, the stance is good once again. All the players spreading out equally. Even if a nade's being tossed, it's just going to do damage to one player. It's not going to be a bunch of players going down at the same time. So Kemen Esports, I like the thought process. And now Fury slowly and steadily inching his way in towards the final man. And the last man reveals his position with the shots taken. Emperor on the verge of collapsing down, on the verge of being extinguished from this game, as even the wall of death is forcing the last man to move inside of the zone. And that's it, Kemen Esports. They shut down the last glimmer of hope from Emperors, and they secure that chicken dinner too.
Alright, and that too with 15 freaking finishes to their name. Kemen Esports, that had to be a statement. They've been struggling, right? They've always been getting there, getting very close, but always missing out. And this has to be special considering the circle was completely against them. They had to make those bold moves. And I think it all started off with the players. They took a fight against Star-Lord right around the Georgie areas. Then from there onwards, taking a fight against Carnival, getting involved in all those third parties, then somehow carving their way inside the circle. I think this is a game worth remembering for Kemen Esports.
And the one thing that I really noticed, a little bit of a change in the playstyle from the side of Kemen Esports was they knew the difference between the good fights and the bad fights this time. Catching one of the teams in the rotation, then directly moving on forward inside of the zone, and then taking a fight against Omega because they knew the man's isolated. I would say that's brilliant. Kemen Esports, they intended to win this game, and they actually made it happen as well.
And especially considering there were so many of the participants inside of the circle, for them to really make it inside the zone, still winning those fights, still controlling the circle in such a manner, I think they really came out swinging in this one. And now that leaves us to wonder if, Kemen Esports could have actually toppled over Carnival. No. But still, considering they have those chickens.
Yeah.
But you have to bear in mind that not all those chickens came with a lot of finish points, right? No. I think it was just that one game where they went all out. I think 14 to 15 points for Carnival. But the remainders were quite mellow, where Kemen Esports, they've constantly been racking up those finish numbers.
I'm wondering, first two, you can't say CG and Kemen. Who finished on the third? Because Bot Army, they did not really get a chicken dinner. They were consistent on the elimination points, though. And in the final game, I would say the positioning points were there, but still the elimination points were not exactly there. They managed to get the initial squad wipe against the players Kinetic, but then after that, it was a complete downhill.
Hey, now we can actually put even Royal Emperors into this picture, right? Back-to-back really good games. In Sanhok, they performed really well. This time also, a second position, not too shabby. I think this fight ended here and here only, because the moment you take down two of your players who are inside the circle, and the other two were outside, and they could not really get in. For Kemen Esports, getting this early advantage, I think this sealed the deal for them. But, again, getting back to your conversation, now for 7-Eleven, I think they're out of the competition, or maybe they could just edge their way in. But for the Chosen 4, what about them?
What about 8G?
Oh, yeah.
They did manage to get a chicken dinner on the map of Sanhok, but still, are those 17 or 18 points really enough to keep you inside of the race? With a little bit of more points, that's going to topple off. Still, we just need to figure out the cutoff, right? So many questions, ladies and gentlemen. Soon enough, the questions will be answered when we see the overall standings. But for now, let's look at the individual stats for now. The MVP of the previous game. It's going to be Venom from the side of CES with 6 finishes wrapped up and the finish contribution of 40%.
Just when we thought it could be Fury, because the past stats dictate that he's pretty much their assaulter. But Venom, he's been swinging. In fact, that one game of Miramar, he got a lot of finishes. This time also kept the team at bay, and everything that he's been doing, right? Especially even when transitioning into a little bit of a support role for his team, getting those free frags out there, here and there. He's been all out for Kemen Esports. But yeah, if you have Venom, can't really leave Fury out. And even Altu, as a support, the way he's delivered for his team, that has been quite remarkable.
It has been remarkable, right? Altu, I still remember when the med strat was still inside of the play. Altu was the man who would usually go for the med strat on the map of Sanhok. And sometimes it would also do it on the map of Weekendy. But now that the Mets trap, it's going to be outside of the contention. Altu, he now needs to adapt onto newer roles.
He certainly has to. But look at this, Necro. Even Sign to Gods, back-to-back good Erangel games. You know, initially we did see that happen, but they kind of lost some momentum in the middle. But right now, I'm really getting excited for how many points would they have accrued. Because Kemeny Sports 25 points in this one. Certainly, you know, fighting it along with Carnival Gaming for that top spot. But that does not matter. It's about making it to the top 7. And I feel like they've done their deeds. But for Royal Emperor, getting those 14 points, and especially how good their previous game of Sanhok went, I think the doors of qualification might have opened up.
I mean, Kemeny Esports, Carnival Gaming, they have been able to put up magnificent performances on the board. Bot Army Esports, 11 points in the end. I did not think this team secured that many points.
6 finishes.
With this, there's a chance Bot Army might just propel themselves on the third.
They can. They certainly can. Because now, for Bot Army Esports, they started off against Kinetic Esports and pretty much they've been the punching bags, right?
Yeah.
Every single time they come out, some or the other takes them down. But for Carnival Gaming, not a shabby performance either. 10 points out of this game, quite acceptable. But Sign to Gods, getting those 9 points, and Inspiration Esports getting those 8. This is going to be quite monumental if they have to qualify. As we move on ahead, gotta see those small faces out here. Sacred Eyes again, you know, those usual suspects. Just when we were thinking that Star-Lords may have pull off something, they also fell flat. And even for the Chosen 4 and the Big Boy Esports.
I mentioned this, right? Big Boy Esports, after the first game, we saw a good performance inside of the map of Sanhok. And then once again, moving on forward towards Erangel, the question was those 2 games really a fluke? And I guess it was a fluke because Big Boys, I mean, not being able to play this well, and on the latter half of the board, with only 1 point secured, it really raises a lot of the question marks on this team's consistency. But ladies and gentlemen, the icebreaker's going to be in front of us. Let's look at the overall standings and find out which is going to be the top 7 teams that are going to be able to move on forward inside of the round 3.
Indeed, drum rolls already, because now the moment is in front of us. And they have it, Sign to Gods, barely,
the Chosen 4!
just inching in through. But for Carnival Gaming, they will be sitting at the tippity top. Kemeny Esports, they get that 2nd position, and for Bot Army, it's going to be the 3rd. You know, they've been quite consistent getting those finish points, but for Royal Emperors, I think this is something that is going to come to haunt them towards the end. But hey, let's not forget that the top 16 teams out of all the qualified ones, they'll be going through.
They will be. Yeah, I mean, if Royal Emperors, they still have a chance.
Still a pretty high cutoff though. 36 is not small.
That is a lot. I did not expect the cutoff to go this high. I was expecting maybe 28, 30 points. But then the cutoff was actually at 38. That's really impressive from this lobby. And I think so somewhere down the line, the first 3 games really do count, considering the points were equally distributed. We did not really see that initial vacuum.
We did not. And in fact, considering that we do have our top 7, right? 7-11 for a moment, we felt like they had something in their bags, even for Big Boy, especially in that Sanhok game. But like you talked about, having that vacuum, yeah, that was there, but still not enough, right? Nothing too much to scare us off, because even till the top 4, look at that, 50 points plus. I think these are some good numbers being put up. But for Heroes Gaming, I think it was those final few games where they really started bringing in the heat. And for the Chosen 4, I must say, had they not played so well in those games of Sanhok, I think they would not have been qualifying here.
Now, Royal Emperors, they just need a hope and cross their fingers.
Oh, yeah.
That the upcoming groups that we're going to witness on the broadcast, or also maybe if there are happening any offline matches, they just need a hope and cross their fingers that other teams are not going to be having a cutoff this high. Other groups are not going to be having a cutoff this high. If there is going to be a higher cutoff than this, then maybe for them to qualify inside of the top 16, the chances go down even more. But I genuinely think so. Emperor, they're going to make it.
I really hope so. Because I feel like they've got a lot more to show. And they kind of failed a little bit today towards the last. Yeah, they did step up. But I think if they can get over the jitters, should really make it into round number 3. If that happens, we're going to be elated.
Yeah, they just woke up a little bit late, but ladies and gentlemen, today's day as well is nearing the end, and we saw some incredible performances. We also saw a lot of those crappy moments. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it for the day 1 off the round 2. I'm going to be Necro. And of course, John alongside with me on the panel was Fixes. We're signing off.
sure they know. With a new Royal Pass, get epic skins, catch unique emotes, collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default, wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
ये है बदनसीब लाल, इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
अरे यार, कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। इनका आज का दिन कुछ टफ सा लग रहा है। Just like every other day. गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे। तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा।
अरे मिल गया।
तुझे भी नसीब चमकाना है, बस स्पिन करता जा और फ्लेक्स कर गोल्ड स्पिन का ऑल न्यू लुमिनस म्यूज सूट, अपग्रेडेबल वेपन्स एंड एपिक सेट्स। पहली स्पिन कर 10 यूसी में और बस स्पिन करता जा। लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग।